concentrate. It's always easier to take the bait. You have me in the palm of your hand, in the palm of your hand. Don't you let this go. You have me in the palm of your hand, in the palm of your hand. Don't you let this go. Don't you let this go. Don't you let this go. All the elements pull us apart, but I'm holding on. Know your hands by heart as I'm reaching out into the dark. Your arms are tied, holding all the weight. If you could only rest, only concentrate. It's always easier to take the bait.
recoge cuando quiera. Yo ya voy tení. Me dice que soy guapo y también tengo un flow que mata. ¿Quién paga? Yo vení. No me digas que no quiere, que estoy tení. Me recoge cuando quiera. Yo ya voy tení. Me dice que soy guapo y también tengo un flow que mata.
Solo yo me voy a jugar, tú vas. Las drogas se venden como fruta. Paraíso de los gatos, tú disfrutas. Paraíso de los gantes. Bebiendo jarabe con dos pones más adelante. Cocadra y tranqui, mocato sin imán. Haciendo lucas como Andy. El paraíso de los gantes. Lambe, se lo fumes por mí fuera, destruiría. Cabra amigo, quiero que le parta paraíso de los gantes. Lo mato en 30 segundos. Peluche lleno water. Los Dubai flow butter. Dale con la carcha. Somos los niños de la calle atrás, ni Carter. No me eche el aliento más, solo a buscarte. No te pongas filosófico, me pego el descarte. Estoy dripping como un carro. Con los clowns y con los cortes. Bizcocho se repara, bebé totito se te para. Paraíso de los gantes. Con los clowns y con los cortes. Bizcocho se repara, bebé totito se te para. Paraíso de los gantes. Solo yo me voy a jugar, tú vas. Si lo pagaste ni pa' paraíso de los gatos, tú disfrutas. Paraíso de los gantes. Bebiendo jarabe con dos pones más adelante. No, no se chan, fumando chante con la chanta. Haciendo lucas como Andy. Paraíso de los gantes. Se lo fumes por mí fuera, destruiría. Se lo fumes por mí fuera, destruiría el mundo. Se lo fumes, se lo fumes. Se lo fumes, se lo fumes. Yambe. El paraíso de los cantos.
Quien no anda corre la que hay, quien no anda corre la que hay, fundiendo corre la que hay, yeah. Quien no anda corre la que hay. Se despega like a rocket. Oye, siempre me rocket. Una de honey, yeah. Baby, no lo pares, yeah. Si la que hay, pues la que hay, yeah. Y Peter Sonner, that's my kind. Whoa, lo quieres pa' mirar el sign, yeah. Por si algún día ya no hay, wow, ey, no bebes más o hay. Con Pavi Peter con limón no quieres tanquear, yeah. Que tío no hay mala, desaprovecháis. Y aunque eso tuviera la ocasión, así la aprovecháis. Le llega heavy, hoy no va a portarme bien. Toca pelle y me vacila 10 de 100. Ahora es tú si le entrega constantemente. She's smoking glass, casi que rats. Mi nombre por tu ciudad. Baby, si es que lo escuché el vecino de atrás, yeah. Let's hop in cash. Y si preguntan la que hay, she want it, I got it, acabo de fixar. Let's go to gas, la partidita al solitario. You're todo around, yeah. Eso que tiene duplicado, yeah. Muévemelo para el otro lado, yeah. Uy, deja que se amontone. Tranquilo, sáltame los botones. Los mamas y a mí me se me ponen todas las posiciones. Oh no, otro cero. Rugian si lo meto un aguacero. BBM, very big monetero. Quieren dinero, fundiendo cobre en la que hay. Quien no anda corre en la que hay. Fundiendo cobre en la que hay. Quien no anda corre en la que hay.
pose pa' saber cómo se hace. Dale despacito, mami, nada que te pare. Tú sabes, baby, que yo soy una gárgola. Moviéndote culo, papi, tú te pones a rezar. Porque sabes que yo te pongo bichi. Ya me cambiamos cuando te veo dreaming con alguien más. Sabes, baby, que yo soy una gárgola. Moviéndote culo, papi, tú te pones a rezar. Tú sabes que yo a ti te pongo bichi. Ya me cambiamos cuando te veo dreaming con alguien más. Sin compromiso, mami, dale hasta el piso. Con esa carita linda yo no me complico. Ven pa' pillarte como si fuera yo mico. En tiempo te la hype, baby, yo no lo medito. Se esconde, nena. Papi, pa' mi mente en ese caso no hay dilema. You make me hit in rojo y me muy chi. Mándame un día y nos comemos en luna llena, ey. Baby, pégate, móvelo bien salvaje. No te hagas la loca, todos saben que eres gante. Ponte en esa pose pa' saber cómo se hace.
Baby, alguien en el teléfono.
Mami, baby, Ale me dijo que le cayera a la pista. Te voy a romper, tú sabes.
Soy una gárgola, salgo de noche con todos mis gatos derrapándote en los coches. Pita encendida, todos de roce, la vivienda activa pa'l perreo hasta las 12. 1, 2, 3 con la nalga pa'l piso, la bebé anda sola, nadie le da permiso. Prende y pasa, lo seguimos en casa, que yo tengo un par de amigos pa' quemar la salsa. Oye, bandida, bebé, tú eres una atrevida, cuando bailas tan encendida. Le pide al DJ que ponga el Jory con la Bloom, que grosería.
Soy una gárgola, salgo de noche con todo lo mío, estamos puestos pa' leer. Soy una gárgola, salgo de noche con todo lo mío, estamos puestos pa' leer. Yeah, 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 yeah. Con Jory, dimensiones.
Con el Jory en la casa.
Said I'll find you, but it's not the time to make a mistake. You're calling out the name, I'm falling down again. You're calling out
Revolution 909. Revolution 909. Revolution 909. Revolution 909. Revolution 909. Revolution VIP. Revolution
¿Y quién me dice a mí que hoy no voy a salir? ¿Y quién me dice a mí que hoy no voy a salir? Yo lo que quiero es bailar hasta que el sol salga aquí. Dame ron, dame ron, dame ron, 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 ron,
just your kind. I'm moving from this fight. Even if your words start dragging me down, I'm more than just a victim of the past. So say what you want. Say what you want. So say what you want. Say what you want. Say what you want.
This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy and other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Today is brothers against brothers. We've got back-to-back regional rematches in our first day of the playoffs. We're down to our top 4 now here. It's Americas and the Pacific. Hello everyone and welcome to day 6 of Masters Madrid, coming to you live from the Madrid Arena. I'm your host Yingsu and I'm back here on the desk with Mimi and HyperX. Welcome back guys. How was your rest?
You're not going to mention the 15 stuffed animals we have here too?
Just breezing right over that. Breezing right over that.
I mean, you feel free, Mimi. We've got about 10 seconds. We've got about 10 seconds.
Attack to bear. Dan, the penguin. Bunny, there's only one bunny.
Attack to bunny.
No, there's 3 bunnies. There are 3 bunnies.
Oh, I
you
didn't
missed out the bunnies.
them.
We're going to have to redo it another time.
From the top.
Yeah. After the break, Mike, I think you can have a go as well.
Yeah.
I don't like that.
It's going to be you.
No, you nailed it.
Well, normally, this is where we do a recap of the last few days' matches, but I thought we'd shake things up today and do it a little bit differently with some wordplay. Dun, dun, dun.
This scares me.
You shouldn't be scared, don't worry. This is how it's going to work. We're going to show a round to Mimi and to Mike, and both of you will have to cast it with some specific words that we've given you to work into. It's completely random word generate.
Are they Spanish?
What kind of words are they? They're English words.
Yes, and I think Alex was the one that did it, so you can trust her. I feel like you can
Oh, so they're English. Okay, well, that's a little bit of a relief.
Mimi, you are going first, and you are given the task of casting a round of HyperX versus Casey.
Oh, well.
Negotiate extraterrestrial and dough.
Have fun with this one.
Extraterrestrial?
That's free.
Okay. All right, let's start the clip. Roll it. All right, where are we? Round 17 here. Casey setting up for an A hit. They're going to use this Yoru to dive in to start this one and try and negotiate their way forward off of this ultimate from Martin. Spotted out towards the backside. Narrate on the dive, but just clearing the first section of this site. Now into the backlines. Forsaken just needing the kills like dough or something.
Come on.
Now the flank becomes the biggest factor in this round. HyperX will work their way back on through, and the dog doesn't clear the close corner. Tamazi has already found one and has more for his troubles ahead of him. Support from a flash across the way. It's from downtown, an extraterrestrial even making his mark on the round. That was good enough for government work.
No.
And they're going to finish this off. Munyet gets 2, and it's a quick rotation back over towards this B site. Plant should come down in time, but there's already Mind Freak ahead. He's on the angle, will find a shot and knocks him out of the park. Last man standing in a 1v3. Doesn't have much a chance at this one. Nade forward, flash on his line. Narrate on the swing, already gets a double and got it down to a 1v1. Divide. Biding his time on a drop. This is a very long clip, and I'm still counting. I did all the words, but Tavai wins it.
I thought you were gonna like work extra I can't say that word.
Extraterrestrial.
Yeah, with like mind free. I thought you were gonna maybe do something.
I'm not that
Wait,
smart, so
something
maybe
like that.
you should have done it.
Yeah, I can't even pronounce
Well,
the word.
I demand a recount because you started with negotiate, not
demand a
negotiation.
recount.
You didn't even read the word correctly.
Negotiate. Negotiate. It's a different conjugation.
The word.
You-
Minus 30, I just got it in. Minus 30.
Kevin said it was Kevin. It wasn't on us. But HyperX, since you think you can do better, how about we
Well,
take a look at your round?
yeah.
This is going to be.
think you can
Once I see
it's
my
going to be
words,
Loud
maybe.
versus EDG here.
Oh, this is so free.
This
so
is
free. Look at
actually
these
really
words.
free.
This is teed up. But Loud EG.
EDG.
I'm worried about the round. Is it going to be another long one or?
Here we go.
Oh, no, we're on this match, so she's right. So 6-2 to score. Round 9. See, looking now for a little bit of pressure towards A main. Slow creep. Tui's here with the operator. Trying to distribute some of that pressure ahead of this site coming through. Not an awful lot happening on this.
How's
Thank
he
you very
distributing
much
the
for
pressure?
choosing this clip in particular, because we're frozen right now outside. Tui's pick onto nobody, able to TP away now. EDG looking to counteract this. Trying to shift their transmission into the top gear
Boo.
ahead of this site here. A little bit cheesy on that, but now actually Smoggy acting as a taxi for the spike.
I like it.
Yeah. Coming through here. A very slow round, actually. Why did we pick this one? 55 seconds left on the clock now. TP coming across. Haldong into sight now. Spike still not taxied into a site, but finally making its way in.
Double whammy, Mike.
Actually, fault line coming through. That's going to distribute some of the players on site elsewhere, but no pressure coming through. Spike finally coming through. Clip is lasting quite a while as well. 26 HP left on Kang Kang. Shut out here by QCK. 77 HP. I've already done the words, so I'm just going to keep talking over this clip. Unless you want me to redo one, you can tell me now.
You want to do her words? Extraterrestrial? Negotiation?
Okay, well, actually, yeah, Loud currently in negotiation for the retake coming through. Utility invested here. QCK going to drop Smoggy. Can't remember the other words here, but I think one was extraterrestrial. Haldon not looking so much so. Shut down here. What was your last word?
Stunning introduction of extraterrestrial by saying.
And load, get the dough. Load, get the dough. Loud, get the dough.
Load, get the dough. Now, I've
A
confirmed.
Freudian slip at the end. Do I get deducted for that?
I actually have confirmed that neither of us won, and
We're both
you
losers.
don't have
Okay,
the power
okay.
to do that because I confer with Tactabani, who was the judge
Okay.
of wordplay, and he told me that given that you're minus 30 points, I think Mike won it, but just the fracture of minus 25.
I like both being losers
So
better.
there's a
We both
minus
lost.
5 point in between you, but
But
well
here's
done.
the thing, at the end of the day, really the viewers lost.
Yes, because they had to endure that. Yeah, fair point.
Yeah, well,
No, we
let's move on to something else, because following Monday's matches, we did a draw for the double elimination playoffs bracket coming into this, and it is a clean slate for our top 4 teams. This is the thing, we've seen these matchups regionally before, but we haven't seen them internationally just yet, and there is also a lot of history with all 4 of those teams. But let's start with the easy one. Loud, Mimi, they won World Championships, and they're back here again with a different iteration of this roster, but still making top 4.
Yeah, absolutely. It's something new for this Loud roster. It seems like they're always running back, no matter who the players on the team are. Sidak will lead a squad into the top 4 to get to this point. And I mean, this game versus EDG for them was proof of that. Loud, I think, have continued to get better and better every game we've watched of them this tournament. And I mean, this match against EDG was just dominant.
Yeah, time and time again we talk about Loud maybe having a slower start. Masters events particularly, and kind of bubbling up towards playoffs and stuff, but I don't think we've ever seen such a performance versus a team like EDG to really bounce back.
And
Yeah,
then
on
they
the other
turned
side
over.
as well, looking at HyperX, because they've still not won a title. It's eluded them
somehow,
every single
somehow.
time. Yeah.
I mean, it is kind of nonsense that they haven't made it through yet. Obviously, last year coming the closest, but are you really sold that this is the championship winning team? That's the question I come into the playoffs, particularly with about HyperX.
Yeah, and I think it's hard to say, right? Because most of their wins in the group stage were relying on heroics, on crazy step-ups towards
Shocker.
the end.
Shocker.
We haven't seen them come out and like really dominate another top team yet. But it's HyperX. It's so hard to ever count this team out.
Yeah, and lastly, for Genji and Sentinels, they haven't, well, I mean, Sentinels, it's been a very, very long time since we've seen them won a title, but how did Genji get here? They made top 4.
I mean, they looked great regionally, and then they came out here. They upset Loud when they were looking weaker, and then they also beat an EDG in a 2-1 series there. For me, I haven't seen quite a ton of Genji yet. It's really hard to place in my mind where they're going to be in these playoffs.
Absolutely great. I remember saying coming out of after the win over Loud, thinking that actually Genji's performance in the follow-up series kind of gave context to Loud losing that.
Yes.
It's anyone's game, I feel like, at this point. And that brings us to today's Mastercard fan poll. We got 2 regional rematches on deck, and we want to know which match you think will go the distance. We're going to go 3 maps, maybe both matches. We get 3 mappers as well. So scan the QR code on your screen and cast your vote, and we will have the results a little bit later on. Also, make sure to use the hashtags Master Madrid and VCT so we can feature you guys on the broadcast as well. Keep those tweets coming. Keep those tweets coming. But there's 2 people I feel like are never wrong. They have never been wrong ever
Me and Mike,
in
right?
the history.
Yeah, that's got to be us, right?
And there's 2 people that have been very wrong.
Yep.
Let's send it over to them. It's Brand and Sideshow. See if they can accurately predict the future. It's time for bracketology.
Hello and welcome to Bracketology. I definitely didn't almost trip over the board that we've got over there. Stage 2 Playoffs Edition. You may have just taken a sneak peek at my notebook. Don't worry about that. John Riot's given me some hidden instructions.
The script?
Potentially the script.
What you got in there?
What have we got in it? Well, number 1 is a regional matchup, rematch of the grand finals, because the fans love regional rematches of the grand finals.
Well, get them in early.
So
get them in early.
Yeah, we got them in early. The second one was no EMEA in top 4.
Okay, that's good.
Riot hates EMEA.
Okay, that's
so
good.
we got that one out early.
All right.
So we got
What
those
next?
2. What next? HyperX lose in the grand finals.
Ah, that's tragic for them,
so
unfortunately.
HyperX, they make it to the grand finals. We don't know how yet, but they need to be in the grand finals.
I think they'll probably make it through the lower bracket because Gen G are favoured, in my opinion, in this match.
Okay, but there's one team that needs to make a lower bracket run because John Riot really loves it when Sentinels play the most matches possible.
So Sen make it all the way through the lowers?
Yeah, Sentinels are going to lose their opening matchup. They're going to go all the way through the lowers into the grand finals.
But if HyperX lose the grand finals, that means Sen already win.
Yes, so Sen are going to win the grand finals. Unfortunately for viewership, it needs to happen, which means that Loud ends up winning here, but then they end up... So how does
HyperX must go through the top?
Yeah, but this is good. This is good because teams that do well in scrims, they need to go out early. So Gen G have been undefeated in scrims. They've got to go out in 2.
Oh,
so this is perfect. Perfect according to the script. We're right on schedule right now, honestly.
So then that sets up another Loud v Sentinels at the bottom.
Loud v Sen matchup.
Where
and
Loud won.
Loud won, Loud lose. It's a repeat of the Americas storyline. Yeah, so Sentinels win.
Oh, that is brutal.
Yeah,
but it fits every narrative.
It fits every narrative that we could possibly want. I see nothing wrong with this whatsoever.
Got it.
Absolutely nothing wrong with it.
I mean, I said they're never right, but they whipped out the John Riot script, Mimi. Will they be right this time?
I mean, if you just look at history, you know they're going to be right. Every storyline they said there has come true in the past. It has to come true again. HyperX has to be second place, you know. Sentinels have to win for the... It just makes sense to me.
Sense. That's not what I got from that, but we'll move on. We'll wait and see, right?
Yeah. And speaking of storylines, let's just dive into our first matchup of the day. It is the Pacific Grand Finals kickoff rematch between Gen G and HyperX. And surprisingly, Mike, when we saw this last time, it was not HyperX that came out on top.
No, I think that was probably I don't want to say the big upset ahead of this, but I guess the fashion in which they closed out that series was very indicative. Obviously, the individual perform on this Gen G roster was what carried them through to a pretty comfortable scoreline in the regional finals.
Yeah, absolutely. And this was a HyperX at the time who I think was really still trying to figure themselves out. They were doing a lot of, and they kind of still are, right? They were doing this thing that we saw at the beginning of last season too, where they're pulling out all these new different comps. They're kind of trying to discover who they are again. And Gen G, on the other hand, they came out swinging this season. They had really clear identity the entire time they were playing in Pacific. They are a structured team that has very good mid-rounding, that has very good fundamentals, and has players that can absolutely pop off. And I feel like all of those storylines have continued through to their run here in Madrid thus far. It's the same style of play. It's the same performances from players like Texture, from Charon. But the other thing is that HyperX have really improved in the time since that grand finals.
Well, this is the thing about HyperX, of course. They thought maybe after DRX getting knocked out, they will be the one to take the title, take the crown, but it did not happen. However, we did hear from Coach Alex after the press conference when he found out that they will be facing Gen G again, and this is what he had to say. I hope this time around we manage to shut Texture down, beat up Charon, try our best. They really manhandled us last finals, and we hope we get it right this time. I mean, Mike, for the sake of their tournament run, we do hope they get it right this time.
Yeah, absolutely. I think individually, I mean, identifying the threats here, Texture and Karen both individually, I think, are having a top 5 performance so far at this event. Quietly, Karen, Texture more so the headliner, but the concern being really for HyperX is around who is that front line, right? With all this kind of composition shifting, and I don't want to say losing themselves a little bit, but trying to figure out what the next step of W Gaming is, which Alex has said time and time again. It's a hot discussion right now of whether or not HyperX are actually on the right track to find sustainable improvement.
I mean, it's easier said than done, but for more on HyperX, let's send it over to Mika Fabs, who caught up with Mindfreak.
Hey, Mindfreak, what's going on? Feeling good?
Yeah, I'm feeling all right.
All right, so Gen G, of course, gave a very strong performance against PRX in the Pacific Finals, which wasn't too long ago. What do you think is different with PRX this time around, and why shouldn't Gen G assume that they're fighting the same team?
I think actually we feel the same, like nothing is different, because like right now, like we said before, our team performance is not our peak performance yet, so maybe right now we're just playing in not in their home turf, so yeah.
All right, well, let's see what happens. Good luck.
Thank you.
I mean, if they're the same, they lost, right? So Mimi, this doesn't seem like a good sign.
Yeah, it's so weird. HyperX this tournament has had the lowest confidence we've ever seen from them. Alex comes on the desk, he's like, yeah, the boys have no confidence. We're a 6 out of 10. We just don't have it. But seemingly, they lack all that confidence, and every series they've played at Madrid thus far, they somehow find it in themselves the second half of map 3, and then probably lose it again.
Yeah, it's so strange to, and we were talking about, you know, not really knowing where to place Gen G, but HyperX has always had this kind of image of like, what HyperX do we get, right? I mean, we've seen examples here. The second half of Split versus Heretics is like one of the peaks of HyperX, to be honest, on the international stage, in my eyes. The way they performed in that second half is up there with some of their best performances, but I mean, they're saying they lack confidence. They're at a 6 out of 10 right now. They're making weird composition changes that don't really make a lot of sense from the outside looking in. And then we get to interviews and they're like, yeah, we kind of don't know what we're doing at times, but it worked.
Yeah, but that then brings us to the question you were asking earlier, Mike, of like, what is the next step for this team? Because that's what Alex was saying, right?
The logical next step, but then you throw logic out the window because it's HyperX.
Yeah, that's the thing. But when you try and apply logic to this team, it doesn't make sense. For instance, some of the comps they're playing, they're running a comp on Lotus with no Sentinel, playing double Duelist,
and still with the Sky
without
as
a
well.
Viper, with the old Sky. Like, so many of the decisions they're making seem so off. And in the past, when we've seen HyperX make these decisions, we get things like they're like Rain Sky comps where they're cooking, they're coming up with something creative. But nowadays, it really does feel like some of these ideas are slipping through the cracks. But that stands in contrast to moments where this team is looking incredible. Yeah. Like you brought up, that second half of Split. I think when they're playing on Bind, that comp, very well thought through, very well cooked. HyperX really seems like a team in transition right now that it's, again, so hard to figure out where to place them because of that.
I'm just gonna, I mean, I'm an OG paper girl. I'm gonna come in and maybe channel a bit of paper thin as well for this. Is that every single time people do have those questions, is this the end of W Gaming? When do they stop getting away with this? They get away with it. So, I mean, you know, we've seen it. We've been here before. We've been here before.
I still think they're the most entertaining team to watch.
I think that's kind of undisputable.
Yeah, but when you hear them coming out and talking the way they're talking, that's when you make them doubt a little bit.
Yeah, and we're going to talk about Forsaken as well, because Forsaken has been on it, and we've seen the rays come out of him, Mimi, for the first time here.
Yeah, I think in terms of things that have improved since that Pacific Final, Forsaken is a big piece of that. He wasn't doing too great when they played regionally, and at Masters Madrid, this guy has showed up and looked incredible. He's picking up the rays. He's playing seemingly every role possible. The guy playing the most agents in this tournament right now, and he looks electric on all of them, while also being a big voice in this team, Mike.
Yeah, I think as well, if this is an indicator for kind of maybe rethinking some of the compositions, obviously Monyet having a different place within this team, putting Forsaken back in, I don't want to say the driving seat now that Jing's gone, but maybe building some compositions that are more focused around Forsaken and his current performance and form could be the key for Paper.
And we've seen that, right? They're switching him onto Rays on maps. They're giving him those moments where he can be confident. And these are the things we have to walk away from. That is why HyperX is a contender, because they have players stepping up. Because even if something's having a bad tournament, you still have Forsaken, you still have Monyet, you still have guys who will step up and win these games, even against the best.
Yeah, and the thing is, you say put him on. He's putting himself himself on those things. Alex even said it's Forsaken that comes up with this kind of stuff. And Genji's Munchkin actually had an opinion of Forsaken's raise, and I don't think you can get a higher praise, Hypog, on a raise than saying that you look like Jing.
Yeah, that's up there with some of the best accolades you can receive. Again, it comes down to the sustainability for me. Is what is the go-to? What is kind of I guess the new form of these compositions, and whether or not Forsaken switching onto the raise is something they adopt across the rest of the map pool, or not something now with picking up the Gecko more and more, if that's something that he tries to adopt a little more. What is the change?
Yeah, the last time Texture caused them a lot of problems back at the Pacific Final. And speaking of Texture, let's send it back to Mika Fabs, who's waiting to hear from Texture, actually. Check this out.
Hey Texture, come over here for a bit. Hope you're feeling good because today is going to be a big day. This is the strongest that Genji has looked so far. A lot of people think the same thing. What do you think contributes to the team's success here at this tournament? And we have Eric here to help with some translation.
지금 현재 젠지가 정말 좋은 경기력을 보이고 있는데 지금까지 젠지가 이런 성과를 거둘 수 있는 데 있어서 가장 큰 요인은 뭐라고 생각하시나요?
그냥 저희끼리 소통 잘하고 그냥 총 잘 쏘는 거 그게 다인 것 같습니다.
Honestly, I think it's just us talking really well and hitting our shots really well. I think that's it.
All right, well, eager to see what you guys have prepared for HyperX. 감사합니다.
Thank you.
Good luck.
I mean, this is the thing with HyperX, they had a bit of confidence issues, they admit they're struggling, but Mimi, Genji are on the other side of the scale. They look and feel great right now.
Yeah, and in particular, all of the win conditions from Pacific have continued into this one. People ask, is Karen as a rookie going to be able to show up and look incredible? He's done that. Is Texture going to be able to maintain this performance? He's shown up, he's done that. I think there can be, though, an argument made that maybe they played some weaker opposition, right? They played teams when they weren't at their height. It was loud in their first match of this event. It was an EDG who was really looking like they were crumbling towards the end of that series. But I think that's not what I focus on. What I focus on is that they're on an international stage. They're playing against a variety of different styles, a variety of different opponents, and I think they're doing still a very good job of maintaining this structured style that they perfected in Pacific while still having the individuals to pop off when they need them.
Sure, I mean, I would counter that by saying bringing a team like this with, I guess, the international experience that here some of these teams do have, to come out and beat Loud, regardless of form, a qualifying to Madrid Loud, that's got to be a big bonus for them. And the key thing for me is seeing the energy on stage. It matches how Genji looked at regionals as well. I mean, their opening series-wise, they struggled versus Secret, but still, the energy was super high. Karen was having standout performances time and time again. Munchkin and Texture alongside that. For me, they're looking very comfortable.
I mean, let's talk about Karen a bit more, because on day one, we did say, how does he compare to the other rookies? We had a lot of exciting prospects coming from every single region, and now we've seen him in the group stage. How does he compare?
He looks just as good. Quite honestly, he looks just as good. He could even look better in some of these games. He's still winning these clutches. He's still a consistent fragger. But what I want to talk about more is his presence on the stage. You look at these clips. Every time his team is winning, even when his team is losing, this guy's standing up. He's screaming at the opponent. He's bringing the energy. He's such a young guy. This is his first global event. He's a guy they found in ranked, but he's bringing the vibe against the best. And having a player like that is so important for any team.
And he's dropping some cold lines as well. Was it before Loud? He's like, yeah, well, they won a championship when I wasn't even playing. Exactly. So he's coming out here. He's got the energy. He's transcending that to the rest of his team as well, and also mimicking that with his performance. In my eyes, I mean, I'll go ahead and say we're only entering playoffs now, but I don't think we've had such a quietly consistent performance from a standout controller rookie. Obviously, outside of Duelist, at any international event so far, I can't think of any
If
rookie-wise.
he keeps this up, I really think he's in the conversation for like best rookie performance. I mean,
absolutely.
Demon 1 probably last year was the next best thing, but this guy's getting close to keeping up that kind of performance.
Hey, he was barely competing when Demon 1 was winning as well. So
that's even crazy.
We keep saying it's a new era, so.
Yeah, that is the other thing. But it's time for the result of our Mastercard fan poll. Earlier, we asked you if today's regional matches would go the distance, and you said that you believe the Sentinels versus Loud One will. And I feel like, Mike, I think both games will.
Yeah, fingers crossed for both.
Yeah,
that would have been me for sure. No shock to see Sentinels and Loud winning a Twitter poll.
People who don't think Genji and HyperX are going to go to 3, who do you think's going to 2-0?
Oh.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a tough call.
Probably Gen G.
I feel like probably,
Yeah,
but still, I feel like general fan sentiment has been very high on HyperX still.
Yeah, we won't have to wait long to find out. But first, let's find out today's map pool and check in with Victoria and our coaches.
All right, welcome to the first map select presented by OMEN of playoffs at Masters Madrid. Gen G, you are the higher seed as you came into playoffs 2-0 from Swiss. So would you like Team A or Team B?
Team B.
Team B. So HyperX, you will be Team A, and we will start with your first band.
Icebox.
Icebox, your band?
Sunset.
Sunset. And map number 1 from HyperX?
Split.
Split. Side on split.
Attack.
Attack. And map number 2?
Lotus.
Lotus. Side on Lotus.
Attack.
Attack. Next set of bands starting with HyperX, you have Ascent, Bind, and Breeze.
Band Breeze.
Band Breeze. Your band, you have Ascent and Bind.
Oh no. 이게 Band Bind.
Band Bind. Map number 3 by default is Ascent. HyperX, side on Ascent.
Attack.
Attack. All right, good luck to you both.
Thank you.
Well, we've seen these maps already when they played against each other last time, not in the same order, and Amimi Split is going to come up first, the one that HyperX did actually manage to win.
Yeah, for Split, honestly, that's a map I don't have too many questions about. Both these teams play very sane comps. They've both been rocking with the double duels. I think what we should be fixating on this series is Lotus, because HyperX have struggled to figure that map out. We were talking about it earlier, Mike, but last time they played that double duelist, double controller with no Viper, no Killjoy, they got ripped to pieces by K-Core, and K-Core is excellent at Lotus. But I think that map, to me, is the pinnacle of where HyperX is still trying to find themselves, where they don't have a comp that really works. I think that weakness in the map pool could really be exploited today.
Absolutely agree with that. I mean, it was a real head-scratcher to see the way that they played that comp as well. It wasn't as if, we've got the Sky, we're going to front-load some of these rounds and be hyper-aggressive, guarantee that we're in our sights, let the Astra kind of flourish it in a post-plant scenario, but it's a bit concerning if they don't change that up. But the next question then becomes, where do they go again? Have they now had the time to re-prep? We know HyperX can turn around comps very, very quickly, but it just feels like such a big gap between where they were versus KC and where they need to be to make Lotus not a glaring concern in their map pool.
I will also say, though, Alex in the press conference, he said the Lotus comp that they did end up coming out with against KC, it was a Hail Mary. He was like, we are struggling.
That's just so terrifying to hear, though.
We had to do something, and it was a good enough.
And no, it wasn't. Quite frankly, it wasn't. They got rolled by Karmine Corp, and I don't think the comp was good. But the thing is, it's HyperX, and I hate to say that because I love to be the person like, oh, they're not playing good comps, they're gonna lose. They're the team that's off. But the thing is that this team, seemingly, even when they have that hole, the maps that they have no business winning, they continue to win at this event.
And that's the thing. That's the hot topic right now. Is like, oh, you guys keep down HyperX, and they always end up getting themselves.
Because it's the logical thing to do.
It's the logical thing to do, but they are the team to defy logic.
Yeah.
I just that Lotus comp is the one that's a bit out the window. Sure. In my eyes, that's a little too far past it to really justify. But also not taking nothing away from Karmine Corp being a fantastic Lotus team. Maybe it was exposed, exponentially more so than another team.
I want to pull out from the map veto for a second and just talk about this rematch. I mean, first of all, yes, he's correct. But also for Gen G, think about what this would mean. If they could beat HyperX a second time, for so many of those players, it's their first time on an international stage. It's their biggest match ever. They made it to playoffs when so many people doubted them, and now they're again playing basically the kings of their region. If they could beat them a second time here in Madrid, make it into the upper finals, guarantee a top 3 spot at their first global tournament, that would be an incredible moment for this squad.
Yeah, I think as well, when you think about teams and their first step onto the international stage or players individually, you talk about kind of validations, what does it, and claiming an international veteran like HyperX would be the second leg to closing out the grand finals regionally versus them in my eyes.
Yeah, I'm looking at the fan votes here. Gen G fans, where are you at? Also, shout out to Ulysses, by the way, who's currently hyping out the Gen G fans and the HyperX fans as well. But where do you guys sit with here? Are you 11% feeling like Gen G?
I think Gen G's going to win today. I feel like they're favored in this matchup. I think especially looking at this map pool, seeing that Lotus has made its way in.
Yeah.
Gen G have just been so consistent throughout 2024. Their players have been stepping up to a new level, and it really feels like at some point the HyperX magic won't be able to work anymore.
This is the thing, it comes back to the same old for me. My heart says HyperX, my head says Gen G,
Yeah.
unfortunately. I think as well, if some of these individuals on Gen G continue their performance or even, start improving on the performance we've seen far, bubbling up with the tournament now coming into playoffs, a little bit more prep time, that's a real concern for HyperX if they're going to try and pull out some comp changes or really switch up the way they've been playing, if they've gone into that level of detail of the games we've seen already here in Madrid.
Yeah, but that's the thing. We do have also another curse. We got the 9-3 curse. We have a few curses in this tournament. But whenever there's a rematch, whenever that happens, it does feel like the team that's lost before is somewhat favored going into it again.
Yeah, there certainly is.
Yeah.
I think there's a pressure to do more, to improve, to look back on that match and learn from it. And HyperX is a lot better than then. The individuals have stepped up. They've gotten closer to finding their identity again throughout this tournament. I think that this is a moment for HyperX that if they can dispatch Gen G here, make it on forward, this is finally the game where it can kind of dispel the doubts that everyone has had around this team, around if they can do it again, on if they just have to rely on these hero plays, especially if they can do so dominantly or in 2 against Gen G, which I think will be really tough against a good opponent.
I don't think this is a 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's any world where that happens, but if they can come out here and get a confidence win, not only is that people looking at them better, but for themselves, right? They're still rating themselves a 6 out of 10.
Exactly.
They're still low confidence. I
They're
think
always
they
a
need
10
a
out
win
of 10
today.
to me. Always.
No bias on the desk here at all. But no, I absolutely agree. I think as well, it's really telling to hear HyperX talk the way they haven't spent these last few days trying to reinvent the wheel almost, because that's the level of extreme I think they need to go to hear Alex saying W Gaming's run its course, we need something else, now's the time to pull it out.
And as you said, Mimi, this might just be the one that actually gives them the confidence that they need. We are down to our final 4 teams. So let's get the playoffs started. It's Gen G versus HyperX and Sentinels taking on Loud. Day 6 of Masters Madrid starts right now.
What's up? Hello.
Dap each other up real quick.
What?
High five each other real quick.
I remember playing against you guys in scrims back in Iceland.
Yeah.
It's been a while since
It's been a hot minute. Yeah.
I remember you guys were insane back then. I'm super happy you guys are here representing the NA with us. It's good for a change.
Nobody is standing in Loud's way as Loud make their way to the playoffs easily.
Com certeza, acho que essa última partida foi o nosso pico de performance até agora no nosso time novo.
Sentinels have done it! Sen City here to play!
At this point, everyone wants to beat us. So far, it hasn't worked out for them, and I don't think it will.
Cara, a adaptação do QCK tá sendo muito boa. Eu acho que ele nasceu para jogar com o duelista.
QCK, he just slaughtered VDG!
At the end of the day, anyone can take it and win it. It's Valorant, so
it's true.
Just who plays better that day.
나도 선글라스 꼈는데?
자, 근데 원태가 되게 깔끔하고 좋은
깔끔한데 이 선글라스가 저팔계.
안 돼, 상범형.
Can we win the Masters between me and Gen G? I mean, definitely. And even if we don't make it far, I hope they do win the trophy for us, for the Asia Pacific League.
Last game against Gen G was a pack final, and we didn't
managed to win.
이제 플레이오프에 진출이 원래는 첫 목적이었는데.
Gen.G, this team looks scary. Valakia, it is a return to greatness.
너무 이루게 돼서 기쁜 것 같고 남은 경기도 이제 잘 준비해야 할 것 같습니다.
I can't believe it! HyperX keeping hope alive!
Monyet played very well, especially with his calls and stuff. Like he's very confident, unlike the previous matches. I'm very proud of him. Our new kid in the block is ready. You're not gonna meet the same HyperX.
일단 저희가 이제 딱히 증명해야 될 필요는 없는 것 같고요. 그냥 네, 뭐 무시당할 그것도 없는 것 같아요.
No confiaron, pero míralo. Llego con los míos y la grada explota. Le di la razón al que me quiso ver bien. Lo soñé en mi habitación y ahora en primera me ven. No te hablo del avión, vine por mi cinturón. No confiaron, pero míralo. No confiaron, pero míralo. Llego con los míos y la grada explota.
We've seen this matchup before, and last time Gen.G became the king of Pacifics. But this is a different stage, and a stage that HyperX have conquered over and over again.
These teams, they have faced in Pacific, but then that was Gen.G proving themselves for their first time. People could write that off as an upset, as a one-time run, but now they're here in Madrid. They've done it again. They've made it to playoffs. They have another chance. I think if they can beat HyperX today, they can cement themselves as the best team from Pacific coming into this event, as a team who could compete for that title. But they're up against a HyperX that no matter how logical you think about them, no matter what you think is going to happen with this team, they always surprise. They always find that miracle, and that's what makes playing them so damn scary.
Yeah, HyperX is the definition of any given Sunday, really, of what you get on the day, especially now we're thrown into the mix of potentials for composition changes to come out. HyperX looking back at their previous performances, not feeling fantastic about it. Gen.G now don't necessarily have a very familiar opponent in that regard.
What other team will play a comp for the first time after scrimming it once and then show up and look terrible in the first half, win in the second? Not to the same level. Not to the same level, though, man. They show up, they make a miracle happen, and then you'll talk to them after and like, yeah, we just weren't feeling it. They're ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, on the veins of Na'Vi, Angel, he does currently hold the record for the most agents played in a single tournament, but Forsaken is one away. If he just whips out a seventh, a different agent
play
here,
I mean, we see, yeah, we see the map
in half the amount of maps too, because Angel did it in 21.
Oh, okay, okay.
So maybe that is the key. Like you guys said, Forsaken, he has been creating a lot of the stuff here, and at least individually, Mike, he's been doing well. He's on form.
Yeah, definitely. I think just to double on from that, the real test for Gen.G would be as well, if HyperX do completely, especially the fact that we're starting where we are, to start on split. If that composition gets changed, it'll be another validation for Gen.G to come out, obviously prep out the window and just perform bread and butter Valorant, which they've shown time and time again. They've looked very, very clean so far here in Madrid in terms of curveballs coming their way. If they can do that versus a team like HyperX that are willing to just kind of push all in on a comp first time, bringing it out on international stage, massive, massive bounce.
The thing is, normally when we say that on a desk or on a cast about, oh, you have to do it against HyperX, that's the exception. Gen.G is used to that. They've played this team twice before. They know about the chaos, and they've adapted to it very well. We're in Agent Select. and it's standard for once in a PaperX game.
Standard?
It's
No,
double
standard?
duelist
Question
style.
mark?
It's the old standard from last year.
Yeah.
Teams have moved away from this, but it is still a good comp that I think works very well to these teams' play styles.
Yeah, and I guess as well, abandoning the madness that was the Yoru comp as well, coming out from the split, which was the iteration that Gen G played against last time in the regional finals.
I'm looking in this matchup at the head-to-head between the rookies, Monyet, and on the
Absolutely.
other side, out from Karon. Both those guys have come out in their debut international tournament and looked incredible. They're both on the run for one of the best rookie performances we've seen.
And probably been the two loudest on the stage as well.
Yeah, well, let's get this Pacific Showdown underway and send it over to your casters, who's been very familiar with the journeys of these two teams. It's Mitchman and Tom Biz.
Thank you so much, Insu, and our fantastic analyst desk. Yes, we're pretty familiar with these teams, as I'm sure
They played
are.
EDG, right?
Yeah, oh yeah. But, you know, we heard it from the desk. The only thing harder than beating a team once is beating them twice. PaperX know that from EG over at Champs. Now it's an opportunity for them to give Gen G a lesson in that very same thing.
Well, that's the thing. I kind of want to touch on what Mike said earlier, where it's like a head over heart sort of situation. I also think it's mind over mental, because the way that PaperX play is insane. So you kind of have to almost center yourself. We've seen teams do that throughout the tournament so far. The other problem for these teams as well is, yes, they've played each other before, but as it was sort of said in the interview there, like the video we saw just before, they would both like it if Pacific were able to win. They have never managed to win an international event, and it's almost cruel that they get pipped against each other. The only good thing is they won't have to eliminate each other because one of them goes down and one of them goes forward. That's the only sort of saving grace for now, but it does mean that you're almost wanting to just, okay, both teams play their best so that whoever goes forward is going to be able to match up against America. So I think most people at the moment are favoring in this tournament.
Yeah, it definitely feels like fan sentiment, and even from what we've seen, Sentinels have just looked unchallenged throughout this tournament. Other teams have had shakier starts, but
also you saw what Loud did in their last game. I'd be scared of them just as much.
Well, you know, talking about this map in particular, we're going to see Split popping up. And actually, for the whole series, Split, Lotus, and Ascent, the first three maps of the BO5 that they played regionally, that Gen G won dominantly. Now, the reality is, coming into Split, Tom, it's not exactly the same, because PaperX before, they were running Forsaken on a Yoru. Himself and Something were diving in, taking so much space, and winning almost all of their opening duels. I think it was 13-4, correct me if I'm wrong, where Gen G just got demolished on this map. So for PaperX, I understand why they've come in and changed their comps. Like we say, the hardest thing is to beat them twice. So they're bringing a new comp and a new philosophy on how to handle Split. Question is, will Gen G be able to deal with it this time, now that there's nothing spooky going on?
It also seemed like, at least for PaperX, once their comp was figured out, they were like, okay, let's change this one. We lost the EDG. We need to actually try and fix the things we've got going on. The thing is, though, the same can be said for their opponent, because we saw Gen G come in, switch into this composition, and just look incredible. Like, the double duelists especially, the only change they made was OMEN in for Astra, just to allow them to be a bit more explosive. But I just remember that defensive half of Texture and Meteor. I think they both ended up with 22 kills. Both were the best player in the server. It was like going toe-to-toe all the way through. So it is one of those matchups, as boring as it is, where we are just going to go the duelists of the pinnacle. Like, these are the players we have to watch. The amount of times that PaperX would have just got absolutely banged if it wasn't Forsaken just having life games. But the thing is, it's every time he plays Split, he has a someone else's life game. It's not a Forsaken life game. It is, okay, for anyone else, that would be the best game they've ever played. Unfortunately, he does that every week.
Well, we talked about this on the desk. I heard Mimi say, well, okay, if you think it's going to be 2-0, who is the team to 2-0 it here? And actually, looking at the veto, right, Split last time went to PaperX, Lotus was super close. I mean, if we go based on what we saw in the past, maybe the foundations are there for them to take that 2-0, but I'm expecting a three-mapper between these two teams. The best of the best. Pacific #1 and Pacific #2, and it's time to throw down as the barriers go up on Split.
Yeah, and it's looking like we're going to get a brawl to start things off. Both teams with the majority of their players set up outside this A site. They both run pistols in this direction before. Good nade coming out of Forsaken already, and Something, and Mindfreak peeking off the back of it. They're going to be stuck in the corner early on. This is a great start for PaperX.
And Munchkin's in danger as well. He tried to jump away. The Boombot was chasing him. Munyet caught him. And for Gen G, 2 versus 5, barely any damage done. At least they've still got the spike. But they have to hope for some serious mistakes at this point. The PaperX go running forward, or even rotate, assuming that it's a B hit. But you can see there's no real need for panic on the defensive side. They're just going to hunker down and wait for Gen G to take a step forward and give them the first pistol round win.
Yeah, I think the scary prospect as well is that on this map in particular, we have seen some sort of rougher attack sides out of Gen.G. Obviously, that is helped a little bit by having that Omen instead of the Astra. But other than that, it's an absolutely flawless start to this one. Now, as said, expectations for HyperX is this is the map that they'll win. If it's going to happen in this series, I think the next two I would favor to Gen.G, even more so because of the fact that we saw recently on Lotus the changes to the comp for HyperX, and I'll be honest, I didn't like it. It didn't look good. So this is the map that I feel like HyperX have to win. The problem is, throughout this tournament, I've said that, and then they've won the other map. Because that's just how they are. They just manage to adapt. They have the individual players that sometimes they can just frag through a map. And that is rare. Like, it is very difficult to have people that are on that level.
At least from the games we've had, Tom, it has been an insane percentage of teams trading out their own map picks, losing your pick and winning your opponents. Gen.G, they've not got off to a great start, and as the push comes in, okay, actually they're getting close. The pressure's kind of being applied to Munyet now, blinded up, he's taken down. Okay, it's not a bad start at all for Gen.G, gaining some ground, now winning some more fights. With heals up, okay, it looks like they've tidied it up eventually, but that got very scary for a moment.
I would love to see Forsaken's POV in that, because what it looked like he did was jump down from the heavens with an outlaw in hand and try and face their entire team. Now, that would be ridiculous to even attempt, but
crazy. But do you know who he is?
Yes, I do. He just lost his gun. It's now been given to something, and he's bought a judge to replace it. So that, again, if you're talking about Forsaken, he's basically answered the question himself.
Well, it looks like we're going to be using that dash very early on for something. He's getting aggressive. Wall goes up. He's ahead of it. Looking to take someone down. He got the shot off. 10 HP left on Meteor, but that's the one problem. If you're the one taking contact with that outlaw, you're not going to kill the player.
Sky.
You need to get out.
That's the thing. They can just heal him back up, so that it's actually not that problematic for what was an early battle. You can already see heading over in that direction. Munya is going to get aggressive as well. Bear in mind, this purchase is fairly weak for HyperX. Normally you'd see a rifle or two in the mix, but this is just SMGs. It can work, more so on Split than probably any other map. This crossfire is fairly nasty, but that's the thing I've really enjoyed about Gen.G. They've been methodical. They've been careful throughout this tournament. They are not one of those teams that are just aggressively running in and blitzing their way through rounds. They can. They have the skill to do it, but they're always, especially in these sort of rounds, very careful.
And it looks like caution's paid off for them. Whatever noise they made on A has sold it to HyperX, who are now running the gamble on an A stack. Of course, there's an outlaw there that could be retrieved. I doubt it even will be. It's quite far up, and the player that will pick it is in heaven, because that spike plant should be coming down in a little bit. HyperX, hear no noise, see nobody here. There's a flash still on Divide that could be used to clear outside of it, but this late on in the game, you're just going to sit there, hope they dive into you. And as we can see, they've gone to the exact other side of the map. So for HyperX, you know, it's hard to get back into a site with these weapons as well, especially a site like this where pretty much every fight on the way in is long range.
See, normally you talk about, okay, maybe going down to the spike or just trying to hold for exits, but I am waiting for Forsaken to attempt to try and blast back through something, and already Mind Freak taking a lot of control. Now, Texture in a fairly solo position. There's a chance. There's the blast packs already, and there's the judge. Exactly what Forsaken does. He got a rifle, but it's very short-lived. Well held by Gen.G, even with a little bit of chaos.
Yeah, I mean, they spread themselves out there. Lots of space, so even when that judge gets up close, he's only getting the one, and it's an immediate drop. The rest of the players easy to deal with when you've got that kind of weaponry advantage and you're not caught out of position. 2-1. It's a fairly bog standard start to the game. Pistol win for HyperX, follow up, and then they lose. I mean, the one thing that we'll say is that maybe that third round could have seen a bit more damage out of that side. But again, they did gamble on a site. It didn't work out. This is what happens. The opportunity, though, to deal that damage here as we get the operator out on something right away. And the shot is not landed. Munyet good for one and drop the B site under threat. But Gen.G back off. The whole time they've been leaving Meteor outside of A to catch a rotation. He hasn't found one. But one can assume that rotation's going on through the spawn right now if you're Gen.G. They don't know that Mind Freak's still very much close.
Yeah, they also flash mid on the defensive side. So they have the information that there was no one there. So they're able to gamble an early rotation in towards this A site. Forsaken still with the judge, is just going to make sure he keeps control in mid, but it's slightly more stacked up than you might expect. The only problem is he might get caught. He's switching between utility. Finally, will pull the gun out, but the aggression of his teammate gets absolutely nothing. And well, there is the floor of the judge. Not going to find anything more, and for something, I hope to God he's going to save.
It's not the round you want to see him throw his life away for, is it? A 1v3 with the op, possible, winnable, but not to be. If he had a few more kills along the way, a few more orbs picked up, something like that, maybe risk it with the Blade Storm, but even then, the op is just so expensive. Doesn't want to throw it out. And for Gen G, I think they're sort of realizing that they heard the op earlier on, right? They know that it's in play right now. So they're gone spread out. Already sending Munchkin to try and find this player, and based on the time, it looks like he might be safe. They'd have to start hightailing it in that direction now. So an op for the next round, but just look at the credits on HyperX. It's not like they're going to be able to fully recover into a standard buy. I think the pendulum's kind of swinging in Gen G's favor now at 2-2. Economy's under their control, and ults will come online soon.
Yeah, and as I said, when we saw them play against EDG, they had a really stellar, aggressive, and confident defensive side. So I think for them, any sort of grinding out of these early rounds is going to be really important. Sure, you're still going to have an operator onto something, which alone can be enough to cause issues in the round. But as I said, they've been methodical. Their utility's been good. They instantly had a snake bite that went through to deny him that early aggression. It's expected at this point. By the looks of things, they may even just be going for an early A take. They are all set up outside.
I liked what I saw last round. I don't know if you caught it in the replay, Tom, but a fist bump into a high five. Let's see how many high fives there are for Gen G after this one. They've got a lot of space, but that flash was perfect. Deadly from Divide, and he's managed to slip away towards the elbow. Another fight. And he's actually got a teammate in there. I don't know if they've seen Forsaken, but they certainly have now at heavy cost. Smokes are down, but so too are the majority of HyperX players. It's only something left, but he has that op. The 1v2 he didn't go for. The 1v3, it's tempted him. It's pulled him in for the fight. He hasn't found them to start off, though, and that dash already halfway up. Wants to close the distance. So many tough angles, tight angles to clear with this op in hand. And no idea there's a player up top. He's checking the right angle. What a shot! But Lakia was close by, ready for that play. A third round found for Gen G. They're running away with this early game.
Yeah, still a close round for what was invested. That was a decent stack up in the early stages for HyperX, just basically having the majority. And somehow managing to dodge some shots that I don't really know how they did, but bringing it down to just one player surviving, keeping that economy a little bit more honest for Gen G. And, well, you see the danger of how fast this man is with the operator. The problem, though, is he's not going to be able to have it for this round. They didn't have the extra finances and the quick trading. Again, the fundamentals of Gen G, sublime.
1 kill, 1 death as well, so he's still 2 away from a Blade Storm. So we're down to just that rifle. But as we said, ultis were coming online. We saw the Seekers used by Lakia, finding a lot of information. This time around, HyperX have theirs, but also a showstopper online. That's a big weapon to have in the back pocket of Forsaken, and could play a role later on in the round. For Gen G, you can see their spread. This is a full default play. At this point, they're expecting HyperX to make some adaptations and to throw out some of that signature early round aggression. Still hasn't happened, though. They're happy to bunker down and wait for that push to come through. And like I said, the other problem here, Gen G have a lot of credits built up. If HyperX lose this round, it's going to be a skyrocket.
Oh, maybe when. That's not the start they were looking for. 2 players down immediately. Forsaken's been a hero before, but down to just 5 HP. That's not really going to work too well for them. And the Seekers went towards mid, but also in towards the A site. The realization's there eventually. Mindfreak can win this battle. It could be huge. I don't think they're going to expect him. It's such an obscure position to be in, but then it's almost revealed. Divide, though, has done well. Bringing back 2 kills. The spike left. Just about making it to the site, and it is going to bait in. Nice work from the side of Munchkin, teaming up with Texture. It leaves this man who did get healed up early in the round. As I said, he's been ever so devastating. Showstopper might just be able to clear, shoots it into the Viper's pit, but actually, Munchkin's just teamed up with his teammate. He's just left it. Doesn't even mind about the pit. I don't know if Forsaken realized it, but it doesn't even matter. Loses the fight to his counter raise, and the march continues on for Gen G.
Gen G are having a field day right now. Like I mentioned, the economy was in their favor. The ults that were there for HyperX burned up in that round to try and gain some semblance of an advantage. And Divide did incredibly well. In his position, he stayed down in screens, waited for the swing out with the player Munchkin up top, almost sacrificing himself because he's so out in the open. They swung to try and trade him, and Divide had that beautiful off angle to just rip them to shreds. We're seeing elements of that team play there from HyperX. We're seeing individuals win some of their fights, but it's not enough right now. Gen G have come locked and loaded with a huge lead to start. I mean, it's doubled the rounds, but it's the economy that's really the problem for me. You've got players 7K, 5K, 5 and above is average for the Gen G side right now. HyperX, they're going to be on stingers, weaker weapons, no ultis to fall back on. It ain't looking great off rip. Already, Gen G have found the same number of rounds they did last time they played HyperX here.
Yeah, I said it's looked like a different beast. I think they're a team that have done really well with the coaching staff. Someone as legendary as Solo, I don't think you're ever going to have the same mistakes twice. This guy has been around the block multiple times, and even just giving him a moment to talk here is going to be beneficial for them. Mindfreak off to a bit of a slow start as well, but also it is just reliant on those individuals a lot of the time. I think we saw some of the statistics posted earlier is like, you compare the 5v4 conversion, Gen G, I think it's like 70-something%. For HyperX, it's only like 60-something. But then they have a higher 4v5 because they have those individuals that can turn rounds on their head. It's not the greatest stat you want to have ever because you'd rather just be winning the rounds outright. But they need some of those heroes to come online because they've been okay, but it's not been enough to take rounds off Gen G.
Haven't seen the numbers of clutches from Gen G versus HyperX, but HyperX also do very well in those late rounds. Players like Forsaken previously bailed them from so many situations. Now, weaker weapons, like we said, and close range surprise factor is probably the best way to find value. Mindfreak has at least picked up one, but Karen is making this one look easy. 3 kills already under his belt, 40 HP, and he's tucking in the corner. It looks like he's going to get this one easily with Mindfreak drop. That's his 4th kill of the round. A confidence builder if ever I've seen one. And that's the last thing that HyperX wanted to give to their opponent. Again, not talking about them losing the round. That's expected. It's the amount of players still alive on Gen G. They're farming credits by the minute, but something has picked up one more. 3 to go. One hell of a play if he made it. And it ain't going to happen. Look at that firing squad down below.
Yeah, I think against any other team, maybe it'd have a chance, but Gen G have been so good just playing off of each other, trading effectively, and they don't even lose another member of the squad. 5 and 2, and I love the sort of switch up in tempo, especially in these anti-eco rounds. They're not allowing their opponents to really figure out anything that's going on. You had the instant TP to the back of site, information clearing things out, the rest of the team quickly execute, and Karen actually sticks around. He just keeps the spot, keeps the control. Doesn't allow anybody to get too far ahead, and he even takes himself 4 kills while he's at it, so why not?
This is definitely where on the side of HyperX you start to feel that mental pressure applied. Defense has been tested again and again. They failed the test again and again. 5 in a row for Gen G, and now ultis are there. Showstopper fired off, and Munyet had no chance. No smokes for the way back through. No paranoia to play with. Still some flashes on Divide, but HyperX set up with a man disadvantage on a retake seconds into the round.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy to get back in here. As said, they're not bad in these 4v5s, but Gen G are even better in the 5v4s. Opener, again, Karen takes down another Forsaken, trying his best, but he's almost dead. It is, and well, Lackey and Meteor combined might be one of the fastest rounds we've ever had in the VCT. That was so quick from Gen G. And you could just see, the more the confidence build, the faster these takes are getting. Gen G are getting opener after opener. They've used a couple of ults, but they're also able to stagger them. Like you're talking about, Showstopper used this round. Last round they used From the Shadows to get the same sort of information. Although that's already back online.
Yay, oh wow, huge.
Hey, got them the spaces around prior. And then Kara got 4 kills. That's why it's back online.
Well, this has to be a crushing one for HyperX off rip. Because again, they're left to weaker weapons in theory, but they've actually managed to mix a buy with light shields and full shields on something because he doesn't need a weapon. He's got 5 knives locked and loaded. We'll see what he can do with those. But the reality is, yeah, the momentum is very much in Gen G's favor. The economy is riding high after several reinvestments. Just take a look at the credits on that right-hand side. It's looking pretty for a number of rounds to go, maybe for the rest of this half. Still possible for a 6-6 scoreline, but it has to start here with a much better defense. Now, we talked about some aggression from this HyperX side, seeing it early on in rounds. So with a minute left on the clock, they're going for it. Good paranoia, but the fights don't go their way. Gen G winning out every single one. There's no competition, Tom. Barely a lick of damage done, and what is negated by the heal. This is a disaster. Something might be able to save them. He's made big plays before with the Blade Storm. There's one! And not two! Damage, but no kills.
Oh! Munya has a chance. Somehow this has come back into a winnable scenario. Just needs to hit the bullet. Oh, that's so unfortunate. A nice try for the new man on the block. I didn't think there was any way that that round was going to become competitive. But somehow Munya made it close. The thing is, though, again, you just have to give props to Gen G. Like, the beginning of this round, they were so ready. They had their whole team just waiting in mid, ready for that push to come through. And sure, the utility from HyperX was good onto a couple of the players, but the deeper players were so ready for that push to come in. It ends up being quite an easy fight. Yo, not even close, guys! Not even close!
Yeah, like I said, you know, there was no chance of them losing that clean. I thought something would be the hero, but Munyet, they complimented his calling and his play in the video we saw earlier, and I can see why, if he's fragging out like that. But again, close but no cigar. 7-2, Gen G finding next to no struggles. Close opportunity for HyperX to clutch it, and this could have looked very different, but instead, they're on an eco. They've already lost something. Stingers to play with. Sheriff on Forsaken. And Texture's got confidence for days. He sees an eco and he's diving down into vents after them.
The thing is, they've got so much control towards mid that they have to just be wrapping out from another position. But look how passive the players are. They know that there's going to be weaker weaponry, so they're just not giving them any of the close range fights. Powering up from above, there's not really an easy way to kill him. Maybe there is. Somehow Munya got past all the defenses. Even still, though, this post-barn looks strong. Nade still available. They've been taking these sites so quickly that they've had no problems just having late utility. Wow, the time almost looks like it's gone. Trying to bait some space, but it's all too easy for Gen G. Another 3-man player surviving. 8-2 on the board. And this is HyperX's map. They have lost 8 rounds in a row. Other than the pistol in second round, they have achieved nothing.
It's hard to think about. Even the round that was close, Tom, it comes on the back of the player needing a 4K to get it across the line. It's not what you want to see. Early on in a series, on a map that previously Gen G got absolutely obliterated on within their region. Now they come to the international stage and...
They might do one better.
Yeah, 13-4 us, well 13-2 you. An opportunity here at least to shut down the first and the second. Munyet does well, Rockets on point. And with Lakia down, it looks like HyperX are set to finally put another round on the board. Long have they waited. It's Karen to try to challenge, and he got an opportunity, but it was shut down eventually by something with only one standing. It's an easy win. 8-3, HyperX finally back on the board, but hell of a distance yet to go.
Yeah, and again, it comes off some individual brilliance out of Forsaken. Definitely had support. I think he doesn't get that kill if it's not for Munyet being able to kill off the close player, but it's at least a breath of life. We've seen them have strong attacking halves before, so even a sort of 8-4 scoreline wouldn't be a complete death sentence. I'm looking at 2 operators on the attack, though. Obviously, it's something that can be dropped, but they are waiting for aggression here. And it's coming. It's coming.
They ain't waiting in the right spot, though. Those ops are elsewhere. And that mid control is going to be completely conceded. The golden gun on Lakia. Good to see him showing up. Really swinging. I think he's currently 12-6, 2 KD on the board, and a chance to push it even further at 8-3. HyperX tried a mid-push, got denied. Now it seems like they're caught 1 foot in the grave. They don't know whether to continue on that aggression or reset for the later play, and Gen G have not made a decision. With 1 minute 5 seconds on the clock, they don't need to rush. They're holding tight, waiting for HyperX to make the mistake.
They're so nervous of someone being within the smokes that are placed. Most of the time, those smokes are being put down by Munyet just to deter aggression, which is exactly what it's done. Texture, though, might have a fight. Because they're so passive, the operator could be so valuable here. There's no one on the backside once again, but the spike is looking to wrap around in the other direction. A peek out from something. Oh, I think Meteor's seen him, but won't matter too much for now. It's going to activate the dash, something goes peeking, but now I'm just looking at that timer. TP into the backside once more. It's been cleared out, so the spike will be able to go down. This almost has to be a complete retake.
Oh, nice shot by Lakia as well. There's his 13.
Spike drop.
An opportunity indeed with that spike down, 15 seconds left. It's time for Gen G to get a move on. Munchkin has to step out from that corner and he's being caught. They need a dive on that spike and get it planted, but HyperX are in their way. 4 rounds at the half. It's not a death sentence like you said, Tom, but certainly nothing to celebrate. This has been a strong performance from Gen G. Lakia leading the charge and plenty more left in the tank for this second half. You have to hope that HyperX have got something special planned on their attack, because this was a really, really rough scenario for them to have to fight back from.
Yeah, it is definitely a troublesome position to be here, but the fact is, there's definitely still opportunities. Even still, though, you said Lakia's performing. Let's hear from him now.
안녕하세요. 젠지 e스포츠 소속으로 활동하고 있는 라키아 김종민이라고 합니다. 무엇보다 플레이오프에 진출하게 돼서 행복한 것 같습니다. 일단 첫 스타트가 되게 힘들었었고 오늘 또한 첫 경기 자체는 되게 힘들었는데 그거를 잘 극복해내서 좋은 모습 보여줘서 기쁜 것 같고요. 이제 플레이오프에 진출이 원래는 첫 목적이었는데 너무 이루게 돼서 기쁜 것 같고 남은 경기도 이제 잘 준비해야 할 것 같습니다.
It leaves it down to just one player actually within the site. They have to go running in though. Karon might be able to just ruin their day, and that's exactly what he'll do.
먼치킨 선수가 젠지에 들어오게 되면서 저희 게임 스타일이나 그런 수준이 되게 올라갔다고 생각을 하고 그리고 이제 개개인의 실력 또한 이제 먼치킨 선수가 저에게 콜을 되게 많이 해주는 게 피드백을 많이 해주는 게 있는 것 같다고 생각합니다. 자신감은 늘 넘치고 우리는 준비되어 있고요. 그리고 이제 진짜 더 잘하는 모습과 더 좋은 모습을 보여드리기 위해 잘 저희가 준비해야 될 것 같습니다. 이제 플레이오프까지 진출하게 됐고 이제 또 경기들이 며칠 뒤에 올 텐데 그때까지 더 좋은 모습을 준비해서 저희가 이제 잘하는 모습을 보여드릴 수 있도록 할 거고요. 진짜 항상 응원과 격려해 주시는 팬분들께 너무 감사하고 팬분들을 위해 게임을 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Well, it was third time lucky for Gen G last time facing off against HyperX. Now fourth time fantastic, at least kicking off in that first half. 8-4 when we left you. And now it's time for Gen G to close this map out. At least that's their mindset going in. HyperX, their attack side is about to be put to the test. And the big thing to write home about last time was something diving into sites. The thing is, he had a Yoru causing a lot of chaos for him. Now it's a little bit more conventional, but that's never the name of the game with HyperX. In he goes! Something's looking for a fight. Paranoia is perfect. Snakebite's even better. And with 1 HP, Lakia doesn't stand a chance. The rest of the squad comes in to save him, but they've ended up falling to a 3 versus 1 with Meteor left standing and his back wide open. That's a mistake! And it almost was a costly one too.
Yeah, the Munya needed to hit that headshot at the end. It looked like there was a realm where Meteor managed to turn that back. Even still, though, it is the pistol round for HyperX, and that is the thing. Even with this compositional change, the thing that it adds is, firstly, you're going to have that Paranoia available for Munya to sort of set them up in, as we saw at the beginning of that round. But also, it just almost, we're going to continuously see the switch up of who's going in first. So you're going to have Forsaken sometimes taking space for something, maybe if he has that operator in hand, and something in that round taking space for Forsaken. They are a deadly duo, whether the Yoru's there or not.
Oh, there's a reason that they went to this comp after all. Nice shot by Meteor. Opportunity for more, and he's landed that shot as well. Forsaken's very low, a big help to any teammates that end up taking that fight. We may talk about the Outlaw, but this man's making it work with the Marshall, the cheaper weapon. And okay, an opportunity if they had have spotted the player in the corner. Munyet, though, able to deliver the killing blow. Mind Freak fell to a snake bite after being... Oh! What is that push from Meteor? You will rarely see a man with the gall or the gumption to do such a thing. Karon, 1 versus 2. A serious opportunity. Yes, he's far away, but that might mean by the time he gets here, he could pick up a weapon.
It depends, though, because HyperX, that's the thing. The blitz plays of HyperX have been so fast that there's actually still loads of time. They don't need to over-aggress. They've just thrown out the guiding light, the flash to get them a little bit of extra information. Still no weaponry found. Now, Karen does have himself a paranoia. He's brought up his full belt of utility. If he can somehow isolate one of these jewels, for now at least, it seems like he's waiting for that site to be taken. Smoke will give that away, the spike being planted, and now he can look to try and see if there's any gun to be had, and, well, there you have it.
Thank you, Yeti. Yeah, we've got a Bulldog to play with, 100 HP, a Paranoia still online, both smokes. Timing is key, and they swung him together. That's a 3-2-1, perfectly on cue. They won the round, Tom. 3 players down. This definitely isn't how they would have wanted to start it. And when I add to that it's a Marshall headshot, okay, what can you do? And another Marshall headshot from a guy pushing a smoke close range, using it like a shotgun. That's not going to feel great. And the other player died to a snake bite. So, few kind of random engagements that ended up, well, rocking the boat a little bit for HyperX. We'll see how they recover.
When the thing is as well, the player you really don't want those alls to be going over to is Meteor. 3 away from the Blade Storm, even just a bit of damage in this round, and he'll have something for the next. Now, this purchase from HyperX has players now fairly low on cash. You've got Forsaken and Mindfreak down at 150 credits, so for the next round, they might be in a little bit of trouble. Forsaken, though, he's just gone walkabouts. He's sprinting after Lakia, but he isn't going to be able to land the shot. And at least for now, it's only going to be the control that's lost for Gen G.
No heavy price tag associated with it. Down in vent, this is an uncouth hole. 2 players, and they're dropping in, landing on each other's head. It couldn't be easier for Lakia. Signed, sealed, and delivered to this man with the heel up for his teammate. Munchkin's going to be back up in fighting form, and in a 5v3, that's another nail in the coffin for HyperX. Tagged up a little on a ranged fight, and what an adjustment from Munchkin. Clinical, as now there's only 2 attackers standing. Their chances are looking pretty slim.
Yeah, he almost killed Devi through the screen as well, so he's going to be half HP entering the site. They don't even know that Munchkin's there. A perfect reposition. This might be a flawless return to form as Devi's the only man left standing. A 1v5 scenario. Talk about, can he do any semblance of damage? As said, they invested some extra credits into this round, so the next round's not exactly going to be pretty. Wouldn't normally talk about saving, but I think actually holding onto a gun here would have more value, and he's just been seen and knowing exactly where he is now. I imagine there's going to be pressure placed onto this man. Blast packs could be thrown in, but it's just going to be the entirety of the squad looking to just jump down upon him within those last few seconds. And well, it's not even needed. First one gets the job done, and Gen G will extend their lead.
5 players alive, you know, it's a little scary because it feels like since the very beginning of some of these halves, Gen G haven't had a problem when it comes to economy. And I think for this 6-9 scoreline, HyperX attack side, they get a decent buy out of it. And, you know, it might even seem weird if you look at the timeline. You lose the 3rd round after winning first 2. What's the issue? The issue is the damage done. 2 players alive coming out of both of those rounds. It meant constant reinvestment, and HyperX now left with a Stinger and a Sheriff. Light shields on most players. Some heavy disadvantages to play with, and that orb, well, I mean, it kind of has worked because Munchkin fell into it, but not doing exactly what they intended.
It's not going to cover up above. They've had to re-smoke it. Again, an explosive start to the round. Almost a kill. Well, I say almost. They've ended up with 3. This is exactly what HyperX does. These fast-paced plays into the site. As mentioned, this was a weaker purchase. They had some pieces missing with that Sheriff and Stinger. Now, though, you look towards the players of Gen G. In this 2v4 scenario, Flash is already going to reveal Texture's position. And they've spotted Karen as well. Although I say that, the peek out never really came in. The player behind the back of the site should have probably seen him. Now it gets a little bit more interesting. Space given to Texture, but it's both shots landed by Mindfreak. He's been quiet so far, but popping a couple of heads with the Sheriff isn't going to go amiss.
Well, this is definitely the time to wake up. You know, we gave the same caveat coming into the last half, and then Gen G ran away with it. But here, a challenge early on, and more importantly, a challenge with so many weaknesses on the board. I mean, this was a round where you have a couple of rifles, and what ends up winning it is a Stinger diving onto site, 2 kills out of a Sheriff to close the round out. Doesn't get much better than that. It was even a classic jumping around the corner to find one of those opening duels in elbow.
It's also now, you've talked about, it's 8 rounds in a row that were lost. An 8-2 scoreline. The difference is now just 2. That's how close HyperX have managed to bring this. Going onto their favored side, the B site under serious pressure. Half the team still waiting patiently. Karon's reposition. It's Sublime. He's managed to TP behind them. He gets away with murder. Brilliant from Karon. We talk about picking this player out of ranked. He's put the rank play into the pro play.
And it works. You know, sometimes you just got to throw out those curveballs. You're focused on so many different things. You don't think the Lunatic's going to be up top, but my goodness, what a reposition from him, and clearly one that wasn't expected on the other side. And again, we fall back into economy discussion around this squad. They've been sitting pretty, they've been looking fantastic. They were able to obviously rebuy in this round because of the damage done early on. And well, they only really needed one of those rifles by the looks of things. A timeout called by HyperX as they can now feel that it's getting very late into this game. We're at a stage where if Gen G picks up one more, they'll be knocking on victory's door. So, yeah, 17 and 14. He's had a great game, but I think that double kill from Munchkin, that tripled his kills.
Mindfreak.
I said Munchkin, sorry, I meant Mindfreak.
Yeah.
Munchkin's been doing well.
Yeah, Munchkin's going to triple his kills.
out.
That'd be impressive. But yeah, no, Mindfreak's definitely had a quiet performance. I also think something, though, like we talked about the duelists in this matchup, other than, I'd say, even Forsaken, they've actually all been a little bit underwhelming. It's been other players stepping up in this matchup, and I think that's really what we're seeing at the moment is the depth of both teams individually, but more so just that interplay. I think we're seeing much better fundamentals out of Gen G, and it's mostly been those explosive plays from HyperX, like going off the back of a paranoia, everybody diving in together, and you see if it's even a slight bit disjointed like that round, Karon just pulls out a crazy play and is able to win the round for them. 10-7, as you said, everything on the brink here. Seekers available. On the other side, a Bladestorm as well for Meteor, but I don't know if he'll use that in this round unless he sees the value. An immediate setup for the paranoia, but this is a ruse. The spike is over on towards B.
Costly ruse, perhaps. Forsaken. The decay is going to fade, but he's still half HP, and Munchkin finds it too easy to deal with him. One well-placed shot, and he's down and out. Now we need to see the return for Gen G as another is found. Something falls. 2 rifles still in play. Seekers still in play, and a few flashes here and there. 1, in fact, just on Devi. Not a lot for them to fight their way back through with utility, but it's this man's position that might get them something. He's found another with the weaker weapons. This man's an animal. Oh, he's being put down. And for HyperX, they look to take it elsewhere, but those steps are heard. Meteor's in position, unbeknownst to them. You might have her trail, but, well, it's a little more difficult to deal with her cleanly. Mindfreak, the last man standing, 1v3. And Munchkin's already spotted him. He's a known quantity with a flank underway. Munchkin just needs to buy some time, back off, and let his teammates take it. And gets this kill, he's got himself a Viper's Pit to play with. Or if he dies, I suppose.
That's the thing. He's literally just playing with him because he knows that flank is coming. I really love it. It was brought up by Lakia in the halftime interview that he believes that like playing with someone like Munchkin has brought a lot of depth to his own playstyle. And you can just see the intelligence even in this round. He literally just pulled Mindfreak towards him. He had no plans to fight him at any stage. Wants to just play the higher percentage play, and that's why Gen G have been able to convert a lot of these advantages. And for HyperX, a lot of the time I don't mind these gambles, but I feel like Forsaken has been one of the sort of glimmers of hope. So you were almost going, he has to get something, otherwise it's just now a push without him going into the site, and it didn't work with him.
You know, the thing is for HyperX right now, at an eye test, you might think it's not doom and gloom. 11-7, 4-round gap, it's not that bad. There's a chance for them to fight back, albeit here with weaker weapons, but they've looked good there. The problem is, they've won 4 of those 7 rounds off the pistol and follow-up. Like, the injection of rounds early half makes this look like a much closer game than it is, but Gen G have been dominating in rifle rounds. Now they've got 4 ultimates to fall back on, up against weaknesses, but no Lakia. A big opening kill for the side of HyperX, as Heaven could now be theirs. Gen G might start to panic, might make a mistake, and with Munchkin inside the smoke isolated, that might just be the mistake they were looking for.
Oh, this could be big! Oh. He actually switches away, and it's just going to be the shutdown, surely, from Meteor. He starts off the round and ends it as well. 12-7. This map looking over. As you said, in terms of buy rounds, we've barely seen anything. 3 of them, in fact. Well, guess what, Mitch? They need 5 in a row.
5 in a row, up against 4 ultimates, only the Bladestorm that's gone. Like, keep in mind, Gen G have a full buy with Seekers, with a Viper's Pit, with a Showstopper. from the shadows. And so that's a lot for this defensive side to close out this game. If you remove those ultimates, it looks like they'll close out the game because they're winning almost all of the buy rounds thus far. The closer rounds for PaperX have been individuals, and they need to show up individually and together. 5 in a row needed, and the challenge already underway.
Ooh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, he put down early utility to try and slow this push a little bit, but the fact is, he underestimated the pacing. Lakia in the corner, but they expect it. He's stuck in the mud. Good utility usage in this round. It leaves now Karen. He's had some magical plays, but they know exactly where he is. Well, it seems so. Munya goes bouncing past him. Now there is a flank, and no one really watching it, although it seems like Texture was doubting the player behind. Also a 1v1 taken, but it won't matter in the end. A 1 versus 5. Some serious mistakes needed, and Munyet's going to put him down immediately.
Okay, there it is. The start of the way back for this squad. They've actually managed to deal with the vast majority of the ultimates as well there, Tom. Gen G are left now with just a Viper's Pit. We listed all of them last round. They got used, they found nothing. So not only winning a buy round, but winning a stacked buy round in terms of ult economy. And they've still got some left to play with themselves. The Blade Storm can help out. The Pit can win rounds. And with 4 needed, Gen G are finally seeing some negative economic stake. Oh no, that peek from Lakia was not expected. Good flash too, and it's a double. He's got his teammate Meteor with him, and they're absolutely extinguishing the flame of PaperX's early fight. This squad's gonna have to go back and reconsider, surely.
Yeah, I like this. Just a direct counter. These A-side takes have been one of the major problems. Viper's Pit, although they might just about win 2 duels. A little bit dangerous, spamming. And because of that, being able to get rid of Meteor is a big pick, because that was looking like map control and a man advantage for Gen G. Instead, much more of a problem. And also bear in mind, Lakia is the only one who can't be healed.
I mean, that cam there is very important. Just seeing something clear the spawn, you see how much space they lost, because this Viper's Pit isn't just stopping a push, it's stopping all of PaperX's plans. Their plan was to blitz A. They get slowed, they get stopped, and now they have to go back and re-clear everything. Even if there's not a player flanking, if they're just pushed up in B main holding that aggro intel, you're going to find it very hard to actually dive in. Now, this TP is to B site. Up top, it's going to be broken last second with something down below, spotted and taken down. Gen G have the advantage. They're going to challenge Munchkin inside the pit. And what a mistake that was. Welcome to his world with Munyet, the last man standing, and a free kill presented. He's got 3 more to go.
15 seconds.
He's found the 4Ks in the past, Tom, but this would be exceptional. Good luck to you, and good night.
Yeah, it just wasn't enough there. And the fact is, the running through of that Viper's Pit with the spike, they needed to clear that man out immediately. It did not happen. A stellar map, losing both pistols and only losing 8 rounds. What a performance for the side of Gen G.
It's even more impressive considering Munyet on PaperX, a player that we've highlighted again and again, that was a big talking point, not just from the desk, but even from the team themselves when they were being interviewed. And he comes out fragging. The calls were good. We had some good fake plays, but at the end of the day, this was a Gen G map. 13-8 doesn't sell it. This was convincing. And now they move on to their pick of Lotus after this.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through Attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
When life hands you bad lemons, try and make lemonade. Easy on the sugar cane, switch it to agave. Gave it all I had, love. I can't do agape. My conditions written out. Take it up a God, hey.
You can pay me for my time though, and it all on the high note. I don't like to say goodbye. Found out I'm probably Irish.
Deep down, feeling down, hold a smile like it's all good. Seeking answers, all I found is.
If everybody jump right now with the world crack. Feel the bang in your head like it's whiplash. Can you feel that? All this back and forth to be free. But you can't tell me what's good for me. If everybody jump right now with the world crack. Feel the bang in your head like it's whiplash. Can you feel that? All this back and forth to be free. You can't tell me what's good for me. You can't tell me what's good for me. You can't tell me what's good.
Everybody moving scared, don't know what the answer is. Told myself I say the word, speaking like a prophet did. Shit just feel like stranger things, upside down and overwhelmed. Chaos just to set you free. Chaos just to set you free. Deep down, still in doubt, hold a smile like it's all good. Seeking answers, all I found is you. Look, man, I don't know nothing. I don't know nothing either. All I know, I'm doing what's right for me. That might not be right for you.
You can't tell me what's good for me. You can't tell me what's good for me. You can't tell me what's good for me. You can't tell me what's good. You can't tell me what's good for me. You can't tell me what's good for me. You can't tell me what's good. If everybody jump right now with the world crack. Feel the bang in your head like it's whiplash. Can you feel that? All this back and forth to be free. Cause you can't tell me what's good for me. If everybody jump right now with the world crack. Feel the bang in your head like it's whiplash. Can you feel that? All this back and forth to be free. Cause you
Hey guys, Mika Fabs here, and I'm with Solo and Jen here to help with some translation. So Solo, of course, a lot of teams talk about how HyperX is a very shocking team to play against if you don't know them well, but Gen.G does know them well. So how do you as a team dissect their style?
페이퍼렉스가 익숙하지 않으면 그 플레이 스타일에 상당히 당황하기 마련인데 좀 젠지 같은 경우에는 페이퍼렉스 스타일에 대해서 충분히 잘 알고 있고 잘 분석이 돼 있잖아요. 페이퍼렉스를 상대로 좀 어떻게 경기를 풀어나가려고 하셨나요?
일단 페이퍼렉스가 진짜 많이 공격적인 팀이다 보니까 피지컬을 앞세워서 게임을 많이 하는데 저희 또한 피지컬이 지지 않는다는 생각을 하고 있거든요. 그래서 저희도 역으로 저희도 공격적으로 하자는 식으로 많이 얘기를 많이 하고 있고요. 그런 게 좀 잘 되는 것 같아요. 네, 저희가 피지컬이 좀 더 좋은 것 같아요, 지금은. 네.
Of course, HyperX infamous for their W gaming, but I feel like Gen.G players can match up to their firepower as well, and I feel like we're shooting more heads too today. So we just came into this matchup with the mindset of, you know what, fight aggressive teams with aggressive attitude. Don't be afraid to take those fights, don't give them too much respect, and I feel like we're just having a really good day overall.
Yeah, it's looking really good for Gen.G, so thank you very much. Let's see if they can close this out.
It's not just a good day. They've had a great tournament so far. I'm Yingsu and I'm back here with Mimi and HyperX. You heard it from Solo there. They're confident. They're hitting their shots. They know how to deal with HyperX. And Mimi, it's not looking great on the other side.
Yeah, to be quite honest, I think that Gen.G looked like a better HyperX in this game, right? They had the ridiculous individual moments. They had the pop-ups, but they also had excellent fundamentals. You compare the info these two teams were getting on their defense with the Sky Util. Gen.G was always on point with the rotations, setting up reclears, swinging together, whereas HyperX looked like a team who was, you know, playing for the individuality.
Yeah, and the telling thing for me is Gen.G willing to step into that zone with HyperX, where, you know, you have the flood pretext or, you know, stacking up bodies and looking very aggressive engagements. Gen.G, we're getting down and dirty with them. I'm kind of coming out on top.
Yeah, you guys are hyped up the rookie, Karen, coming to this a lot, and here he is in the Verizon high-speed moment, round 17. I mean, you gotta check your corners, man. You gotta check it.
This is exactly the sort of scenario that I'm talking about, right? Making plays like this, getting ahead of this execute. You lose to HyperX when you allow them to execute onto you, come up, play very aggressive, and Karen, I mean, Tom nailed this as well in the cast. There's a sort of rank play that catches HyperX off guard, because they don't expect people to match their level of unorthodox.
I think that's exactly the point, right? They're used to teams playing back, cowering in fear, playing for flood retakes against a squad like this instead. Gen.G can give it to them. They're so willing to get proactive, to fight into these executes, and their site anchors were constantly staying alive, doing stuff like that, and actually buying time for the team to rotate over and help everyone out, which you contrast that to HyperX. Their players were trying to do the same thing, and they were getting owned by the executes.
Yeah, and you saw it in the vibes as well. After every round, they were giving it, they were shouting across the stage. And on the other side for this, for HyperX, as we take a look in the AIM Lab shoot-around, Monyet, again, he was kind of one of the players we were really looking forward to watching, but what else has he got?
I mean, he was looking pretty deadly at the start of this map here. Again, super aggressive, almost like in the pistol round he forgot he was put onto the Omen. Still on the race for some reason, jumping in. But there's just a number of situations where you're looking here, and I was talking about, you know, some of the aggressive plays that HyperX made. They felt very disjointed. It felt like it came down to one person delivering at the end of that sort of play, as opposed to the typical HyperX, too strong on the front line, fragging together.
And I think that's exactly it, right? Like, this is a team that can rely on those moments against lesser teams, can rely on those moments against a team that's not familiar with them, but Gen.G knows them so damn well. They're used to dealing with these individual plays and not letting it get past them.
I mean, we've been here before. I'm not expecting a smile from this man, but I am expecting a solution. Let's hear what Alex had to say ahead of map 2.
Hey guys, I'm here right now with Coach Alex of PRX. So we did see that, you know, although the team struggled on that map, once the side switch and HyperX was on attack, you got some of that momentum back. And we do know that the team is a very momentum heavy based team. So what do they usually need to hear, like maybe from you, in order to get that push, in order to, you know, get that swing into their favor?
I mean, usually momentum comes when you win some rounds, you know, so I try to just figure out how to win the round. And then if it goes well, you know, then we can snowball.
And I guess calm them down a little bit and make sure that they get their nerves in check, yeah?
I guess so.
Yeah. Okay, let's see if HyperX can wrangle in those nerves and get map 2.
Alex, you've done this before. You made the comeback before. Come on, boys. I want to see them have some fire in their bellies.
Dude, Yinsu, we got to get you down there. They need this energy for map 2 or they're going to be in the lower bracket. Looking at this comp, what is this, Mike? The 4th new comp they've played on this map?
Yeah, we've gone back again. We've got the Cypher back in and Monyet back on the raise, so I guess maybe then indicator we did see that on Split. He's going to be the front man here on Lotus.
This does fix the issue of having these flanks open. It fixes that issue, but I think there's another issue in this comp. You're lacking stall util, and on the attacking side, you're way more readable because you only have one piece of smoke util. I think that Forsaken is going to have to be very specific with how he uses his cages to make up for not having this Viper.
And the big concern last time actually is that eyes go towards Divide here. His inability to really have impact alone on his utility and opening up opportunities for HyperX in the mid round was absolutely, it was absent last time with the Astro comp, so really going to be scrutinizing him.
Oh well, HyperX, if they don't win here, they will be going into elimination on day 1 of playoffs. Mitchman and Tombiz, how are you guys feeling about this one?
Well, Yinsu, I'm feeling excited because at worst, we should have a good game on our hands. Last time around, Gen.G won both pistols here on this map, and it was still a very close game with them barely edging it out 13-11. Now, Tom, they come in with momentum on their backs and a map that they've put the prep into. For HyperX, it's looking like elimination might be on the line soon.
I don't mind the change back, because obviously This isn't the comp they played last time, but it is the comp they ran versus Heretics. I think it's slightly better for them overall. Still has something on the Jet as well, because they had a similar comp to this, but with him on the Reyna. I think this just allows him to do more damage. I like the start, though, from Gen G. Oh, okay. They had that 3-man push initially. Didn't expect anybody to still be around the angle. And because of that, they've lost the first battle.
One man down already, but the rest are rotating into the right spot. The read is good from the side of Gen G as they move to the A site. Here comes HyperX diving a little quicker than expected, but there's the return. They're not expecting this many players to be on that defensive side already. Anchored down, and they're winning the fights, leaving Devi all alone. The 1v2, good damage done, and the follow-up, and he's out of ammo. Knife out, and Karen wins! He brought a knife to a knife fight. 3 kills already. This guy's been sensational.
Got respected from Karen. He's like, you know what? I'm not gonna be the coward. I'm not gonna go and reload.
Respected it.
I'll take you in the 1v1. And well, I'll win it out. And well, HyperX, that was again. We talk about the advantages and their conversions. What was that? 5v3 as they get into the site. They get the initial opener and they get an entry, and then they don't convert the round. It's good work from Gen G, but you always have to look at HyperX and go, these are moments that you expect them to be able to convert, not the start they were looking for. And again, we're going to see the same proactive approach from the defense, constantly looking to garner extra control. And HyperX, they're going straight into the site.
Oh yeah, look, they're willing to dive. You can tell that as soon as Munyet picks up this agent, and well, he very nearly died to the turret. Not a good start, but Spike should at least be plantable. No nade left online for Gen G. Nothing to really force these players out of the corner.
Spike planted.
With that sees, it's keeping him in position. It's only deducted about 10 HP or so because he was so low. And the problem now is you have to fight back through all these close range angles where HyperX have the numbers to play with on a lot of the fights they're going to take. Decent damage on the headshot, good follow up, and then it's clean house for Gen G. 2 players lost, not the end of the world.
Yeah, could have been much worse. Interestingly, yeah, something buys shields into that round. So maybe hoping that they could get a kill and he could steal a gun away, but doesn't come to fruition. Texture as well as one off a showstopper going into round number 3. So especially on this map, it definitely is a little bit more difficult to challenge for those orbs, but it might mean that we see a bit more of an aid push, an opportunity to find something there. Well, this is where we are going to get the investment. Mitch, you'll be happy. Forsaken is already bringing in an Odin.
Listen, he's a wise man. I've always said that, Tom, and he's just proven my point, isn't he? You won't expect this off rip if you're Gen G, and a little bit of danger for Texture. That crosshair's lined up on his head, and it's done some damage, some serious damage by the looks of it. Down to 77. Texture's tagged. Lucky is dropped. And we can continue on with the spams. Heals for most players. Devi the only one to stay quite low, not having anyone to bring him back to full fighting health. The reality is, though, they're in a pretty good position. The close range spot by Karen shouldn't be left unchecked. There's still a flash on Devi. You expect that to pop as they move forward. No, in fact, it's just a double swing, and the same thing there. Exactly. Clean trades for HyperX.
Yeah, it looks like it's just going to be fight after fight. Meteor now has to try and pull off some individual brilliance as well. I think a little bit too predictable on when he'd make his move. Munchkin on the other side of the map, and the thing is, he could just hold this through to the next round, but I don't expect him to. When there's an opportunity to have an upgrade, maybe take a gun away.
Oh, indeed. Yeah, I mean, not a position you're going to be clearing a lot of the time. Done well to start. Player close is low. Devi and Mindfreak both playing without shields and with a bit of dent to their health. Forsaken also with no shields and no head anymore. This is getting very costly for the attacking side, with Munchkin not stopping anytime soon. He's already picked up 3, and now he's quickening his pace to the site. The time is so desperately low, and he doesn't know where Devi is. The element of surprise gets HyperX the kill and the round. But at what cost?
Everything. Absolutely everything. Every single gun just goes for overhunting a player that was going to have a gun in the next round anyway. Like, I understand wanting to earn those extra orbs up, but this is one hell of an overextension. Just constantly fighting versus a player that had a bulldog. Munchkin, well, you can already see him smack talking, and well, it's not the only thing getting smacked.
Wow. Round 4, and there's going to be a real challenge for this attacking side. Weakness is already seen. A chance for Gen G to shut down the way back through for PaperX very early on. We know this is a map that both teams can pull to tight contention, but with Gen G having done that extra work on it, picked it into this series. I'm worried for PaperX. It's early times just now, but with showstoppers online for both squads, we knew this was coming. Monet's on the way, head caught on the arch on the way through. It slowed him down enough and actually bought some time for Meteor to escape and for Munchkin to round the corner. No one's going to go down to that showstopper, but it's claimed a lot of space.
Yeah. Oh, they don't realize how close Karen is. He had to move because of the Tiger. Monya's going to try and aggress. This is risky. Multiple players on the other side. Showstopper, he should be dead. He actually almost manages to catch one. Even still, though, for Gen G, this is looking fantastic. Timing couldn't be worse for something either. It's going from bad to worse for PaperX. They need to find a miracle through these spams. At least been able to get one, but they don't know if the player's still on the spike. The second tap will definitely help them out, but it's no Odin just going through. Too many bullets to dodge there. But Gen G, they break back immediately. And while we mentioned them losing all their players, it's going to hurt now.
Yes, yes, it absolutely is. Now you see the butterfly effect of that. Well-placed showstopper by Textures. We said there were 2 online, only 1 found its mark. And then the chaos afterwards. Every time you see someone on PaperX turn their crosshair to look towards an angle where they've just seen someone swing or they've just lost a teammate, they get shot in the back because that's the exact timing that Gen G go for the retake on all sides. Gorgeous stuff, 3-1. Odin being kept through, Lakia going way up in my estimations, let me tell you, buddy. And the spams, well, they're not having too much success, but they don't need to. In this round, PaperX have basically nothing to play with. 4 sheriffs.
Well, also they've already taken the control. That's the main reason. You've got Karen aggressively up. It's allowed for a gamble rotation, so he's just moving that Odin elsewhere. Not the most common door to spam because you are open to a couple of angles, but it won't matter. And this is the thing. We've seen this scenario many a time. Find a kill, TP back. Karen is excellent at knowing when to reposition as well, so they can leave those spots open. This is ambitious.
Where is he going? Where is he going? He's made it just about around that corner, but well, that was risky. If they came through that wall, Tom, I'm not sure that would have went the way he was thinking. Spray good for Munchkin. It's a narrow alleyway to fight in, and wow, that's a lot of damage. No chance for PaperX here. Of course, we did mention they have those weaker weapons. They don't have a lot to play with, and they'll get nothing done. A flawless round. I hate to harp on the economy, but Gen G off to a flying start with it yet again.
Yeah.
It's feeling reminiscent of last map, but it is still very early days. Plenty of time for PaperX to find their footing. They don't want to waste time throwing rounds away. They've called a timeout.
That's the funny thing. We might actually get to the point where we can just highlight when Gen G don't have money.
Yep.
We'll just save time.
Yep. Yep. It's the play.
They've had it the whole time throughout the series. I like the pause, though, coming out from PaperX because this has been rough. And even looking back versus KC, they struggled when it came to this attack inside. A lot of that was a bit of a peculiar composition, but I don't know if this one's looking any better for them right now. Also, it has a lot of reliance, again, on this double duelist. And there was a moment or two at the beginning where I was like, okay, something looks like he's here to play. But ever since then, they're just getting boomed. And everyone on the other side for Gen G has looked utterly fantastic. In this round, at least, one off a Blade Storm. Showstopper, the only ult that isn't going to be playing a part in this round for either side. And Munchkin already having that Viper's Pit online. Clearly, this is a time where Alex needs to earn his money. Otherwise, I think PaperX are taking that fast track straight to the lower bracket.
I want to at least get that third map out. You know, officials are a different ball game to talking about regional play, especially against a team you've already played on that map. You're testing so many deeper things, and I think for them, bombing out like this in the uppers, it wouldn't speak well for what's to be seen because Loud Sentinels, they're not going to be any easier.
Yeah, no. I wouldn't want to face up against either of those teams right now. Here we go, though. Again, early paranoia. I think this one is not really going to be played upon. I like the idea, again, using that haunt to get them space, but something, I think he's just going to disrespect the utility. Had enough of these pushes coming through. He is going to get pinged up. They know where he is. and Texture's already there to support.
That's it. They're trying to punish the Odin. They know that it's not easy to fight from this angle, especially when the door gets open, and now he's dead. But that's what it's all about on Gen G, filling in the spaces and being able to fight afterwards. But with the return from HyperX, they've got a real chance. The headshot angle held by Mindfreak, but Meteor's just ducked underneath it, playing the limbo, and he's winning this game with Mindfreak down. It's 45 HP, and a dream turned to a nightmare. HyperX losing out on another. They had a good pacey take, managed to put the players on the back foot, and filled in every gap that Gen G were trying to stuff their way into. They always had someone to take that second fight. HyperX had someone to take the third. This time, though, they lose out when it comes to the post plan. You gotta say, they really could have used that round.
Yeah, this is one of those things as well where Meteor's in a 2v2 scenario. The amount of times I feel like I've watched him just get both kills and his teammates still rotating. Like, he's just so confident at this stage in his individual ability, and even just ducking under where he assumed his opponent would be holding. That was, again, another big round for HyperX. A lot invested, even having some decent early trades, but it isn't to be. And now, well, Bladestorm is really all we could talk about, and they're still ready for his initial play. Almost goes down, but has managed to dodge that singular bullet fired by Texture.
Yeah, the thing is that's sending them elsewhere. Forsaken was trying to claim some space by sneaking through. We saw good success for that. I think Monyet on the previous map was throwing out a few of those little feelers. But the idea now is you can't play up against that op. This ain't the round for it. Your Bladestorm's already gone, and everyone else has pistols. Close range, numbers advantage is the way to go, and they've done it, at least trading out the first. Karen, though, he has been consistent every single time they've challenged him. This guy's coming up with multiple. 7-2 right now. Teammate ready to swing, and luckily, because Karen was dropped very quickly, so too is Meteor. Hell, it's winnable for Divine, but his knife was pulled out. Tried to evade some spams or some, well, players emerging from the smoke. Unfortunately, he jumped right into their crosshair. 6-1 for Gen G, and 4 ultimates online coming into round number 8.
It's one of those scenarios where, again, HyperX have made some of these rounds look somewhat competitive, but Gen G are consistently able to clutch out the late round. Again, as you said, ults are in their favor, finances are in their favor. There's at least a lot coming online in this round for the side of HyperX. Counter operator going to be invested into something. Here's at a very quiet start to this game, and a reaction shot from Texture already puts down Monyet.
You see the idea as well? We see the aggression, we try to take space elsewhere. Denied on A, because Gen G are getting aggressive, giving HyperX a taste of their own defensive medicine. This is a really good start with 4 ultimates to fall back on, 3 of which will help you out if you're in a pinch. For HyperX, where do they go? Where do they take it? Maybe they can get a neural theft if they can even drop a body. And they cannot.
Oh, no.
A wallbang kill with the Odin from Lakia. That's something dropped. That's the op down, and he's looking for a little bit more. I don't know where they're going to take this on the attack, but I think I know what the result will be regardless.
Forsaken's been quiet as well, and reposition. Nice shot at least. Will make things that little bit more interesting. The reveal as well will tell exactly where their opponents are. Knowing there's only one player here, the turret though, keeping things disruptive. And Meteor, again, full sprinting to help his teammate out. It gets close for a matter of seconds, but Gen G continue their utter dominance in this match. 7-1 on the defense. I don't know, yeah, second pause is going to be called for HyperX. At this point, I feel like they're running out of ideas. I also just did tidbit as well. Last 3 times, Gen G have played and won this map. 8 rounds on attack, 9 rounds on attack, 9 rounds on attack. They're 7-1 up on defense.
Ooh, that's not good, Tom.
I would say that's very bad if you're a HyperX fan.
That's quite poor. Yeah, and the reality is for HyperX, you're looking at the last time they played this map against this squad again. You know, I was looking back at that series, which worked perfectly for me today because it's the same maps. But the funniest thing is something. He was on the Reyna and he was popping. He was doing well. Will I say justified a Reyna pick? Maybe not, but we know on a good day he absolutely can. This time, I don't care what agent he's playing, he's having a damn tough time. 2 and 8. Compare that to Split last time, finding so many opening entries on that attack side. Now listen, I'm going to be the last person to complain about Jet dying on the attack, right? Often that's your job. But here we haven't seen those dive plays as consistently. At least that hasn't been the crux of their attacking side. The problem is, how many rounds have we seen where literally 10 to 15 seconds in, it's 3v5. No control, no benefit for it. One guy goes down, they push somewhere else, that guy goes down, then they sit there with nothing to do.
Think about the spots that Gen G are also willing to claim. Like, they pushed out 2 players in all the way past Mound. They weren't even holding the deep angles anymore because what's the point?
And
They're
they pushed
try and
A
swing through
with 2
them.
players in the same round.
Yeah.
Right, so like, this is the thing. You even peek your head out and go, oh, are they rubble? Yep, they are. I'm dead.
Yep, they're
right.
everywhere.
Now we have no advantage. We're
Are
playing
they going to
from
push
behind.
B? It looks like they are. Insta smoke. B control being taken by 3 players. Just waiting to see if the push will come through in that direction. It's going to allow them the fast take back of this control. Paranoia immediately put through. The trade's not awful in the beginning, but they quickly divulge into nothing for the side of HyperX. Forsaken trying to claim it back, though. Finally, he comes alive.
Well, this is the round that he needed to wake up in. That spike is theirs, and they can walk it straight to the C site once that door is closed. 16 HP, Mind Freak on 42, but Texture's got an op and a nade. And there's a snake bite left. This could be very, very dangerous indeed. For now, though, Texture's not deploying the nade. Instead, sitting down, op in hand, 16 HP, turned to 0. Nice shot with the operator as Mind Freak now has a nade below him. He's safe up top. He's got the angle, could even pick off Munchkin. That can make it winnable, but Texture's a little too quick.
I love it.
I didn't think he could fire off that quick.
It's just like, he's got an op as a negative, and then it's like, no, never mind.
Wide swings it. Like, all right, we're quick scoping now, but that's the level we've hit for Gen G. 8-1, Tom. Yeah, I almost wanted to say coming into this map, well, it can't get any worse. It just has. It was 8-2 at least last time.
Yeah, it definitely is looking like a golf in class, which, again, considering this is the #1 and #2 from the same region, that we've already seen them play a best-of-5 series that was a 3-1, and a lot of the maps were close. It looks like Gen G have leveled up, and for HyperX, I don't know if they've fallen off, because that's looking like the difference between these two is not the same we've seen before. All 5 ultimates, by the way. Gen G don't need them. That's actually the point we're in. They don't need the ults. They're just winning the rounds anyway.
Normally you'd be thinking at this point, oh, let's just throw 1 out just to see.
There you go.
There it is. Okay. Cycle the economy a little bit. Here comes the big rocket, and it's not landed. It's not found the value it needed to. The lockdown has been destroyed, and Meteor was tagged down quite a bit.
That's the value, right? That's the value. They got rid of the they got rid of the lockdown, so they can at least claim some space. He's screwed. There's no way he survives that.
It's a little messy. It's giving HyperX a chance, Tom. They haven't planted the spike, but they don't need to if they win these fights again and again, and they have. Lakia dropped, leaves Munchkin 1v3. If he wins this, I'm putting the headset down. They've got decent amount of HP, and they've lost Mind Freak. Okay, but it's all right. They've still got 2 players, no utility to play with. They've got to just take these fights, not one at a time. That's the only thing I beg of you. Not one at a time, not up against Munchkin right now. He's 11-4. He's been winning round after round, but a reposition by Forsaken. The swing is good. And the double peak wins the day, 8-2. Deja vu for HyperX. And, well, Gen G got to be feeling confident. The good thing is they used 3 ultimates there.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That they lose the rounds, they use the ults. That's the weird thing about it. And again, a lot of this just came down to some brilliant individual play from Something, finally putting a couple of kills on the board. The fact is they did peak Munchkin individually. First player peaks, dies, second gets dinked, and it's only finally they reposition. I think we would have needed a new desk completely for Alex if they managed to lose that round, but it's scary that it even got close.
I think just get rid of the desk, man. Punching bag with an LED screen in it.
Whose face is on it?
It depends on the game. Make it interchangeable. Well, Forsaken's picked off Karen. That's a fantastic kill. Look how open the A side is, and they've made that realization. There's no further challenge. There's no utility. There's no reaction from Gen G. So Forsaken realizes it's wide open, and he gets caught by Lakia. That timing was near perfect. You have to, well, I mean, you could call it a mistake. At the end of the day, he was open to like 6 angles, so he has to just be clearing those, constantly being paranoid about them. The site, though, is lost, and HyperX will find the plant nonetheless.
Showstopper online. Not wanting to allow them to set up. Something's going to try and get aggressive, but he's not going to manage to land the shot. Now, I think the flash through the back might have actually caught Munchkin. So he's going to actually reposition through B instead. Move away from the flank position. It's open. I think it's because Divide's having to check too many angles. The Seekers at least will give it away. Showstopper has been thrown in. He might get caught by all of the Seekers, but his teammate's got his back, and that means he'll be able to kill off Mindfreak. The remaining players, a bit of an obscure position. Monyet has not been cleared yet, and because of that, he's going to be able to deny the defusal. The spam doing so much damage, and now it's all on to Divide with an operator. First shot missed, but he just needs to kill the guy defusing, and he's done enough. There's no time left. Finally, HyperX pull out the miracle rounds we've seen from them, but everybody will go down with the ship.
Well, it's the same thing as what we saw before, Tom, right? They're getting this little resurgence towards the end of the half. This time, HyperX didn't have the pistol to help them out. They went both on the previous map, putting them up 4 rounds, and they ended on 8. But here, they're doing it on the rifle rounds. They're doing it in the clutches as well. As close as they may come, it's still giving them that little bit of a heartbeat to continue on forward. Now, this round, the last of the half, Gen G come in with the Viper's Pit. That's going to be a problem to fight through on the defensive side, or potentially a very strong tool for retakes.
Man, it's scary when it's a Red Bull clutch that gets you your 3rd round, but as long as they're getting the rounds, I don't think they're going to mind too much. This battle is now changed. It was previously Karon being solo, and now it's Texture, and his operator has been fierce.
Looks like they're going to go back into it. Is there a flash? Is there anything? No. No, it's just a dry, wide peek by Monyet. Players up top looking to trade, but Texture's out of the angle too quickly. HyperX have given him another shot, and it looks like another bite of this apple. As around comes another, but finally the miss is there. Texture gets the reset, though, with low HP. He's dancing around, but he's being caught. There was no escape this time, and with Lakia falling, a real chance emerging for an 8-4 half. It looks like HyperX have finally woken up. They've found some punch to be packed. Let's see. Meteor's on his way in. Up close with a teammate further away. Munchkin's making a lot of noise. They're trying to find an angle to deal with him, and instead running into Meteor. Well played. Now they can group up and try to force this 2v2 with the Viper's Pit. That was a little scary. Thought Munchkin was about to be spammed, but now they've got a lot of space as they close in the distance. No snake bites to play with, though. That could help out, keep them way out of this pit, and with Munchkin falling, it's done. HyperX 8-4 at the halftime. They found some legs to stand on, some foundations laid. But the second half will be tough if they lose the pistol.
Yeah, it's almost identical to what we saw in the last half. A streak of rounds, that's just disgusting. I was thinking from Forsaken's point of view, I didn't even really see anything. That's how good Texture has been. But again, it's those player deficits that are actually what turn the tides over there. Well done from HyperX to at least get something.
Well, Tom, it's time now to toss this one over to Divide, who had some words to say earlier.
I think it's like a stressful game. I feel like, for me personally, I feel like we are playing against ourselves because the way they play is kind of like similar, you know. I mean, trying to outsmart them. I mean, they were very good. I would say they are smart, and they're kind of like one step ahead, especially on Lotus. We kind of like, they did exactly what we were watching them, like in the VODs, like they play the same, like they are not scared, even though these, like, I think for some of them it's like their first time in Masters. And yeah, I mean, very surprised with how they actually perform.
Yeah, you're going to be put to test, put to task. Oh, that's rough. Blinded, and Monye just popping off. Yeah, Farmer even spotting the right there. Over towards Shybox, this guy's on for it. He's absolutely on the money today.
Gen G, I mean, the good thing is probably we might be able to get some revenge, you know. I mean, we lost to them in the Pacific kickoff, and yeah, I mean, I think Texture is giving us a lot of problem, like just killing us or like punishing us over and over. And also, Karon was playing insane as well, even though he's a newcomer. But I think he's probably like the top player in the league. I think he got MVP as well in the Pacific kickoff, and yeah, I mean, insane. Yeah, maybe we go back and cook some strats, you know, to cook these two.
Well, Devi has certainly been cooking 15-9, exiting that first half, with the next closest player being something. Pretty good player, pretty well respected. He's got 6 kills, almost a third of what his teammates rocking. It's been tough for the side of HyperX. They haven't found a lot of success, but that little 3-round streak to close out the first half, Tom, it's given them a chance here. We want to see them take the pistol, though.
Yeah, we want this to be a competitive match that it definitely has not been. Gen.G are looking like a competitor for the crown, and thus far we haven't seen the HyperX that we know and love. This pistol round might just be a deciding factor, but a great start from Monyet. Already pushing aggressively on the other side is something waiting for someone to try and make their move, and he's going to go back for a little bit more. Has to use the dash to get out of there and is now waiting for the cavalry to arrive as the rest of the team somewhat far away. An opportunity, but Forsaken with a good trade.
Keeping the numbers in their favor. Something needs to do a little bit more. He's done some damage, and there's the follow-up. A shot right to Texture's temple. That's going to put us in a 4v2 with HyperX. Definitely favored to take this pistol now. Forsaken fallen. A little bit more of a chance. Something, though, delivers. Okay, he's up top and not spotted. Easy peasy. That's a 3K for Something. Looks like even he's starting to heat up.
That's exactly what they need. Just him having confidence. Because you look at some of the fights he's taken, and there's definitely risks about it, but that's always been his play style. Even on a Gecko, he's basically an op main, so then get the finances built up early, get the orbs rolling on the duelist, which is exactly what's happened thus far. Get that sniper into his hands. This game can definitely slip back. As said, though, for the majority of the matches we've seen, be it mostly in Pacific, Gen.G have been much, much more consistent on their attack.
Pistol win then was essential for HyperX. Now the follow-up looks easy. Very little to play with for Gen.G, and even if they drop something, he's the player that's rocking with the pistol. So the margin for error's already been reached here. Any further kills will be costly, will force some level of reinvestment from the side of HyperX. But on the defense, they can keep distance, and with the buy that Gen.G have, they're definitely not favored on ranged fights.
Defiant will be solo, but you can see the rotation already coming out from Monyet. Jump peek will give him the info to go back in with that Marshall. This is a round that they shouldn't really have any opportunity to win. The weaponry not falling into their hands off the kills they've garnered, and the players they're pushing into are actually just going to start pushing into them. A good round from HyperX as they manage to bring things again back within 2. But the fact is, it has been the buy rounds where Gen.G truly have been a level above.
Well, just look at your screen. Besides Something, this is a round that often you're going to look at as an eco, but 3 orbs away from a Blade Storm means he can force up here, buy an Operator, and potentially have a Blade Storm, even if they lose the round. With how consistent he normally is with that op, I would definitely put stock in him finding at least the 2 orbs. 1 kill and a death. We'll see what he can get up to.
It also means they can gamble the control. They've got him holding onto the A site, an aggressive position from Monyet. This is not really the gun you want to have here. Somehow, he gets out of there unscathed. They also had an initial setup for players outside C, but after that spot comes through, fading back. Now, the cross has already happened, so Something now in a pretty deadly position. And honestly, I think Meteor's a little bit lucky there to even get 1.
Well, here's the chance for that Operator to finally show its ugly face. Ugly for the side of Gen.G as they lose a player right off rip. And it's Texture, the man with the responsibility to take the space to close the distance. Now they'll be a little bit slower on the way around these corners, which is just perfect for Something. He had to be watching the right way, though, and Munchkin caught him unaware. The same happens with Devi, though, leaving it to a 3v2 defensive advantage, and Devi walkabouts. He's been so good. 19 kills, looking for his 20th and his 3rd of the round. And it looks like he might, oh, he will get the opportunity, but he's being dropped. Doesn't matter, because Monyet's there to catch him when he falls. 8-7, and now this gets me excited for HyperX. That round puts them way back in contention because Gen.G got an eco.
Yeah, I like the way they play it as well. After the initial spot, that there was at least 1 player lurking. They know that there's an opportunity to potentially steal a gun away. So they 3-man push. Even a trade there's not too bad, knowing there's some things on the other side. And even though he only gets 1 kill, he does enough to delay and allow for those rotations. Devi as well, though, as you said, he's been fantastic. 19 and 10, topping the entire scoreboard right now. Something once more. They know he's going to be here. They know there's a high chance he'll be here, and they're actually going to really put the pressure on early.
I don't mind this from Gen G. They have players lurking elsewhere. Trap just got broken on B. So now for HyperX, they have to be worried about the flank. It means you're not going to have Forsaken there to help with this fight. Instead, something has to do it on his own, and again, he finds texture. That's a big part of this take. They try to seize the space with him blast packing in, but instead, they've been left to try and trade it out. 2 versus 3. Meteor's good position has been noted. As we said earlier, they know that trap was broken. They know there could be someone around here. It's why you see Devi wait for Mindfreak, wait even for the plant to come through, while Monyet finishes this flank. Looks like they're aware. Well, they're very much aware that something is going on. I mean, HyperX haven't made a move. Why haven't they? Why are they not trying to fight for any bit of control? And that's not something they'll find an answer to until they plant the spike.
It looks like because they've spotted players near B, and they're worried about their spawn, they're actually going to go fighting aggressively. This could be a big win if it comes through. Nice work from Meteor. 1 bullet left. And nothing being spotted towards the spawn. This means they know where they are. The peek out is perfect, and he goes back with the pistol. He does it alone. Meteor's going to confirm the Mastercard Thrifty. And what was looking like a round firmly in the hands of HyperX falls to 1 man.
1 man with 1 big gun and 1 medium gun also. Very ambitious to go for this. That could have put it to a 1v1 top, but he was having none of it.
That's what I said about this guy. He knows he'll hit the shot. For some reason, when it's him, a 2v2, and he goes, okay, I've got the first one, he always peeks for the second, and weirdly, he always gets it. That's the thing. Every time I'm sat there going, I'm ready to critique, and then he gets the kill, and I'm like, well, fine then. I guess that was the right play.
Well, uncouth, but it works this time. Certainly caught his opponents off guard with Gen G 9-7 and claiming that round. HyperX have weaknesses. An operator in the hand of something.
Look at where he is.
It's not really an opping angle normally, is it? Oh, nice flash, that's good. But he hasn't got the dash anymore. It's faded out. But Munchkin, oh, the shot's missed. And Munchkin's been given a second chance at life while the showstopper is again just, oh, I thought just used for space, but if he fires it out close, no, he doesn't pull the trigger. And now he realizes his mistake as the dive comes in from HyperX. They've got a lot to work with.
The ult though should be, well, in theory, forcing them back, but it hasn't happened at all. They went aggressive, made this one problematic. Spike already planted at least, so they're going to have to respect it and just fall back. Munchkin's still holding, and they have a pretty nasty potential crossfire just with the amount of time that can be bought. Munchkin is just looking at that clock. That's all he really aiming for, sitting back, waiting for the push. He manages to land the first, almost onto the second. But HyperX respond in turn, a back and forth so far in this second half. And they close the gap once again to just 1 round.
Well, that's the response and resurgence we wanted to see. This game, this map, and indeed this series
he would
is
have
hanging
killed
on a knife's
something
edge.
if he just shot the bullet. That's got to be so infuriating.
Yeah, I can understand he doesn't want to give away his position, but, you know, you make a decision there. Do you gamble it? Do you not? And, well, he chose wrong. Chips on the wrong color. Well, 9-8. And for HyperX, it looks like they've really got their hands dug into those reins. The economy is low. We've seen Gen G win low by rounds. There's a Viper's Pit online with 1 kill from Munchkin, 1 orb, 1 plant. But the main thing is something has got basically an all right now. That's a Yassine dash. But it works out for him. No punish. And the reposition gets him another kill. Swing out. Coming in to the side of HyperX and closing the round in just a second. Blink and you miss it as we're 9-9.
Yeah, they have somehow made this comeback happen. 5-1 in this second half after what was basically, we were at a scoreline where this looked over. What was it, 8-1? And then they went 3 rounds in a row. And that's the thing. You don't really think it at the time because an 8-4 half is still great, but it seemed like Gen G just let the foot off the gas. A few big plays coming out. Now we're starting to see players rise up. You were mentioning it, the distance between Devi and everybody else was a lot. Well, something has been closing the gap. I'm also just looking at Mindfreak.
Yeah, it looks like they're looking at him too. Karen was trained in on that with Texture finding a field day. 2 HP left on Devi. He'll find it hard to get any impact from this point. A stray bullet enough to take him down, but he's caught Karen off guard. The flash covers his retreat. No more flashes and they don't regen anymore. But an opportunity still. No, shut down. 2 versus 3 though. Viper's pick could change the game.
They're trying to get in as quickly as humanly possible, but Meteor's there to defend. Leaves it onto something. As said, he's had a real resurgence. They just fall back to enable the reload. Never mind, he's just looking to reposition completely. I think they know exactly where he is, but somehow he still wins the battle. 3 bullets left in the clip. The pit's been dropped. He's already going to spot one, but he's now just out to the Classic, and it's a Classic v Classic. Malakia's the one to take it home. These rounds are getting insanely close, and it's a back and forth once again.
Really is like a pendulum swinging. There's no stability to be found for either of these teams. 2 rounds for HyperX, an immediate answer back by Gen G, but the fact that it comes down to this, that the Viper is dropped outside the pit, and then that's the result. Clean as can be with a final right click to close it. Gen G, they've got a lot set up in front of them, Tom. There is a showstopper for Munyet. Other than that, everybody is just on the rifles. Credits are low. Gen G could be on the home stretch very, very soon, and Forsaken in that corner needs value. They've not seen him. He's good for 1 and damage on Texture. Those could be very, very pivotal facts for us as HyperX look to move back through. So many players are low. One extremely low in the corner. It's the Rocket to find him.
Yeah, that's the thing though, that trade's all right. That was the low HP player that goes down. I don't think they're going to mind that whatsoever to put it back into a 3 versus 3. Something about to try and go through this. His teammates a little bit further behind. No flash available for Devi, so it's just going to have to be the raw push. Already managing to retrieve a rifle, but every member falls. Gen G now get a double back of their own. And the major worry here for HyperX, they don't have backup credits. They don't have anything in their pockets other than a Blade Storm. This could be the beginning of the end.
It feels that way, Tom. 2-round gap. Gen G in this series have just been miles ahead when it came to these rifle rounds. And again, it seems strange that 13-8, to talk about it as a dominant game. Yes, it is a strong score line, but not damning for the other side. But when you look at both pistols, that's a 4-0 start based off of coin flips. And HyperX managed to just about come ahead. When it came to rifle rounds, they weren't able to succeed. Now, early push, it's not quite a rifle. Instead, it's a set of blades, and those don't even get fired off. They lay by his side as he falls to the floor. Something down, so too is Devi, and they're ready for another player close. There seems to be nothing that HyperX can do to surprise this Gen G roster in the last few rounds. And with 12 looking like it's on the board, Tom, these players, they have to be feeling the crushing weight of this series. The lower bracket is beckoning them, and there they'll face elimination against the Sentinels or Allowed. There's no easier fight for them than a team that they know. The devil they don't is coming.
Seems like Gen G have got their number. This round at least was a weaker investment, but they had to use one of the ults and it got absolutely nothing. And the second we've got into these post-plants, that's where Gen G have looked their most fearsome. A team from last year that started strong, had a massive fall from grace, made a huge overhaul of this roster with risks taken. Players brought back who had been at a Masters right at the beginning of Valorant, a player they got from Ranked, and players that have not found success elsewhere. Texture, one I think we can really highlight. Like in G, he was okay. But to go into a Gen G roster that's now playing for a minimum of top 3 if they win this match, unheard of, surprising, and now looking like that pinnacle of Pacific. Looking to try and do what no Pacific team has ever done before. Take themselves to an international victory. The HyperX are not dead, not down, until you stamp them out.
Definitely looking injured. path to recovery. 3 straight rounds in OT in the third map. A lot of win conditions. For Gen G, 3 ultimates to fight their way through. HyperX don't have reactive ones, not impactful ones. Whereas the lockdown, the showstopper, and of course the nightfall. Any one of those can open sights, pull you out of sticky situations. Door open. That was the defenders, but it's covering Munyet's push forward. Problem is, okay, good nade up close. That's gonna force that player out in the open. Problem is, Texture was covering it. And now the push on mid is spotted as well. 3 players left for HyperX. And it looks like they've still got a fight in them. Nightfall won't evade it. He's being caught. But, oh, it's fake information. The Shrouded Step has bought a little bit of an advantage for Mindfreak as he's still alive, his HP recovering, but with something down. And Devi, very much known towards that spawn. Mindfreak's on the wraparound, wants to move towards that singular door. For this, Devi needs to buy some time. He still has a flash to play with. There it goes. It's popped and it's cleared out this corridor. Devi's even won the fight. The smoke is down. A chance if Mindfreak can make it to Devi, if they can take this fight together, but they don't know where the last players are. And the nade has even forced them back for a second. The time now very low. And with 2 players still to root out, it might be too low. Devi just dodges that seize, but Mindfreak down. The time now not to be played with. Okay, no, Texture went out swinging. There's no chance. There's no chance whatsoever. He had to stick it underneath his nose, and short of a big misplay, it was never swinging the other way. 13-9 and 13-8, a consistent showing from the side of Gen G as they take victory over their Pacific comrades. It's on to the upper final.
Yeah, it is another huge statement play for Gen G. No doubt at this stage that they wear the crown when it comes to Pacific. But that's not the crown they're gunning for anymore. They said it at the time. Their goal was to make it to the playoffs. Well, they've made it there, and they've continued to push forward in that upper bracket. A team has said that last year didn't really do too much, didn't really give us much to be excited about, and then bringing together a mix of players that maybe many didn't expect to do well, definitely didn't expect to get this far. They continue in that upper bracket to fight off and be the representative as they face Americas, and they send the previous Pacific champion, a previous finalist of one of these events, down into the lower bracket.
Oh, this second map, although only 1 round in the difference, Tom, this was definitely a much better feeling from the side of HyperX. They earned their way back in from an 8-1 deficit to a close scoreline in the end, but despite that streak of rounds, Gen G take the victory thanks to map number 1, HyperX's pick, where they just didn't get started. Yeah. And that's a big concern for them. Moving on to an elimination series next, they won't get a chance to have a slow start. They've got to come out swinging off the bat. For Gen G, they get to watch their opponents play, figure out who it is, take some notes. This is a very nice position to be in, and a chance to make a historical run here in Madrid for their region.
But that's always been the thing. Like, we talk about Pacific teams as a flash in the pan a lot of the time. You look at the Zeta run. You could even throw a Chinese team of EDG in there as well, sure, making a run. HyperX making a run. This Gen G squad, though, it feels different. They have so much depth to them in terms of individual plays, but they have such a solid structure, great trading, and also it just looks like the individuals on that team have leveled up from last year. They look like different players, even if they're in different roles, some coming from the Tier 2 as well. They are an absolute joy to watch. And the fact is, I don't know where this ends for them. They could genuinely be there lifting the trophy.
It definitely feels like they have a long road ahead of them. Hopefully no bumps in that road. And the reality is, you know, Texture for me, certainly someone to take notes on, because this guy, he was good before, but now on the international scene, up against some of the best in the world, and he's leaving his mark. He's already left his mark, and it could get so much more beneficial for this squad as they now get to watch their opponents play, take those notes. I really put so much stock in that. I'm excited to see what this squad can do, Tom.
I think I've loved the fact that just even hearing them talk about each other, it's Munchkin elevating his teammates. Like, I think that's such a huge compliment. Like, you could say someone come in, oh, he's a great leader, he's playing great individually, like all of these compliments. This is a nice thing, but to say he's come in, as someone has said, one of the first players coming out of Korea, Lakia, to play at a Masters event, and you're going, yeah, this guy has made me better. As someone who's coming in as a relatively new leader, that's such a huge compliment to hear from. And I think that's the great thing about this team. You look at them on the stage, you look at Texture just having a great time, everybody like standing up, like bows and arrows. Like this is looking like a completely different squad. And honestly, I am so impressed with what we've seen. Luckily, now we get to hear from Munchkin as he's going to be down on the stage.
La victoria más convincente para Gen.G hasta ahora. The most convincing victory for Gen.G so far, and it had to be in playoffs. Tenía que ser en playoffs. Estoy aquí con Munchkin para que me cuente un poco de lo que ha sido esta partida y lo que ha sido este recorrido. And the first thing I'm going to say is, can we hear it for Munchkin? Can we hear it for Gen.G? Where are the Gen.G fans over here?
Thank you.
La primera pregunta es que fue una partida en la que se hacen algunos cambios por el lado de HyperX. ¿Había alguna idea y en qué se enfocan especialmente en este segundo mapa para que el cambio de composición no le afecte a Gen.G y puedan cerrar un 2-0? Munchkin, first of all, congratulations. The first thing I want to ask you is, I want to know what goes behind the scenes when we get to see that HyperX composition change on that second map. It seems like it was slipping away, but you were able to take it back right at the end. So what was the focus to make sure that map would go your way?
로터스에서 페이퍼렉스가 조합을 다시 한번 바꿔들고 왔는데 이제 젠지 선수들은 그거에 대해서 어떻게 풀어나가려고 대처를 했는지 궁금합니다. 아무래도 갑자기 이렇게 따라잡히는 모습이 나오기도 했거든요.
일단 저희가 사이퍼 상대를 많이 만나봤었기 때문에 사이퍼 대처 방안에 대해서 일단 첫 번째로 이야기했었고요. 그리고 저희가 중반부터 좀 따로 잡혔던 거는 저희가 좀 방심하고 저희끼리 커뮤니케이션이 잘 안 돌았던 것 같습니다.
Well, we're familiar with going up against compositions with Cypher, so first thing we talked about was how to play against the Cypher comp. And I think when HyperX were making the comebacks, I think we had some miscommunications and mistakes going on, but we were able to, set it straight.
Lo que nos cuenta de ese mapa de Lotus es que ya habían jugado en contra de composiciones de Cypher, así que el enfoque principal era cómo tenían que jugar en contra de Cypher, y cuando HyperX en esa segunda mitad estaba ganando rondas, el enfoque principal era en que la comunicación no estaba de la mejor forma y después la podían arreglar y cerrar el mapa. Ahora, mientras más vemos Gen.G, mejor se ven. Sí se consideran uno de los equipos que bajo presión puede brillar más comparado a los otros tres que tenemos en estos playoffs. The more that we get to see Gen.G, the brighter and the better you're looking. This time around, closing it in a 2-0. Do you find yourself to be one of those teams that is able to be better under pressure compared to other teams that we have in playoffs?
계속해서 경기를 치를 때마다 강해지는 모습을 보여주고 있는데 젠지라는 팀이 먼치킨 선수가 생각할 때 좀 부담감이 더해졌을 때 더 잘하는 팀이고 또 훨씬 더 이렇게 좀 긴박한 상황에서 경기력이 더 살아나는 그런 팀이라고 생각하시나요?
사실 저희가 부담감을 아예 안 느끼는 건 아니지만 사실 그렇다고 해서 또 부담감을 많이 받는 건 아니거든요. 사실 부담감이 저희 경기력에 영향을 끼치는 것 같진 않고요. 그냥 저희가 연습하던 대로 계속 대회에서 성장하고 있기 때문에 그래서 더 잘하시는 거라고 생각합니다.
I would say there's a little bit of pressure on us, but not a lot, and it's not going to be a lie. There is a little bit of pressure, but that's not enough pressure to crack us when we're up on the stage or, affect how we perform. And I just feel like we're that type of team that gets stronger and stronger and that can grow as we play and as we make those runs today here in Madrid. So I am very glad that we're able to pull this one off as well.
Dice que definitivamente hay presión, de que la presión está ahí, pero que no los llega, que no los rompe, que no les destruye en el momento en el que están en el stage, en el que tienen que jugar. Y también dice que sí se consideran como uno de esos equipos que bajo presión puede brillar más y cada vez los vemos más fuertes por eso. Ahora, para mi última pregunta, quiero saber si vemos un escenario en el que Gen.G llega a esa gran final, ¿esperaría tal vez más adelante un rematch en contra de HyperX o espera tal vez que sea en contra de alguien más? Ya, asumiendo que siguen tomando esas victorias for the next couple matches here. Assuming that you guys make it to the grand final, everything goes according to plan, are you expecting to have a rematch with HyperX or are you expecting it to be someone else?
계획대로 결승전에 간다면 HyperX를 만날 것 같으신가요? 아니면 다른 팀을 만날 것 같은가요?
일단 제가 원하는 건 HyperX가 아메리카 팀들 다 잡고 다시 결승 오는 것까지 다 원하고 있지만 그래도 센티넬도 한번 온 김에 만나보고 싶기 때문에 센티넬도 열심히 해서 올랐으면 좋겠네요.
Well, if it goes to my plan, personally, I want HyperX to kind of eliminate all the teams from Americas, and then we meet again in the finals. But I want to play against Sentinels because they're a really good team, so I hope they do well right now. But yeah, I would like to face Sentinels.
Dice que si todo va de acuerdo a su plan, la idea es que HyperX le gane a todos los equipos de Américas para que se encuentren nuevamente en esa gran final, pero que aún así dice que le gustaría mucho jugar con Sentinels. Espera que les vaya bien en lo que viene siendo esta partida que ya se viene. Y hablando de eso, nosotros nos vamos a pausa. We're gonna take a break real quick and we get ready for that Americas match.
We've seen this matchup before, and last time Gen.G became the king of Pacifics. But this is a different stage, and a stage that HyperX have conquered over and over again.
Got 2 damage, but no kills.
Oh, this has come back into a winnable scenario. Just need to hit the bullet. Oh!
Yo, not even close, guys. Not even close.
Looks like it's gone. An opportunity here at least to shut down the first and the second. Monyet does well. Rockets on point.
One enemy remaining.
Position. It's sublime. Brilliant from Karos.
This would be exceptional.
Time.
Good luck to you and good night.
What a performance for the side of Gen.G.
Done and the follow-up, and he's out of ammo. Knife out and Byron wins. He brought a knife to a knife fight.
Players on the other side, Showstopper, he should be dead. He actually, a very quiet start to this game and a reaction shot. Ah! I want this shit. Spawn Nice means they know where they are. The peek out is perfect.
Forsaken there to help with this fight. Instead, something has to do it on his own, and again, he finds texture. That's a big part of this take. There's no chance. There's no chance whatsoever. He had to stick it underneath his nose, and short of a big misplay, it was never swinging the other way. A consistent showing from the side of Gen.G as they take victory over their Pacific comrades. It's on to the upper final.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Go!
Welcome back, everybody, to day 6 of Masters Madrid. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm back on the desk with Mimi and HyperX. We've had our first regional rematch already, and let's get into the second. It is America Sentinels versus Loud, and I believe, Mimi, the matchup that you're very, very excited about.
Yeah, this one's going to be fantastic. It went all 5 maps in the finals in America. Sentinels pulled it off there against Loud, but Loud has really leveled up at this event thus far. It should be a great match again.
Yeah, I think so. A couple of stumblings along the way. It is a concern for me that Loud have already kind of shown some bad tape here. Obviously, with the permaban even being shown here now, Breeze, there's no questions left over their map pool.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the same 3 maps before in the first match of the regional, but I wonder we're going to get that again here. But the thing is, HyperX, as you would know, Sentinels have played an obscene amount of games coming into this tournament. They continue to do so here in Madrid.
Yeah, a lot of tape, obviously, to go through. An opportunity there for Loud. They've already shown that you know, they're willing to switch away from some of these Phoenix compositions and pull out a curveball and change something up. So there is actually a real opportunity with the break coming into the playoffs. Loud, I don't want to say in terms of prep, but have the upper hand in that regard.
They played less maps than some of these teams, but remember, they were playing back-to-back. It was something like 12 hours of prep between playing Heretics to then play KC and beat them, and it was the same in Americas. They played more rounds than the rest of the teams in America's playoffs combined, but finally, this team has had a bit of a break ahead of playoffs.
Yeah, and I mean, this break is going to be very, very important for them as well. And speaking of that, here is what Coach Kaplan had to say right after they secured playoffs.
I cannot wait to sleep. It means a lot. It's been really hard to have such a quick turnaround. We showed everything we had pretty much in kickoff, and we didn't have a lot of turnaround time to deal with that strategically, right? Especially even with scrims, your jet lag, there's just so many challenges. So having some time to breathe and be better equipped to handle opponents studying us is a huge relief and a confidence boost for the games ahead.
I mean, this is the thing. They've already achieved everything so far without that a little bit of a break. So how much stronger do you think Sentinels are about to be?
I think they're going to be really strong. We've already seen, even with the low prep time, how good this team is at counter-stratting. Against both Heretics and KC, I think the squad came in with really good game plans to fight forward, to punish their opponents' tendencies. I think they're really good when they have even more time. And we saw that in Americas. When they went into playoffs, they further leveled up. This is a squad that really take that effort to study their opponents and come prepared to a match.
Yeah, and I think the individual performances here, Sassy a little bit of a concern, but I think if there are going to be any change to the composition, the way that particularly Zek and Tens are both performing individually, there's room there to put them on anything potentially, and outside that, John QT as well, individually standing up so far here in Madrid.
Yeah, let's talk about Tekken here, because we say, yeah, Tens and Zek and Tekken.
Okay.
We've been kind of debating, you know, rookies here and there, but there is no debate when it comes to these two. Mimi, they are just the best right now in this tournament.
Yeah, both these guys are looking like top 5 players in the tournament, and they're on the same team. And the thing is, they're always playing together. These guys out of the server, they're good friends. Their teammates call them the kids of the team. They're always hanging out, and they're setting each other up together in the server as well. They're a very aggressive duo. You'll see them take risks, but the difference between them and maybe a team like HyperX as a player like Forsaken per se, is it's always together, and it's always being really well integrated into John QT's system. When they go for these risks, when they go for these early fights, the rest of the team is calling around that. They hear Zek and say, hey, I want to make this play. Tens knows how to set him up, and the rest of the team adapts around that really, really well.
Yeah, and I think as well, just to double down on that, the support system here is really the difference. To have everybody here delivering individually, Zek and Tens being the ones to lead the charge, it's terrifying to have to go up against them in this sort of form.
I'm going to make Tekken a thing. But let's move on to the other side for Loud, because they had a slow start. But HyperX, as you know, even when they've had a slow start in the past, they always go really, really deep, and they manage to take it all the way sometimes.
Yeah, Loud have always just got this playoffs form that they seem to, it's almost like the trump card, the Uno reverse that comes out in the series that they need to deliver it. And I don't necessarily think they've shown that so far, but coming out and bouncing back the way they did with the follow-up series, we talked about obviously it being a bit of a concern, the loss to Gen G, but outside that, you still look back and you think, well, what series has Les been playing in? In particular, Les having another MVP worthy performance, and you look back at the series, you think, how's he doing that?
Yeah, and I honestly think that this team has leveled up yet again to a form where they can be a contender for a title. I think they worked out some of the issues they showed in the kickoff event, where they're playing these like Phoenix comps, it's not really working out. Here I think they really narrowed down their map. They showed maybe some weaknesses on Breeze, but on the maps that they're committed to, their Sunset, for example, they've looked excellent. The strategy is really coordinated. Players have also leveled up. Quick in their last game looked so much better than the rest of the season thus far. This is a Loud that always wakes up the deeper they get into tournaments. It seems like they find the ability to hit the peak at just the right time in like every event.
Yeah, and I think as well that they've already shown here that they are willing to kind of detract away from the commitment to the Phoenix and Breach. They're obviously busting out the Euro in particular, but QCK's individual performance across all the duelists has been pretty incredible. I keep saying that nobody plays this much Phoenix and comes out looking like, you know, a great duelist or a great individual player, but somehow he's doing it.
Yeah, you guys mentioned Les already. He was also having a great tournament. I believe he is standing by with Mika Fabs. Take a look at this. Not just quite yet.
What about this?
What about this?
I want to look at this, because this guy's stats have been ridiculous this tournament, but they are every time. Les is the consistent member of this squad. With Osmus out of the team, he's the #1 guy you have to look towards. He's always playing Viper, but he's competing with the star duelists in every role. The guy's ridiculous, and if Loud is going to win a trophy here in Madrid, it'll be because he's keeping that up.
Yeah, that was Les. We got Les as well because less is more. So let's send it down to Mika Fabs.
Hey Les, I like that little groove you had going on a little bit back there. So you've been on the team for forever. You know how it's like when the team gets that synergy in order to win championships. I'm curious how this level of synergy has been from like the beginnings of this roster all the way up here to Masters Madrid. What's that journey felt like? We have Arthur here to help with some translation.
Oi Les, então, primeiramente eu gostei, você estava ali mandando uma vibe bem legal. A gente quer saber, você está desde o início com a galera, com o time e agora com esse novo roster, vocês estão com a sinergia. A sinergia tá boa, como é que tá a sinergia de vocês agora até o campeonato?
A gente está começando a evoluir, né? Querendo ou não, tá no início do ano. A gente está com um jogador novo, staff nova, então a gente está planejando a longo prazo, mas estamos evoluindo aos poucos no campeonato.
Overall, step by step, we're evolving not only in the championship because we also have a new player. We're working on with like new staff as well. So I would say we're just on the way evolving because overall it's the beginning of the year as well.
Well, eager to see the next step. Keep that vibe going and best of luck.
Thank you.
No confiaron, pero mira, no. Llego con los míos y la grada explota. Le di la razón al que me quiso ver bien. Lo soñé en mi habitación y ahora en primera me ven. No te hablo del avión, vine por mi cinturón. No confiaron, pero mira, no. Llego con los míos y la grada explota. No confiaron, pero mira, no. Llego con los míos y la grada explota.
These are two of the best teams Americas have to offer, but being here is about being the best in the world. And as it stands at this stage, it does feel like both of them have a great chance.
It's the new versus the old guard for Americas in this match. It's the third time they've played this year, and we're already into the veto, Mike. These teams have a lot of similarities in their strengths, and I think we're going to expect to see maps like Sunset, maps like Icebox that was just picked that both these teams love to play. This, honestly, what we're getting already is a bit of a rematch of that finals.
Yeah, definitely. Well, actually, yeah, with Sunset to round things out. Concern, massive concern to kick things off on Split. Obviously, two very polarizing results, obviously, regionally looking back at this, but last one being a 13-3. Sentinels absolutely slap Loud about.
Yeah, Split is far and away the best map for Sentinels that we have seen thus far. They look lights out on that, in particular their defense, their protocols, the way they set up for the retake. Everything has been on point. And yes, so much of it is Zekken, and so much of it is also John QT. It feels like his calling is perfect on the defensive side of that map, on how this team sets up. This first map's going to be a challenge for Loud.
Yeah, just how close do you think this will be, though? Because the first match we saw today, very, very one-sided, also what we expected. But HyperX, do you feel like it favors one team or another coming into this?
I'll be honest, I do give the edge to Sentinels here. I don't think we're going to have a very clear-cut series, though. I think Loud may be looking to reinvent themselves once again and have that bounce-back factor. I don't think this is going to be an easy run.
Yeah, the question for me is what has Loud changed? Because they haven't had to really show their split since that grand final. So there has been a bit of time to kind of look back, see what went wrong there. But even the best teams haven't been able to beat SEN there. I look more towards the rest of this pool. I think Icebox and Sunset, both teams are incredibly close on how they play. In particular, Icebox leads towards Louds. I really expect us to get a third map, to get Sunset, and that's so exciting because these teams are both excellent at the map, but with very different reads. One playing the Breach and the Phoenix, the other playing the Gecko composition. Both have these great retakes. Both have really cool ideas for how they take space on the map. Really hoping we get there.
Yeah, and I also, you mentioned a little bit of doubt perhaps in Sassy here, but Hypok, he's going up against Sadag. You know, they've been looking forward to this matchup for a long time. As we take a look at the Agent Select, how much pressure do you think is going to be on his shoulders?
Well, no surprise to see the compositions come out, but I do think it is a little bit concerning Sassy's performance in areas. But I mean, you could argue again, it's another one of those familiar opponents, very, very comfortable ground, and obviously regionally, Sassy's performances were above what we've seen so far in Madrid.
Sentinels are starting on the attack. A lot of this comp is built around how in the mid-round they take space for Zekken. I think shutting down Zekken has to be a priority for Loud. He is looking like the best player in the event right now, and if he can keep that up in this one, if he can get the openers for Sentinels, give JunQT those options in the mid-round, the way they've been able to for most of this tournament, it's going to be really tough for Loud to recover.
Yeah, well, I've just been told that Brand and Sideshow are in fact contractually obligated to cast every single Sentinels game. So here they are, over to you guys.
That's extremely true. We have so much influence and power, actually, over Riot Games here at the caster desk. But excited to get started. Well, our second match of the playoffs, and it's bound to be a barn burner. We've already had it, you know, a sneak peek of it, at least in the regional finals. These two teams clashed, and they're kind of taking over that mantle now. You know, me and you, Josh, we were talking about it just before we got into the game. But, you know, you think of that Optic Core versus Loud matchup. That was, you know, El Clasico. And now maybe the passing of the torch over to this one. We've seen Sentinels versus Loud now many, many times so far in 2024, and it's always pushed both of these teams to great heights.
It's possible that we'll see it even later on in the playoffs too. We've yet to really discover which of these teams are going to be able to battle it out against each other and make it deep in a playoff kind of situation. Gen G looks scary. You do not want to be in the lower bracket if they end up down there at some point. Obviously, HyperX no pushovers either. But yeah, this is a really cool regional matchup that you have between these two teams. You know, last year we only had one regional title in Americas to fight over. That was Loud that ended up taking it away. This year with Kickoff, Stage 1, Stage 2, we're going to have 3 potential opportunities for regional fights like this. And then also all of the opportunities at Masters events or at Champions, where Loud and SEN, they're not just fighting here for the rivalry, but they both believe, and I think a lot of the fans do too, that they've got a serious chance of being able to win the thing.
I think every team does that's at this event as well. I mean, winning here in the playoffs, of course, you know, not in the danger zone just yet. There's not elimination on the line per se, but it does just, you know, stretch you ever so deeper into that tournament, into Madrid. Gives you a really decent chance as well of lifting that trophy, lifting that title, which, you know, every team here is looking to do.
Now that we've got a little bit of time too, just to dig into the map veto, it's going to be electric. You look at the opening map, the analyst desk has talked about it, and then Icebox, yeah, Loud won that in the 3-2 victory that Sentinels ended up putting up. But Icebox was close, man.
Really close.
And Sunset too. There's no guarantees that that goes the way of SEN again if we do end up going to 3. SEN need a good start here, but I think for Loud too, they cannot afford to just get battered as they did previously. Hypok was talking about that scoreline. It was devastating for SEN.
Early presence showed here by Loud into the main with the boombot, walking up behind the smoke. Looking like they want to fight through it. They've got a flash ready and waiting. Potentially, no, just literally egoing the smoke. But Zelsis is going to be holding for this one, jiggles it. Stray shots going wide here, might be calling for reinforcements. And so far, a little bit of damage done. It looks like just a 10's not a re-clear. Going to be called for B main.
And 10's prepping the paranoia in case this Trailblazer caught contact. It didn't. They've re-cleared B main, but not necessarily going to start taking that territory with bodies, instead looking forwards to the fight in mid. Kawanzine did not use a fault line at the start of the round, so he's still got that, but it's going to be a gunfight instead.
Yeah, just straight up. I mean, just dry into it, no kit being utilized. Again, want to face with the bodies.
And to be honest, I think that favors Loud. Yeah, they've lost the breach, but no smokes if they decide to go over and commit to B. And Loud are re-exploring down mid as well. JunQT and Sewers.
Massive proactivity being called here by Sadak, but, well, John QT left to do so much more there. Just the one before the trade comes through, but the B site now opened up entirely for them. Will be that plan. Sassy's out wide into the open. Could have been danger there, but the nade, I guess, staves it away. And a call is made to try and fight into the spawn. Zelsis. Snakebite now being held, but he's got 3 targets to deal with. Luckily, Zella. Okay, Zekin right there. Vulnerable. Will he be able to get the damage? Of course he will. Followed up in the end with the Snakebite post-mortem.
I love watching SEN set up these kind of little plays. You could see it constantly when they were playing against the European teams in the Swiss stage, and they didn't want to offer them opportunities to go for retakes, where they would cook up some kind of post-plant aggression, and they've always got a different idea. That's the great part about this SEN team that took the off-season so seriously. These players now have just a depth of micro plays that they can add in. This one, a snakebite off contact.
Already seeing examples of both of these teams just trying to be proactive.
Yeah.
So like calling that mid-push earlier, fighting through into spawn. So I think what I said earlier, both of these teams, they're going to be pushing themselves to brilliance. I think you might be seeing it. At least we certainly hope so. Les Korani open no man's land, so he will fall.
And I think what you're seeing, at least at the beginning of this game, is SEN taking a very slow approach. That's a big kill. John Cutie going down on A means that this side of the map no longer has any offensive threat.
Ooh, second reactions there. Fault line stunned up. Well, there it is. The classic damage coming through. Flash in the end as well, so Tenz is shortly behind him with a flash repeat. Kawazine can't get too much more done. 1 player left. 2 years. Can't see too much danger in the round.
No. And Sentinels were forced to accelerate there once John ended up dying because they don't have information about what's happening on the other side of the map. But if you want to talk about info as it relates to these compositions, Loud constantly need to be jiggle peeking corners, need to be going for those proactive explorations. And that's going to incentivize SEN to play a little slower, to try to punish the jump peaks and see if they can get damage or kills that way, to try to punish the info pushes into mid, that kind of thing. And Loud can't always run around the map pushing on defense with utility because it just makes it so obvious where they're playing. It's a difficult comp to play on defense.
Might just get even harder as well when SEN end up swapping sides. They look like one of the better teams here at this event when it comes to their split. Largely due to their retakes. The fundies here for Sentinels though. Standard. Amount of util being thrown out wide here for that ramp control early. Now setting their sights out into the A. Sadak! Anchor in position. Tucked nice and tight and safe and really just buying time for the rest of his team. Where are the reinforcements? There was a molly into the smoke and well, damage has been done. Vulnerable up. Sets it up for an easy one for Zelsis. 3 versus 3.
Bit of a blunder there for Loud, offering SEN another opportunity to get back into it. Not planted for Heaven.
Spike planted.
Oh, and the pick goes down to... Now, Sassy is pretty far away, but I think... Yeah, I mean, look at the way that Loud are clearing this. They're expecting a reflank back up.
Holding. Usually going to be the bread and butter of a team like Sentinels, just trying to fight, scale for it. That paranoia, the timing on it. It's immaculate as soon as the nade comes through. Yep, just hearing it and tucked to the corner. Sassy removed. Taken out now, just 2 will stand, and it could be just a bit of random spray, a bit of random spam that saves the day for them. Zelsis traded, Pip going down. Tenz 1v1. Doesn't really have to gun for it as a bulldog, but will it be all bark or all bite? Tends to be the latter when Tenz is wielding it.
Great clutch there. Enormous round for SEN to be able to pick up. The momentum piling forwards for Sentinels as they win the bonus and knock Loud's economy down. And what a fumble after Sadak's able to get a 2K at the beginning. And it's a 5v3. The stun just comes through a little too late for Sadak to be able to follow up on. And then the flood that comes out is late too. And they've taken a huge player advantage situation set up by their IGL.
Keep playing together.
Tossed it away.
Glimpses of the comms there as well, keep playing together. Fundies on show for SEN. Winning that bonus round is amazing.
And I do think that that's such a key. You know, Loud thrive against teams that opt into the individualism. You saw what they did to EDG.
Oh, yeah.
It was a massacre.
No chances, no gaps when they're playing against that. I mean, you can argue as well a team like Loud had a relatively easy path into playoffs. Only beating out the Chinese representatives at Madrid.
Neither of whom played that well in their games against Loud.
Didn't put up a fight, really, did they?
But having said that, we know that Loud are an extremely good team when they're on.
Sassy feeling the danger there. The dog spotting out too. John is so
much
wide. Yep.
That is so much info. John's like, guys, there can't be anybody B because they're all looking at me in mid.
Lucky to not pay with it with his life. Nade waiting for Loud. Could be some danger if they find a few initial picks rattled off maybe with the Sheriffs, but to use the Trailblazer early. Nade follows through with a snakebite exchanging, the handshake dropping down. Sadak was alone there. There wasn't really much to do with in terms of the follow-up. They have to face it wide though with the aftershock being played for. So much damage done to these Loud players. The positioning's known and noted, and so 3 survive into it with Zekken picking up 3s. 1 away now from the big critical ultimate on attack side. That showstopper is going to be putting in some work if he manages to earn it.
Yeah, and this is the problem once you start snowballing forwards. Loud are going to be 1 away from having a broken economy again, and Sen are starting to get up to key ults. Look how nice as well the Sentinel's utility usage is when they get into a plant scenario. Zekken's holding nade to try to deny somebody who might try to stop the plant, but he's also ready to throw counter utility with that nade as soon as the retake starts happening. They know how Loud are going to play, and they've already prepped the counter to stop them.
Truly one-sided affair. I want to see some bite back from Loud, really.
Well, this is interesting. Zelsis went for an orb lineup that's all the way into mid there. You see how there's 2 Viper orbs layered on top of each other. And that's going to disincentivize what Loud have been going for. This is Sentinel's Viper orb in mid there. You're going to take a lot of damage if you want to try and fight mid, if you're Loud. And that's, broadly speaking, what Loud have been doing on this defense side so far. Only 4 rounds in, though.
Dog right on cue there, at the minute mark. It's going to be broken for a bit of that mid-round information, but only shown by the 1 player, so Loud still left scratching their heads ever so slightly in terms of wondering where this might land, but they are starting to guess now correctly with the Seekers as they're pointing them directly into the right targets.
Sassy's going to pick up the ult orb and get Seekers himself.
Seconds left. Which direction is this going to go into? They've still got 2 players planted into mid here for Sen, but the spike over towards A, they are struggling to get themselves in. Push and pull, ebb and flow of the map, not really working out in Sen's favor, and they need openings and they need options right now, maybe to be granted to them. A bit of spray with the damage, the bullets going wide, but this is such a difficult setup to break into.
20 seconds left.
What are they even going for here? Slowing it down, but really time is going to be their worst enemy. It's a team flash. Sean QT there, close to the corner, cut to wide. Satchel's through and over the top. Cabazine still anchoring. Tucked tight to the corner, Sassy planting the balls on the man to go for that one out wide for a heaven plant. The wrap around, now Zelsis becomes a key player in the game.
He's managed to pick up his orb and reposition it too, so he's got more control over towards heaven. So he's set to try to blind somebody playing elbow. Tenza's already repositioned up top.
There's no follow-up off of that flash. It's all Cabazine with the stun finally now to try and at least attempt that reclear, but you're gonna have to be giving this one up. They don't have positioning at all. Zelsis is backed away, playing a really passive position. 10 spots it, backs away, not favored for that fight. And they've won out the at least critical ones. Now no mollies for Zelsis.
Les is holding it.
Les is holding for it and watching for it.
That was really nicely done there by Loud. Coming back in, they had so many different things that they needed to navigate. You saw that there was no follow-up on the paranoia. That's because they're expecting some utility in response or aggression in response. Look how good Cowanzine is at being able to deal with Zekken flying over the top of him too. Unless, as usual, the backbone when it comes to fragging, winning duels against Tens and Zelsis to shut the round down. That's where you see the slower pace of Sen get punished. If Loud are not going to give them things in the mid-round, give them openings to punish, you've still got to be able to make your own success with the executes at the end of the day.
A familiar setup. Doesn't look like there's the same Viper orb that's being thrown out.
No, not this time.
From Zelsis.
The other thing that's amazing about that Viper orb, though, too, is it keeps people in mid, because you could lurk through it.
Yeah.
So I think we'll be seeing that one come out to play a little more.
But the present show, though, now with a Moonbot.
Touch tips.
Yeah. Handshake.
QCK
grouping up for A.
QCK and Cowanzine are really close to huge ultimates, too. So Loud being able to put that previous round on the board is just so huge for them to stop the bleeding. Everything was red.
It's a lot that could happen right here now with 50 seconds left. QCK Shows it, body checks the dog, breaks it down. Now he's one away from a large hold of his own. Onto Heaven control, but now here it is. Showstopper, fault line to stop this one. Zekken was blind as anything, no way with the movement. Just evades capture. He's still low enough though. Tens now with a TP into the back of the side. That was not punished, and it is that full retake protocol, but already ram control game for Loud. Look at them clearing that so damn proactively.
Meanwhile, Celsius is so far away from the rest of the squad, just trying to find the timing for a late lurk. He might be too late.
There's a kill. Here's a showstopper. Finally online. Rocket round towards the back. Sassy is dropped like a fly. Tens has to do the most now. He stands his ground and wins his one out. Kawazine falling out. Sadek though looked into this position to Molly to push him out of position. Zekken.
Celsius is here.
Finally. Arriving to the party though, Util in his hand. Sadek adjusts it and watching for it. Tens now 1v2. The double face is there. Terrific together. It's 2 years. His partner in crime, Mr. Sadek himself. So with that defuse online, that's going to be that second round on the board. And Loud starting to get a handle now in terms of how to tackle these A sites.
Yeah, finding the timing there to re-push ramp before Sentinels were anywhere near set up for it, right? Sen's general game plan is we're going to get to site, we're going to have some kind of post-plan idea for aggression, or a backup plan like Celsius going for that late lurk. But if you can find the timing between them going to site and setting up the next play, which Loud did, you can be very disruptive. And also, one of the big crucial factors in round 5 and 6 to Loud winning is that they just had players able to take ones and win duels. You saw Tens at the end there. We've seen him do magic in those positions sometimes before. But Loud is shooting back. Might sound reductive, but it's very important. Here's that same orb lineup, but this time it's just going to go straight into a pit. I don't think that's going to have the value that Celsius was hoping for. Kind of risky to go and retrieve it too.
Yeah. Basically lost, isn't it? Can't really be reclaiming it unless you have a plan to re-clear, which is stacking bodies, don't get me wrong. Just hoping that a few stray bullets might land into the cranium of less, but he's tucked to safety, making sure the pit will stay up.
Scout destroyed.
If Sen get a read that Loud are playing heavy over mid at the start of these rounds, which they generally are, there's normally 2, sometimes 3 players there, Sen might be able to make an adjustment and go for more burst executes. But all of this is so based on having a read of what your opponents are doing in this match. And they will be changing it up compared to the last time they faced off.
Pretty clear call, that looks like was the dog John QT. He's been pushed forwards now, tucked. And there it is, kill claimed. QCK, fault line. Definitely there. Eventually, laboured enough, but still, the trade online. The call's being made to try and speed up the play now into B, but already that Util, look at it. I mean, the paranoia, the smoke drops down, cuts up the side, and with that lurk into mid, Sassy not rewarded for it. Tens has the spike here, looking eager potentially to take some fights here, but has to stick the plan now towards default. But his team do have his back and more. Look at that! Coordination on display. Sadek creeping and crawling. He managed to weave his way into the site there while all that chaos was going on, but not enough to get too much more done.
And that was a tricky round for Sen to be able to convert. When John Cutie goes down over towards A, Sen are forced. Their hand has to go B. And Tui's knew it was happening. The Loud players were there, and yet Sen come out on top anyway. Celsius destroys that attempt to flood retake. Dodge the flash and pick up both players. Good job. Sen, they are running away with this a little now. Getting to dangerous territory. Loud put 2 on the board with some slow, nice retakes, but now the economy's broken again.
Yeah, strange, isn't it? How that ends up working out, but quite salvage. Will keep any of the money running. Keep smoke. Going to be disrespected apparently. At least with the flash, they know that nobody's close, tucked to the corner. A lot of players now looking for a punish onto John QT. He's been noted that he plays here a lot, solo play. But they're just going to posture and pick up the orb.
And if they can find a pick on John Cutie and push him away, it'll create timings where Loud can worry about the rest of the map. And I think they've got a very good read that John is playing solo A lot. That's an expectation that maybe Sentinels can mess with a little, but at the moment, Loud have found a decent timing here to make a little bit of danger in the round. And the more the time ticks, the more you start to get worried in situations like this.
Absolutely.
Especially when we saw one of the rounds go down to only 15 seconds on the clock.
I think you can get really punished.
And Brent, the spike is going towards A, which is where Loud are going for their gamble stack. There are only 30 seconds left on the clock. Sen are quiet, but so far
30
away.
seconds left.
They're faking like it could be going towards B, blocking off Les's sightlines, but no one's budging.
No one's budging. Kawazine looks to be the contact for a Paranoia play that's being held around the back now. The nade flying forwards, close quarters, still doesn't win it out with the stinger, and the backside players are brutalized, eviscerated. Sadak goes for the flash repeat. Zelsis, safety in numbers.
What a swing, and great dodging movement by John as well. Can Les pick this up?
V3.
He's been a monster.
He's got the rifle to do it still. There's going to be no gaps there, not with Sentinels. They know who they're up against.
And another round where SEN, it looks dangerous on the mini-map. You see them walking into the trap. QCK even manages to get one. But everyone on SEN is playing really tight together. Making sure that they can trade, making sure the spacing's excellent. It is. Absolute sentiment. And they're running away with this. If you wanted to have an expectation coming into Split, I think it's a little difficult. Because the 2 times we've seen these teams play before, one was an extremely close split that Loud ended up winning, with Sadak just popping off at the end of the game to drag him over the line. And the other was a flattening. It was Sentinels just utterly, tactically dominating the game. And this is looking to me to be more like the latter. Obviously, the scoreline would suggest that, but the approach, the way that SEN is so patient around the map, dealing with everything that Loud threw at them. I think that time, having been the first team to qualify for playoffs, has been used very wisely.
Oh, yeah. Rest and rejuvenation. I mean, listen, I've seen these players wandering around the hotel, and the coaches, Kaplan and Drew. They had very dark bags under their eyes, but now they've finally been able to get some sleep.
And you saw there in that the shot of the stage, actually, Sadak popping off, making sure he's communicating what he wants to be adjusted heading into this. Tack timeout taken for Loud. Are they going to be able to find the adjustment that gets them a little bit of a cushion to work with? Because the economy has just never been in a good spot.
No. Really quite vital round coming up here, just because of what you mentioned, the economy situation. Is a deep fault line. That's just off the rip from Kawazine into market, but there wasn't really much to follow through with it. It looks like maybe it was just to set up B main control for 2 years.
Now look how difficult this is from Les and Kawazine's point of view. You know, when this orb goes up, it's very difficult to know if someone on SEN is just quietly taking the timing through. And so these A players have to be cautious, concerned.
I've got your trail.
Little portion of the round though, with a minute 10 onto the clock. You're going to see those Seekers offloaded, pointing in various different directions, but it doesn't really give SEN an indicator. They do know that a male is going to be free, or not male, but Ropes itself.
Yeah, that Seeker went a long way before it hit Kawazine over in A Heaven. So SEN have a pretty good idea that that path to A Heaven is fairly uncontested. And the dog here actually might give such bad information.
Broken.
It didn't see the second player of John QT. We'll see what SEN end up going for. Certainly relying a lot on the mid-rounding here from John, rather than having set game plans going into the rounds.
Sadak, Seekers of his own now, spotting all the way through into mid. Everybody bursting through. Now the snake bite. Used on the Q as he hears that Trailblazer. Where's the follow through now from the rest of the team? B main lost control of this one. There's going to be questions asked now of a lot of these Loud anchoring players. They want to give it up entirely. Don't want anything to do.
Yeah. That Paranoia thrown from Tens is lovely. Would have caught anybody over towards Rafters, and yes, the time is low, but look how devastating this looks to retake.
How do you do this now? Yes, you have a Rolling Thunder, but it's going to be utilized hopefully now to clear through into the bit. They've got this late lurk, the flying from Sassy, and yet he's caused all the distraction in the world. Gets out with his life, close to the corner, cut him up. Still, John QT. Quality tactics, quality time now with the whole family as he's sat back into the spectator. CQCK forward. Leading it with the team, but it's already wrapped around, so they got to expect the Sassy's there. No, it's a half clearance. Not enough. 2 years TP adjustment. He's on that high ground position, just propped up, but Les now needs to get more done, and he can't do it. It's going to come down to just a bit of spray and pray, but already time ticking, so 2 years, no chance in hell.
And it's another situation, Bren, where Loud cannot get any level of economic cushionry going. They're going to be knocked straight back down onto a low buy. And that adjustment, whatever it was that Sadak came into the round trying to inform the rest of his team, it did not work. They weren't ready for Sassy here in B Heaven, and they weren't ready for Sassy again once he repositioned into B main. It completely disrupted what Loud were going for there with the retake. The timing could not have been more perfect.
The way SEN are working this map, I mean, it's a masterclass.
Yeah.
Speed running it.
It really is. There was a lot of talk coming in based on their regional performances on Split that they might have the best split in the world. And, you know, I was saying, be cautious. We haven't seen them play up against all the other teams in the world, but man, is it looking clean. I think the believers in the Sentinels split are getting their beliefs confirmed every time we watch it.
Yeah, now heavy group up. The weaker buy here from Loud using that Trailblazer, trying to be fast onto the approach. Chance here, Zekken tries to adjust the spray, expecting players to swing from that left side. Tens evacuating, has a Paranoia still left to play for, but the Mollies are really clearing him out of position. What's the call now for Loud? Looks like a pivot.
Yeah, very mobile though. They've made it feel like it's ramp and they're already pressuring the screens. There's still a trip here for John. And Stens is in their spawn where they buy guns.
They don't have a clue. I mean, they've just caused them to all just be looking backwards as well. Les didn't have any sort of idea. He was just watching in case it was in mid. 2 years. One with a rifle, but no longer. Dropped to the floor, dropped to the deck. Les quite able to do it.
Yeah, and it's not really Tens that makes the round-winning play, but I think it was that Cypher trip coming from John. He'd popped it over towards screens, and I believe that's how Cowanzine ended up falling off screen. Zels has got a double spray down. Have a look here. Blinded up. Yep, hits the trip.
Oh, yeah.
And also gets QCK killed because he's right behind him. So it just gives the perfect timing and positioning for Zelsis to go for that spray. I mean, everything is working here for Sen. It must be devastating for the Loud morale. Bear in mind, you have a full BO3 ahead of you, and you knew that you wouldn't be favored here, but it is still going to be mentally difficult to bring your spirits back up.
Hopefully off that experience in spades. Oh my, showstopper. Let loose there. There is the trade online from Kawazine. He followed up with the stun at least, but his high ground angle of Tens drops down, gives him the cues. Kawazine just taking a wide peek by himself, man. Taking a fight by himself. Yeah, there's backup there, but heads have fallen, heads have rolled, and now maybe exactly what Loud ordered.
Yeah, player advantage situation, looking lovely for them. One away from a showstopper too. Sen, they're going to be able to get a plant down here. They're pretty certain that A is completely clear. They saw so many people fighting over mid. But this one is going to be tough, and Loud cannot afford to throw it away.
Yeah, just watching for it. Look at that. Loud, great awareness, knowing that Sen are going to have to be playing a bit more proactively, making the moves into the post-plan situation. Sassy is the lone survivor, gets shut down by his former squad.
And so Sen, for about the first time in this half, tried to do something fast at the start of the round. And that actually results in Loud getting the round win. Right, every other round, we've seen Sentinels with a tortoise-like pace to the beginning of these, making sure that they are cautious, diligent about everything. And as soon as they step forward to try to take the fight, Loud are so happy. These players behind Zekken just got wide swung and minced.
Crucially as well, final round of this first half, the money's looking good, the ult's even better. The showstopper for QCK can play really much more aggressively now that he's got that one.
And the silver lining, if they can get to 4, if they can win a pistol, maybe it's doable. But they've got to be securing those wins.
Yeah, clean with the rounds that are available to them now. Viper Orb does throw a lot of just chaos into the mix. I mean, look at the amount of Loud players. It's just gathered all the way into mid to watch it. They've got 3 players checked and ready.
Yeah. And Tens is still holding counter utility over towards B main. That timing was looking pretty good. Just.
Now that they've spotted the up though, the call's been made to contact in through B main. So Sen have just got themselves a freebie there. Can now utilize this. Ult forwards. The rocket goes wide.
No way.
And now no Valley to be found there. Out wide once more. Still QCK's on a swivel. Molly's vulnerabled him up. Pushed him out into the open. The easy collection of the kill. Now there's 45 seconds left. Chances to slow this one down, but it looks like Sen have no intention of it. Forward positions once more. Kawazine drops down from the ropes here, spraying down, but 2 years is disjointed on the rest of his team. Kawazine out wide. The reset. Oh, Rolling Thunder lifts him up in the air, sky high, and then one player standing towards the back as a crossfire setup, but the aftershock is elite. Kawazine on for so much more. An ace on the cards, less to stick. This one comes down to the spam, but John is stunned. A tap, he's going to be out wide, he's going to be forced wide, knows it. Info gathered now, but another stick now. Less finally the trust maintained in his teammate, maintained in him, might be punished. A tap, out, force with a jiggle. John QT, balls of steel! What a clutch!
Kawanzin was forced to reload in the middle of that, and John took the timing as Kawanzin reloaded. Les was still on the spike. Unbelievable timing from John. And Kawanzin had done so much, more than anyone could have been asked to do. But the timing on that, of when to take the fight in the 1v2, was utterly superb.
It's perfection. God damn, absolutely unreal stuff. Well, we heard from John earlier. Let's find out what he was expecting coming into this matchup.
Hello, I'm John Curie, and I'm the IGL for Sentinels. We definitely did a lot of mistakes, and we looked rough. We've had 2 rough days, but we made sure to rally the team, everyone stay focused on the goal, and we won 2-0. I watched a lot of their VODs. I even came here and just spent all my time watching Split and Lotus. I've noticed their patterns and what they like to do, what's their tendencies, so it wasn't that hard to kind of guess what they were doing. I like to tell my teams that the devil is in the details. It's the small things that adds up and create that big thing that will make the difference.
All grouped up right towards the back TP on top.
That's amazing.
This man is terrifying.
What an angle to find.
All the way forwards, Judge in hand, Shin. It's away with it. Still, reinforcements arriving. Narrate can't withstand it though, the pressure. It's too much, it's immense. This man is a thing of nightmares.
The mobility, the confidence, both working in tandem. He's on for the ace.
Obviously, the team has been through very lows after the 2021 Reykjavik, so it hasn't been all rainbow and sunshine, but the fans still stuck with the team. Since I joined, I'm lucky to say we've only had high highs. We've won all of our off-season and VCT so far. So, everything is going great right now, but we're still process-oriented and goal-oriented. Even if we lose, we still make sure that to keep it consistent and not really worry about the comments.
Consistency is key at the end of the day. It's clearly working out for Sentinels. He was talking about it, time in the off-season, they've been winning a lot, but with that comes a lot of hard work. They've shown some of the most maps of any teams coming into the kickoff, coming into the entirety of this year, but part of that is just them honing these map pools, All the questions placed onto their split, why the teams keep letting it through. Well, the reality is, it's a middle ground map for most teams.
Certainly true. Loud have come into this perma-banning Lotus, and Sen's Lotus looks good. That means you have to go towards this. So pistol round. Loud decided to take a ramp control at the start. Sen wanted to fight over mid, but there was nobody there. And Loud has still got some people really, really far away from the action.
Real fast refight. The stun. There's no connection there, so Les is able to just skip and hop away, but John QT is just this watchful eye onto it. There's a gap into the smoke. Maybe a bit unintentional there, maybe just a bit rushed from 2 years.
Sen are also expecting there to be more players on site right now. They're like, okay, well, where are the other 2 players for Loud? They lost track a little bit of where Kawanzin and Tui's could be, and now they've lost a lot of map info too. There are still chances here for the Loud players to turn things around, but this silent jump spot, not going to be punished.
Comes down to a couple of obstacles, really.
And look at the rest of Sen. Tripled up, re-clearing areas of the map, trying to regain some information, making sure that they don't offer any 1v1s.
Yeah, methodical.
30 seconds.
The win conditions of Loud right now. Playing against it, slowly creeping forwards, making sure to regain some of that map control. No kill found onto Kawanzin. Less a chance, really, for him to bite back and fight back. Here it is. Return of the fire, 10s from the wraparound. 2 years running all the way through. He knows the time's against him, so pistol round does not go the way of Loud there. Sentinels, again, looking like just a map of pure domination.
Yeah, this could be extremely similar to the last time we saw these teams face on Split. As pure Sen domination. Sadak caught off guard by that one. John picking up the 2K. It's just enormous. That paranoia, by the way, too, lovely from TenZ. They didn't know, as far as I'm aware, that Les was in that position, and TenZ just sensed that that could be dangerous.
Keep it up, keep it up. Small windows, but
now Loud have got to, they've got to force. Right, you're down 3-10. You didn't win the pistol, you need some momentum.
All relying on this one. That full investment, no money left standing. Trips though to stop them in their tracks as they try and take control of this. The dog broken before it even triggered into it. They do find it. Reface, Elsis, that is incredibly brave. Well, second following through with the bullets as well as Stinger. That's just a wide Bit of a gap there still. Sentinel's fully aware of all potential possibilities right now. Sadak has been pushed forwards into this deep angle and approach. With that trip broken, there was a chance of a timing.
Sassy's going to re-explore. He's very favored in a fight against 2Es unless 2Es gets the jump on him.
No way, just the ghost doing work!
That's bonkers.
Yeah, it's got the one pick, but there's no real follow-up there with the players. I mean, they can't really react appropriately. He sends the util flying.
It's pulling Zelsis over. It is making the A site weaker here.
Second and John QT, though. Cam back online. It's going to be spotting the crossover.
30 seconds left.
There it is.
Camera taken out.
Going to be calling out now that they could have been compromised towards spawn, but now time running against them. Loud, get a move on. Cages propped up, pushed up. Behind it, John QT can't follow through after that trip. There's a smoke in his face. It does make it quite dangerous, quite difficult. Still, it's a bit of run and gun in action. Only a few seconds remaining. Pull out the sidearm. Why not? And it gets the job done.
Really excellent teamwork and anchoring again there from Sen. Didn't have a cage for himself to be able to play inside of, but has a smoke there from a teammate. Somebody inside the smoke that he can spam off. Just really solid setup. Beautiful little team plays happening all over the place for Sen on this map. They've refined it so well. And Loud, that force smacked of desperation. Down 3-11 with only Sheriffs to work with. This one is a GG go next.
That's brutal. Really brutal.
And the other two maps here are going to be, even if Loud were to win them, very hotly contested. It's not like Loud have a map themselves that they are guaranteed to dominate on.
No, they've got a Sisyphus-level fight ahead of them, honestly. Uphill battle. Icebox, both of these teams quite favored on their attack side. Sunset, I would give the edge to Sentinels.
Yeah.
So even if you do win on that second map to extend the series, it looks dire still. Anything can happen. Team like Loud, being around the block, they might be down and out right now, but they have that experience to maybe rally themselves here. They need a few more, though. Openings not going to be given to them. Defensive setup for Sentinels just a little bit too strong, too well honed.
Yeah, everything looks... They've crossed every T, dotted every I. You heard John talk about it too when he said the devil's in the details, right? What makes a team excellent is not just the macro, not just the shooting, but it's all the small things, the little interplays between players, the maximization of, you know, a certain piece of utility, knowing to always smoke this spot or knowing to always throw this nade in this particular way. And on split here, Sen approaching some levels of perfection on this map in the current meta. They are ahead of the game here.
True flattening.
And it's going to strike fear into the hearts of anybody else, because if you have a perma, you have to let this through.
Yeah, playing split against Sen, I mean, almost guarantees. Yeah, Sentinel's going to be taking it. They've only lost it a handful of times. One of them to this team that they're playing against now, Loud, but Sentinel's the kind of team get knocked by their losses. Re-clearance called here with a flash and a paranoid. Well,
good counter
good
flash.
one, yeah, from Kawazine.
Yeah, very important counter flash there. Sen are trying to set up plays like this because they have looser weaponry to work with. The two Spectres, the Bulldog.
Heal up, squad. Here.
So we get to see a slightly more aggressive version of their setup.
So goes the ebb and flow of the map.
But there are still chances for Sen to win this round and just dominate with the same scoreline that they did
Flash,
in the finals.
rifle, bloody hell, that's a lot of damage and a retreat. Covered and watched for. Celsius just swinging wide, a bit of run and gun in the reaction. Called now from Loud. Into the site, will they be able to get the plant down? Looks like they will do so. Too much pushback.
There isn't very much retake utility here for Sen. Normally their retakes are amazing, but there's really only a boombot to work with.
Waiting for the right timings. I mean, the smoke up. 1 second here for TenZ. Going to be using it probably to block off one of the angles. Just jiggling for now. There it is, actually dividing up the site. Paranoia flying with the fault line. Time. Starting to tick. A crucial kill. Zelsis falling on top heaven. TP forwards. Backside control, at least partitioning in it and trying to take it wide. Still with that util online. The aftershock does push him away. A tag from John QT, but forcing the fight out into the open. The snake bites, plenty of util here. So Loud, really well played into that one. Just understanding how to play that fully. Just using the util.
And it's officially now a closer game than it was during the grand final, where SEN won 13-3. But man, it doesn't feel much closer.
No. I mean, this round almost a gimme, but
it was a bonus.
It was a bonus, you know. Yeah, SEN didn't have as much util available to them, but still, you know, Loud. One round at a time, it's all the way, you got to take it.
Yeah, and we've seen them pull off big comebacks before. And we've seen them lose leads before as well, but listen, we won't talk about that one.
We won't talk about it. We'll mention it a few times.
Look at the timing there, just beautiful. Great read that Les was going to go for an aggro lurk.
Les dropped, I mean, this is your star player. This is a guy you're expecting to put up massive numbers, who's going to offset that mechanical advantage that a team like Sentinels might have with players like Second, like Tens. The desk was talking about it. When he's shut down here, your chances begin to dwindle. Trip in their face. There's no protocols at all to really deal with that one. Should have known it was there, surely, if they were walking all the way up. TP forwards, it is just being toppled and crumbled. All the opportunities in this round here for Loud. QCK with the nade does get the one onto Zelsis.
I mean, this spike is down in such an open position, though. It sends to close out.
And Sadak, it's inevitable, yeah, the double face in the end. That is one of the most one-sided maps we've seen. Two of our top teams here in playoffs. But Sentinels are primed and ready. This is a team angry. They want to go deep, they want to go forwards. They know they've had obstacles, they know it's been tough for them. But that was just a dismantling of the opening map.
I don't know whether Sentinels have, been talking to EDG and told them they'd get revenge, but they just stomped Loud in the same way that Loud stomped EDG.
Absolutely impeccable work. We'll send it to a quick break on the other side of things. Plenty more action where that came from.
Excuse me, would you mind taking a picture of us?
Oh, no problem.
Thanks.
Ooh, yes, problem. You need Verizon. Trade in that old thing and get a new iPhone 15 Pro with tons of storage, so you can take all the pics. So many selfies.
A preposterous amount of panos!
That means panoramic.
And as many portraits of me as your heart desires.
How about none? None.
None, yeah, none feels right.
Trade in any iPhone in any condition and get iPhone 15 Pro and iPad and Apple Watch SE all on us. Only on Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Pa' saber cómo se hace. Dale despacito, mami, nada que te pare. Tú sabes, baby, que yo soy una gárgola. Moviéndote culo, papi, tú te pones a rezar. Porque sabes que yo te pongo bichi. Ya me cambiamos cuando te veo dreaming con alguien más. Tú sabes, baby, que yo soy una gárgola. Moviéndote culo, papi, tú te pones a rezar. Tú sabes que yo a ti te pongo bichi. Ya me cambiamos cuando te veo dreaming con alguien más. Sin compromiso, mami, dale hasta el piso. Con esa carita linda yo no me complico. Ven pa' pillarte como si fuera yo mico. En tiempos de la hype, baby, yo no lo medito. Se con nena, papi, pa' mi mente en ese caso no hay dilema. You make me horny, bitchy, feeling nasty. Mándame un DM y nos comemos en luna llena, ey. Baby, pégate, muévelo bien salvaje. No te hagas loca, todos saben que eres gante. Ponte en esa pose pa' saber cómo se hace. soy una gárgola. Salgo de noche con todos mis gatos derrapando hasta en los coches. Pita encendida, todos de roce. La vivienda activa para el perreo hasta las 12. 1, 2, 3 con la nalga para el piso. La bebé anda sola, nadie le da permiso. Prende y pasa, lo seguimos en casa. Que yo tengo un par de amigos pa' quemar la salsa. Oye, bandida, bebé, tú eres una atrevida. Cuando baila está encendida. Le pide al DJ que ponga el chori con la blue, que grosería. Soy una gárgola, salgo de noche con todos los míos, estamos puestos para leer. Soy una gárgola, salgo de noche con todos los míos, estamos puestos para leer. Yeah, 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 yeah. Con Yori, dimensiones, con el Yori en la casa. Salgo de noche con todos los míos, estamos puestos para leer. Con todo lo mío estamos puestos para el roche.
Hey guys, I'm standing right now with Kaplan of Sentinels. Now, of course, the team, I don't think I need saying, but the team is looking like the current favorite to win it all, and a big part of that is just how consistent the team has been. How have you ensured that, especially since you guys have been very vocal that it's such a hectic schedule, how have you been able to ensure that consistency in their performance?
Yeah, it's always impossible to perfectly control how your off days go. You know, you can't prevent things like jet lag or a hectic schedule, but the one thing we can do is control how we sound once we get in the game. So as a team, we really emphasize the atmosphere. Is it too high? Is it too low? Recognizing it as a team without me needing to pause, and you know, the whole team having the skills to call it out and know what to do to shift into the right space, and the guys have done an incredible job with that.
That's awesome. And have you guys been able to take a day off? Have you touched grass?
Yes, that is another big part of it, preventing burnout. So we had a really nice day where we, I think it's called Parque de Retiro or something. It was beautiful. We got outside, walked the city. It was much needed.
Yeah, glad to hear it. That's why probably Sentinels look so good. So let's see if they can carry it over to the second map.
Oh, great choice of extracurricular activities there from Coach Kaplan. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm back here with Mimi and HyperX. They look so good.
It's the park, man. I went to that park. It's lovely. They ride around on a little rowboat. There's peacocks in the park.
They had a boating day for sure. For sure.
How could they not 13-4 last?
How come we don't perform like this, Mike, after we go boating?
Yeah, I can't answer that one, unfortunately. Yeah. But I mean, to take nothing away, now if there was any discussion ahead of this, I know Josh said on the cast as well, there is no question. Sentinel's split is seemingly flawless. Like, they do not miss a beat. And every single decision you see along the way in some of these rounds, it's not even coming down to mid-rounding. The decisions of the individuals are automatic. They're firing on all cylinders.
They look so drilled. We talk a lot about this team's defense and how good their retakes are, how good their protocols are, but look at how they're playing their post plans as well. They're setting up forward here. Zelstis has a molly off his teammates' contact, and then they're ping-ponging off each other to take that fight together. This is another round where once they get into post plan, they're going for these executes with the double dive between Tens and Zekin, which always looks incredible. And again, look, Zekin has a nade primed, ready to go towards heaven. They have so many layers to these post plans, and really it seems to every stage of this map.
Sorry, yeah, sorry, just caught my breath for a second there. I think as well, Loud, yeah, just an inability to really throw them off their game, right? There was no pressure towards the backline, the weaker extremities ahead of some of these executes coming in. Unfortunately, Loud just didn't really get a look in. And with the way Sen have been playing and how well drilled things are, if you let this Sentinels execute on you, you're losing time and time again.
Yeah, and I want to shout out to the fragging IGL on the other side too for Sentinels. John QT, take a look at this. A HyperX reflex. I felt like every round when he was still alive, Mimi, something magical was going to happen.
I mean, this was after Cow and Zine got a 4K, almost gets the ace in this round, and then John just plays the clutch to perfection. He's not always the flashiest player, but when you put him in a position he needs to step up, he seemingly always does, Mike.
Yeah, he does. It looked absolutely ice cold afterwards as well. Giving him a wave to close out the half. It's heartbreaking to see Loud lose rounds like this, but like I said, with the individuals on Sentinels, not even Zekin and Tens, in scenarios like this, stepping up, this is the plan B. How scary is that for every other team?
I mean, everything is just coming together beautifully for them, but the job is not done. The job is not done just yet. They are one map up, but let's throw it down and hear what Loud's coach STK had to say ahead of Icebox. Welcome back, Mika Fabs here, now with
Welcome back, Mika Fabs here, now with STK of Loud. And now that was a very tough first map. What was the team struggling with the most, and how do you guys plan to remedy that going into Icebox?
I think that we entered in a game with a game plan. This game plan didn't work, unfortunately. They adapted themselves, so they have a lot of merit on that. So on Icebox, we have we are more comfortable on the map. We have more plays on this map. So I think that's about this. Reset about the first map that anything went good, and go for with our full power right now.
Well, Loud is a team that you can't ever count. So let's see if they're able to bounce back on Icebox.
Exactly, Mika. Well put. But the thing is, Mimi, what are Loud's game plans for Icebox? What do they do?
So they play this Harbor Viper comp that they've been playing for a while, but they execute on it really well. Last time they played, the thing that impressed me the most was their protocols in plant denial and retakes. They're very good at kind of timing how they're using their mollies to delay their opponent's plant, then going for these flood retakes that with the Harbor Viper are really effective. This is a map where I think you get to see the experience, the fundamentals of Loud on full display. They've played this comp for a while. They have a lot of variations of how they want to set up with it, especially on this defensive side. This is the comfort zone for the Brazilians.
Comfort? I don't know. Call me a doubt or whatever.
Okay.
I think, obviously, this being the anomaly of the grand finals for me is a very, very close fought affair, a 13-11 scoreline regionally, but I don't feel like we're getting the same Loud here. Other than obviously the EG series apart, I don't think really Loud are in a position today to throw SEN off their game that much. Obviously, previously, Les has been the standout individual for Loud on Icebox, but I don't know, I just don't get it.
See, that's the thing though, I agree with what you said. This is still, I think, a map they are very comfortable on, but Sentinels is also so good at it. They run a very different comp. They're playing this KO, Gecko, and I actually think that can play into this Harbor Viper quite well. You can be fighting through the walls, fighting through the smokes, combining those two pieces of utility, and Zekin just looks unreal whenever he gets to play the Jet on this map.
Well, this is the thing. Last time they faced each other, Mike, Sentinels did come out on top. You think history is repeating itself?
I feel, yeah, we were talking about this before. We were talking about, yeah, it's going to be a long, drawn-out affair here. I think with that start, it's just so hard. Loud are one of the ones, time and time again, we say they're never out of a series. They're never out of a map. I'm just not seeing it again today. It's another concerning look at. You know, obviously, I mean, even there with the interview there, talking about the adaptations that SEN made, I don't feel like they made an awful lot. Loud had no approach to really disrupt Sentinels gameplay that they've demonstrated time and time again on Split.
Sentinels, they do look so good, but you guys at home voted and you think that this is going to go the distance, and I have faith in the Mastercard fan poll. But the question is, Bren and Saisho, do you guys have faith in Loud?
I mean, I'm praying. I'm on my knees here praying. So I'm not going to lie. I want a close game. I want something that's not going to be so lopsided between these two teams. We can certainly hope so. You know, the last time these two teams tackled each other on Icebox, it was Loud who got the better of them. Both of these teams have very, very good fundamentally attack sides with their comps. They are very well drilled in that regard, but I want to see some fight back now from Loud.
I actually think that SEN's composition is extraordinarily good against Loud's too. It's just that SEN haven't worked on this map as much as some of the others in their pool. And if they've used this time accurately, then maybe they can come out with another incredible map win. That's not going to help. Sassy going down there at the start of the round. You know, he's a really important piece of the puzzle in terms of getting the plants down.
It's a massive one with less going for that early face, that early peak.
And Loud expect this to be a re-hit. And they won't really know otherwise until the alarm bot takes contact. And at that point, it's kind of too late. Sadak doesn't have nanoswarms to deny. So just gambling the wrong way here.
Sadak, flash through, he's playing anti. Where's the follow-up? There is none. Just rips away to it, and Frenzy in his hands. A backside position being played here. Dash fading away, but Second still standing his ground that he's earned himself. Dart dodged. Another play being set up as well. A 10s with a pop flash into the peak. It allows Zekin to recross back, playing together now, but they've got 4 players to deal with. Make it 3. Can't let this one slip now, Loud. Shot dart. It's good for the damage. 10's going to be forced out wide. 10s! 10s! You can't be getting away with this, son. Surely not needs. Doesn't even matter. Sadak pushed forwards. That's a 2v4.
That's ridiculous. The push into Sadak there to give Sadak 2 kills was about the only way that SEN could have messed up what was happening. Not that it's their fault. They didn't know where exactly he was positioned. But for TenZ to recover that, he's forced to take that duel there as he crosses back The outlines. Yeah, he's forced to take fights because of their utility, because of how they're positioned.
Who are they peeking? Who are they peeking? Give it to him, man. Oh my God.
I mean, the players on Loud are so talented, and Tenz is just owning them.
You man, return to form.
His form has been spectacular in basically all of this year.
Yeah.
The actual shots that Tenz has been hitting, the moments, the multi-kills from him have been unbelievable sometimes. When he's not forced to be the entry player, to have all of that extra mental bandwidth being taxed, the rifling's just been superb.
Player's going to be dropping plan online here for Sassy.
Now look at this high tide. It's not going to have an influence in this round, but I do like how Loud are using it. They throw it out from 2Es when he's playing over towards Snowman, and it's going to let them play between the Viper Wall and the high tide to break the wingman, to deny the plant, to fight more aggressively. I think that could be crucial once we get onto some of the rifle rounds, but there is no danger here. SEN have just taken a very clean B exec.
Yeah.
And to be honest with you, Tenz, he should be trying to hunt. Yeah, you see him swap the weapon.
Yeah. Offloading it in exchange there. Does want to go hunting. 2 years. Top of the bridge, brings him down. Still one step closer. That's what matters.
It's a fairly important denial, though. If Tenz had access to that ult at the start of the round, things would get quite difficult for Loud. The attack side on Icebox can be very potent. And the thing is, Loud's composition doesn't actually have great ways of disrupting you when you go for that. It doesn't have the ability to, you know, flash re-peek from yellow or on pipes on A, that kind of thing, which teams like Gen G have done so much work integrating those micro plays on the defense.
A little bit of proactive fighting over.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the reasons why we saw the attack side be so good for both of these teams, is that SEN hadn't really built out those defensive plays, and Loud's comp, it kind of relies on playing retake, which is easier to deny.
Looks like the purpose of that Dizzy is just to spot if a player is aggressive up through B, but the Cascade blocks it anyway. Don't know if that's even been noted. I mean, bonus round here for SEN, all grouped up.
Not really an opportunity here for Tenz to be able to get the ult online, I don't think. Instead, looking more like a standard A exec. Now, Tenz is getting in position for this flash Dizzy combo that Gen G were using. It's so good.
Yeah, choose to break it. You're going to be staying right into the sun. The flash goes off. Plan. Now here for Sassy. Util a little bit delayed. So, yep, it's down, close to the quarters. Down underneath rafters. Kawazine wins his one out versus second. Still, gets to the position for it. And Tenz is starting to use his ult now for this. Making sure that they can't use any of that post-plant util. Keen and eager to take the fights. He's ripped Kawazine's head clean off. Over the top of the ropes. This is a real dangerous situation. Scenario flash. Peek. The rest of his team sets them up, but no real casualties. Now QCK finally. Abilities back online. Dash backing away. Gets the one. Needs to clear the corner here, but he's just really struggling. Wading out wide here. Having a defuse from Sadak. Pushed back and away. And a wide tip tap and a face there from the Loud players remaining just in time.
Very nice patience there from Loud. Didn't get caught by the flash re-clear, but I can see that SEN are starting to add more stuff into their playbook. I mean, that flash Dizzy combo is so good. The pathing that the Dizzy takes and the way that the flash pops catches so much of the area. And Loud had to wait a long time to get that high tide and the cove back online, and then played with each other really well to stop some of this momentum from SEN.
Calm the mollies. We really need to calm the mollies.
Okay, there we go. Zekken looking for a readjustment early. And these players are smart. They understand what the issues are. Kaplan's talked about it so much.
Potential off the charts here, but clear understanding of what is really going wrong for them. Knife not broken. Tags onto 2.
Yeah, that's going to create a serious threat, though. See how 2Es is using his high tide to make it difficult for SEN to clear out that area, unless it's pushing up on the other wing of the map.
He's going walkabouts. Overstep himself, waiting for the high tide to now fade. He's going to be using again. Flash Dizzy. Dash forwards from Zekken. Make sure to clear all that space. If somebody was holding that aggressively, it would have been mince meat. But now, once they've gained control of B main, what's going to be the call? Maybe to go back into Zelsis?
Yeah. I mean, they either needed to hit B quickly there or go back over towards A, because if they wait enough time for Tui's high tide to come back, which it now is, it's much more difficult to get the plant down and get Sassy his ult. Drone is going to confirm. I think that a lot of these players have left the area. Does it catch? Oh, yeah, just
does.
Onto Zekken.
Zekken looking like the fox in the pen, but with him notified now, he's really just caught.
He is, but he's going to be distracting and pulling people away for quite a while.
He's got 3 on him. And here we go. Coming through there. Dizzy firing a blind shot off, but it actually didn't trigger onto Les. Nano Swarm.
That's so much damage.
My God, yeah. Ten's lucky to be alive, facing top rafters Sadak. Taken out cleanly. Now Ten's going to be playing a 4 position here because he is so low. Might be able to get a 1 and done.
And Sassy, with that ult plant, Wingman got the Thrash online.
Need somebody to break that dart for him though, and there wasn't anybody really waiting available, but still, like you said, the Thrash is now online. Sassy lets it loose, the movement, clean, jiggling with it. Entertainment, not quite online here. Now a bit of pace injected back into the thing. See it loud, using that util. All available for them, but it's a crossfire setup of Sentinels, and they punish that swing and wide face out. Great with the movement and patience with the aim. Cooling down the weaponry enough to take out QCK. Over on the top of the rope, Zelsis, he's hungry for this kill. He's hungry for it. Building up towards it, but okay, Les just a better player on the day.
But a sad situation for him to be in. He was the player pushed the furthest forward on A, last to fall. Everybody crumbling around him. I just want to go back a little bit to their communication from the previous round. Sen were calming, or Zekken specifically was saying, calm the mollies. And the reason that's so important in this composition is because players need to be able to hide. Players need to be able to hide and not have to face and break cove and fight while the mollies are online. Yeah. They need to force Loud to bring the fight to them if the spike is safe. And so getting that timing correct is really important against what Loud have.
Weaker money here, QCK, 3K in the bank. Looks like he's trying to save the operator, but for now the Sheriff will have to do, and it will. Sassy, dusted, taken the hell out. Deep Knife clears yellow, but really, they've got nothing to try and cross and take control of B main here. Just putting that emphasis here towards the section, vacuuming up the orbs. To defend this gun as well.
Loud are looking for information. Sen have been mixing up whether they rotate, whether they re-hit, and you can see Loud here just trying to figure out, is it correct to stack onto B? QCK looking to explore through mid. They think it's a re-hit. They're keeping players on this site.
Might be some serious danger here. I mean, 2 years just holding onto the high tide's wall. There, flash through into the back. Dart, oh my. They knew exactly the position that was coming from, so Kawasi didn't really stand a chance up with the armor. Draft dashing away. Zekken survives. Flank attempt from QCK. Oh my goodness.
Has anyone heard that? Tens is watching, but
Tens was watching.
They're going to get distracted.
They are distracted. Now the pressure really being applied. It's less here, and QCK for the cleanup. John QT, he's there with a trade, but 1 versus 3 now. Diffuse online for 2 years. Not going to be pushed away from this one. There's no more utility left available for them. So a thrifty round for Loud. That's what you want to see.
Yeah, that is just in time. What we saw on Split was the economy just getting ruined for Loud over and over. They could never build up a bank to work with. They're going to call a timeout after winning this round as well, which is a bit bizarre. Maybe the timeout...
Probably queued a little bit earlier.
Yeah, probably queued before they won the round. Yeah. But QCK opened this up with a beautiful Sheriff shot and then closed the entire thing too. The Cloudburst to make sure that nobody caught him getting past the alarm bot. And often that kind of thing is going to get heard. But in this situation, gets away with it.
Like John Cuda was mentioning, it's the tiny things, the tiny differences, the minutiae to watch for.
Yeah, and also QCK being able to give them the confidence to stay on B by taking that mid-round timing and taking the risk to re-explore through mid. And it is a risk, you know, he's only got he's only one man in that kind of situation. So now what allowed looking to readjust? Can they take any lessons from winning that round? I think one of them would be, you know, trying to fight before Sen have utility setups, because QCK was able to manage that. And he's looked fairly good in the games of Icebox that they've played, despite people doubting his jet ability. And the other big takeaway, I think, from that is trying to look for mid-round information so your stacks are correct.
Maybe might see some signs of that proactivity from Loud being called. Like you said, just trying to gather gain some of that mid-round information, but the comp isn't really too suited for it. I mean, you've only got the Sova as your initiator.
Yeah, you really have to do it by pushing into areas. And again, you don't really have the ability to flash re-clear spots on defense, so it can be very tough. You kind of have to double up, triple up, walk areas. And that's got its own danger. So both teams on opposite sides of the map here to start this next round. 4 players grouped up on defense on A, just pushing QCK into an aggressive angle.
I mean, this is excellent for him.
Yeah, but I mean, SEN are nowhere near.
Still, he's going to be telling his team to over-rotate. Get your asses into mid, get your asses into gear, because it's leaning over towards a B hit.
Yeah, and Loud have actually finessed this. Lovely. I mean, they've managed to get into a position where SEN weren't comfortable going for the early round timing, and now Loud have stacked it for the mid-round timing. And on top of that, QCK's watching in case things rotate back towards A.
He's in a really good spot. Drone. Oh, maybe just catching tail end of somebody.
I think they've got all the info they need, though.
Yeah, they have. With QCK pushed up deep like this, look at it, you can just tell from the stack. Already protocols in play. Molly forward, Zekin just tanks it. Half his HP just removed, but they weren't expecting it. Still, Loud with all the kills. 2 versus 3. Sassy almost being taken out. Has to back his way to safety here. Fast flank of QCK. Might be causing some issues a little bit later into things. Now he's going to be notifying his presence, at least with the removal of that turret attack from Sadak. He's hoping that forces them out wide. Don't know if they could have took a glimpse of that one. Still 10 HP. Leave it just to Zelsis. Kova. There's no real chances here. There's no real chances. Maybe managed to get the second, but no. Full stick there from Sadak.
I think Loud's defense on B looks way better than their defense on A, personally. Especially coming out of the Loud Gen G game, that was my big takeaway. I think Loud's protocols for dealing with B hits like this are actually real nice. Yeah, they missed Zekin, but they keep good snowman control. They fight from kitchen. They have good crossfires on people. Look at how Sadak, playing around orange, is able to pick up Zekin. I think SEN should be quite cautious if they're sending B hits over and over and over. The A side of the map does look more of a weakness for Loud. They tend to play it for retake more often. The flash dizzy combo on A is just more powerful in my opinion. And SEN are going to have opportunities then to fight aggressive in the postplan to stop Loud coming back in for the retake. I think you're definitely seeing that there are many more opportunities for Loud to get wins here on Icebox than we saw on Split. Yeah. Right? Split from SEN is perfection, but not every map is up to that kind of caliber. And Loud are finding those ways of stopping SEN going for these hits. Now they've knocked the economy in the other direction. Did SEN even have a single eco round on Split? I don't think they did.
Like it.
They won the pistol both times, and then they just dominated the game. So I think this might be their first one.
Drop down to it. A couple of decisions to be made here because they do have money for potential investment of 1 rifle or so. Looks like John QT is the one who's bought that one up. Might get sold, but it looks like they should have money to spare if it goes poorly. And whatever's been called, we're probably not going to be seeing signs of it just yet. Not in this round with the weaker guns, but you know, SEN might start playing towards some of the orbs, try and earn up some big ults. Celsius will probably earn his after he goes down to a player.
And look at Loud setting up the same kind of thing. 4 players A at the beginning to post up some... Oh,
QCK messed that up, actually.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say to post somebody up really deep so they have good information. And yet, that 4-player stack now just has to kind of chill and reset. But SEN are not going for anything too aggressive at the beginning of the round. They're worried. As soon as 2Es puts up this high tide, it makes it feel like there's many players ready to fight B. Even though we can see it was only 2Es at home.
Just one Dizzy clearing away. Sassy on away now from the ult. Knife not being broken. Loud should have the protocols for this, but still Zekin with knives is a very dangerous target. Tagged up by the drone. Has to respect it now. Has to back away. Zelsis dropped on the other section of the map, the other side of things. Still with that plant down.
They're pitting.
They are going to be pitting, committing into this one. This is interesting. I mean, even though the money is a little bit wild still, now the lockdown being invested. I mean, that is absolutely crazy stuff still. Maybe feeling like it's necessary now. John QT getting into this spot and this position on top of it. Can't break it down, so detained and dealt with. Big committed with the ultimates here on either side, but it's Loud win it out. 4 players surviving.
Yeah, I think both ults that were used there probably should have been saved for another round, but The problem is the kills came through so quick, so close to the ults being invested. I think John didn't quite realize that he was in such a player disadvantaged situation when he decided to pit. And likewise with Sadak just deciding to send that one. Make sure that they get the streak online. So now we go into a rifle round. Zelsys ultimate, super powerful. If they can get up onto pipes.
And this should be the round what the timeout was scored for at least. Adjustments there with a deep knife. Now, very heavy emphasis and presence being shown by SEN. Sassy. Thrash movement. Looking elite. Looking to clear out the side as well for the rest of his team. Look at that. Skipping and hopping over around the side. Kawazin, he's been caught. Do they want to dive and dash onto this one? Now, Sadak is his bodyguard. Doesn't... Sentinels over.
Has a wallbang angle here.
Yeah, it's a wallbang angle with a pit drop down on top of it. Lockdown, though, should push him out of position. Potentially it to clear, but Les might just go down with a ship. He might just opt to getting detained. QCK is wrapped all the way behind him, and yeah, he will get detained just so that this pit stays up, but he's spammed onto the top Rattler's position. Dropping down. Crucial kill here onto the flank. Zelsys cleans that one up, so no gaps now left into the play. Hunter's Fury offloaded. Really just going to be utilized to try and push at these players from Loud into these forward positions. And they have managed to even it up ever so slightly, but still a player disadvantage. Molly, we're waiting for it to fade with Mosh down now. Dizzy on top of it with the Cove. Now stacking up all together. Post-plant utility should be good enough here for Sentinels. Now players realize it. They're the ones who have to make the moves forwards. Kawazin! Kawazin in 2 years! That is just disgusting.
That looked like a checkmate situation. Sen were running out of post-plant utility, sure, but they still had a crossfire from 3 different areas that they could have set up.
There's no way.
And yet through the high tide, through Tui's util, Kawazin, the hero for Loud in map 1, though the efforts didn't get him anywhere. This time putting rounds on the board. Yeah, Kaplan's going to be annoyed about that, but I don't really think that Sen misplayed it too much. Kawazin just hit some really nice counter spam through the high tide, and then got a sick shot on a jump peak.
Yeah, sometimes it be like that. Yeah. Loud. Really creeping forwards with this lead here.
Yeah, look at how mobile they are with QCK's positioning. He gets another one. That's excellent.
Yeah, okay.
They played him over towards A. Last round he walked down Tube. This time he's over towards B. So difficult to predict.
Hook middle low with an no command. Plant. Oh, hello. Counter spam. Kawazin dropped. Still have to worry about this operator.
That was actually through mid. That was
no way! He skewered them! Tense dropped to his knees. There's no chance in hell he's being picked up. And now, plenty of time and space brought for the rest of these Loud boys to really get into the action. Auxiliaries are here. Wide face by Zelsys. Traded, though. Drop down. And John QT, again, isolated in this 1 versus 2 position. Familiar scenes for him. The reload surely going to be heard. And yes, Les is very quick onto the angle with the punish.
What a round from QCK. Very similar to the Thrifty that got them started on this map. Takes an early angle, hits the shot, and then he's there to punish. This is now 5 in a row for Loud to really get the gears going.
I was talking about the attack side for both of these teams being good, but I mean, so far it's clearly Loud are the ones who have stepped up. Won't go quietly into the night. That is a disgusting shot. QCK with his op.
Zekken's Achilles heel.
Yeah. Barely tagging onto him.
So Loud, they have found something that's worked, which is QCK's op, and now they've given it to Kawazin.
Just to mix it up. And if QCK gets spotted now, still, it's rattled off the shots. Ended up using the dash. Where has that kill come from? I mean, Les is pushed up on literally the same as what he did in the pistol round. I mean, he went for this aggressive push on that initial round, man. He's taking matters into his own hands. Does not care. Worth a damn 3 fall.
What a beautiful bait and switch setup from Kawazin and Les as well. Such an unusual one with the Sova-opping.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like a Loud that is very, very angry.
Yeah.
Pod and poke the bear.
And frankly, it wasn't necessary for Les to go and do that. When they've already won 5 rounds in a row and the game plan's working, does Les need to force those fights and take the 1v1s? No, but he's Les. He's Les. He does just have these moments where he decides to take over a game, and he's been pushing up on A looking for that duel, but Zelsys has not been giving it to him. if they're B defaulting and they leave Xelsis with the Killjoy utility on A, Xelsis plays it really safe. And John just took a jiggle there and decided he liked the idea of stepping up. I don't know why you would. 12 and 3 less.
But this guy, I mean, he gets sorely underestimated by a variety of people coming into it. I mean, he doesn't play the most flashy roles, but you can't deny his individual talent, his skill.
And now SEN on a weird buy, looking like they want to just set up for that default A hit. Get TenZ up over on 2 pipes, where he's got that flash angle.
Turret broken in mid.
Oh, the flash.
To this.
Actually not in the right spot.
Really deep flash now. I mean, Les decided to take the re-peek. Dizzy shot fired straight into the wall there. Zekken wins it out though. Molly's dealt with. Accounted for. Now you're going to see it. The Reckoning pressing forwards with the advantage they've got. Loud, not giving up any space. They want to take it right back away from them. And already you can see it, that deep position. Weaker guns and weaponry still. Maybe SEN could make something of it. Again, the triangle of death set up. This time though, Thrash taking that first contact. Xelsis winning that fight. The adjustment and snap to the side. And retaking now with this operator just becomes a dire situation. And Xelsis is running a mockery over them. Taking liberties when he's on low HP. Because why not? He can do it. Not planted for Sassy. Tapping. Sadak over and around. Spotted. One. Sassy dropped. Sadak now, but time surely working against in the jump spot. The jiggle. John QT trying to gamble and dice with death himself here all the way through. That is immaculately played.
John with another clutch. So similar to his situation on Split where we saw him play against Kawanzin and Les. Beautifully done there. But I do think overall SEN are giving Loud way too much space in these post plans. If Xelsis hadn't been able to get those 2 kills and open things up, I think SEN might have been in trouble again. Yeah. Most teams when they play against the Harbor Viper,
let's go, boys. Let's go.
They're trying to get aggressive in post-plant situations and stop them before they get into retake spots. SEN are backing off and trying to play post-plant utility. But if they can secure this round, it's looking good. Double AWP, QCK and Kawanzin.
Kidding me. You are kidding me. Top of the rafters. QCK is obviously on the other side of the map, just trying to lock down at B angle, but the lockdown now indicates everything. Or at least it should.
Another problem with this composition, you have no way of dealing with the lockdown. You don't have molly lineups.
Backing out, no detainment. Fast with the high tide. Cuts this one up. Mosh pit into the back now. This time SEN fighting tooth and nail! But you're up against Kawanzin. John QT! Where's he pulled that one from? Out of nowhere! On top of the ropes, the pit has been earned. 88 health to his name. He just needs to survive. The spray down, and he's already hunting them down. Les, with him toppling, Ace on the cars. The crowd wants it. The people are chanting. QCK spotted out wide. Will his team give him anything? Not quite. Still, a round earned, a round gained. And SEN will be happy with that. That's a salvage situation when his half was looking so damn poor.
And round 11, round 12, the player to salvage it is John. What a beautiful spray transfer there. And then getting the 3rd on the rope too. All coming off the back of winning the 1v1 clutch. To get SEN up to 4, well, he's done it to get him to 5.
That's crazy stuff. Honestly, a really competitive map overall. And I believe we've got a special guest down on the floor as well. Let's send it down for an interview.
Hey guys, I am here right now with Coriana. Coriana, what's up? How are you liking Masters Madrid?
Masters Madrid is awesome. I mean, I'm really cheering for Loud. I arrived 2 days ago and I'm enjoying the city.
Of course, right? And how do you feel about this rematch? What are you expecting from Loud?
Sentinels is a very strong team. They beat us on VCT America, so I'm hoping for a really close match. We weren't able to show our game on the first map, but we are trying our best on the second one.
Of course, excited for that comeback. Now, what's this I hear that you bought every single VCT bundle? Is that correct?
Yes, is that true?
Oh my gosh. Okay, now I have to ask you, what's your top 3? And you can't say Loud.
Okay, I really like Talon, G2, and also Cloud9 one.
Oh, okay. That's a healthy representation. I like those picks. Now, last but not least, can you give a quick shout out to the fans? Maybe get them to buy some Loud bundles. How about that?
Yeah, sure. First of all, buy Loud bundle. And thank you guys for cheering for Loud. It's a close match. We are top 4. Last Masters, we weren't really great, but I hope this one we can get the title.
All All right, you heard it from Cariano. Let's get back into the game and let's get loud.
Serena bundles, man. I mean, I will say about Loud, they do have one of the only, like, you know, proper green bundles, if you like the color green. So they, you know, they got that going for them.
Yeah, if you're a fan of green, any eco-friendly people out there?
Yeah. I mean, money, other substances that we won't mention. If you're a fan of any of that, listen, maybe the Loud bundle, but listen, 7 to 5. Important pistol round coming up.
Yeah, a very, honestly, a huge one. And SEN have won every pistol so far in this series. So if they're able to get another one on the board here, that's just been such a phenomenal advantage for them to work with the entire time. Les, he's picked up a Sheriff. Loud are one of the teams that buy Sheriffs the most in these pistol situations. Often there's 2 players on the team with them.
Just trying to take those long-range fights, Celsius. In prior rounds, teammates dancing and dicing with death, but with that jiggle, always a chance, isn't it, that it goes poorly. He's going to be backing his way up to kitchen.
The reclear here from Sassy and Zekken. They had a cascade in their face early on, and now they've realized that that was fake pressure. A good gamble to take. And they've got a little bait and switch set up here. Kind of blocked by the wall, though.
Yeah, I mean, there's not going to be any swings coming out for here. Sassy needs to get one, but yeah, like I said, no trade in sight. Zekken, dash, activated.
Yeah, that's just wasted. And he was expecting more pace towards that. Sadak's called that pause in the round.
And holding for a repush.
Yeah, I mean, Zekken's already re-cleared this area once in the round. Loud are ready for it.
Zekken's now going to be pushed into this one-and-done angle. Now that the dash that we talking about prior is gone. Loud, what do they have to clear this one? Bodies might do it, surely. Ghost moment, not getting away with too much more still. 1 for 1. Drop down, Zelsis. Taking up space back towards the backside of Yellow. I need some supportive util though, and Tens is the one holding it. So, flash, repeat, timing, needs it now, needs help right now, and he's got it. The follow through from the rest of them. Those reinforcements, jump, spot, and peek. Les, he's taking them all out. 7 seconds remaining. Molly has to stick it through here for Sadak with that plan. It's the only way. He goes down to it. And it leaves it just up to Les. 1 versus 1. Viper versus Viper.
They should know that Les is this week.
Should have been cool.
This Sentinels Classic could do work here.
Time to put it to the test. A lot to clear though for John QT. Thankfully, he's got a bit of time on his side. Contacting, spots it. That's now going to be dropping. Orb propped up. How does John choose to play it? Here's those shots. Spots it out on the right click business. Done and dusted. Wipe your hands of that one. Pistol round here for Sentinels.
Did not look good for them in the beginning of this round.
Did not.
And Celsius has pulled it back with some great supportive utility coming through from Tens. SEN really abusing the slower pace of Loud there. Loud had multiple opportunities in the round where they could have gone forwards as a team and cleared out a solo player on B. Because they took so long dealing with Zekken, and I mean this util also perfection. Putting pressure on the clock. But yeah, because they took so long dealing with Zekken, that allowed Celsius to tuck into Yellow.
Nice!
And like I said, Bren, this is 4 out of 4 pistols, 1 for Sentinels. And this is going to get them back into this map. It's an enormous advantage, especially because it offers you opportunities to keep that momentum going with a bonus.
Clear ideas. Very clear ideas. I mean, here, Zekken, Outlaw. Sees the jump, spots, just baited out for the shot wide, and QCK just didn't really realize that he was already pushed up on that left-hand side, so he's earned himself an upgrade.
Yeah, nobody for Zekken to play off. That's a really bold angle. He was expecting Loud to be playing more slowly.
Sadak not willing to give away his life to the Molly once more for the plan, so but that util out.
2 of these players will die to a one-shot from the Outlaw.
They're not watching for it. Over the top there, that's the Ghost gameplay occurring right now. Out wide, Tens seeking to reclaim a bit of that territory, a bit of that ground, and he has slowed it down enough for the spike to be dropped down, but it is a 2 versus 3. This is the danger zone right now. The Verge are getting thriftied. Like you said, a single shot will do it. You've essentially handed over the operator to QCK.
Yeah. It looks like a save, to be honest, but they're still going to try and fight over it. Wow. There are still opportunities and danger here.
You slipped them up.
Tens is making an enormous wraparound, and Les has gone into Snowman. This is such a bizarre round.
And John QT's backs to the wall, all about the timing. No way! As Les finds it. And the gamble, the wrap around here of TenZ has to pay off. It has to pay off massively, but it's not going to be planted out wide. Less does he even acknowledge it. The reload is heard here. Close. Quarters again. Cuts it up into the angle. 1 versus 1, but it really should never have been here in the first place. Knife tags it. Knows the rock positioning as the wall fades. The head is collected.
That is a crucial one for TenZ to win. What a play. I mean, both Les and TenZ getting value out of the play that they went for. But for TenZ to go for that flank all the way through mid, wrapping back around quietly the whole time, and not have clock pressure because of John being able to deny the plant, and the spike went walkabouts into Snowman. Could not have gone better, the timing in that round for TenZ.
Crazy round.
One suppressed.
And despite SEN winning that follow-up round, it was really expensive. Yes, they carried a 1 rifle through, but they're opting to just take a full eco.
Nice! Yeah. And so, a really bizarre start to this half.
Yeah.
SEN win the pistol. You expect them to get up the momentum that they have done on every other half that we've watched so far. And instead, they're taking an eco after winning the round.
That needs to be dealt with here. What a snap to the side. QCK deleted off the face of the map. It is responded in kind here. Sadak but cheeky there with the peaks over the top here. Just trying to play on top of 410. Drops down the Nana Swarms, making sure that nobody can play forwards. He does have the spike. Let's get his plan down.
A little bit of damage done, but not too bad.
Yeah.
Love that Cove too. You can plant in a number of positions where it's very helpful. And Lauda looking to try to play a little further forwards than we saw from the post plants of Sentinels. You know, fighting on top of 410 with 2Es ready to swing. They've got 2 layers to this, really.
Oh, deactivated. Knife cooldown. A lot of util offloaded from SEN just to try and clear that back of the side. But again, time is of the essence, and with the Nanoswarm deaded already, it's running out wildly. It's not a luxury they have whatsoever. No one's even forcing a tap onto the spike here. There's a gap into the wall. TenZ out wide and open. Man, this is just madness. Sadak, what are you getting away with?
Shooting a fish in a barrel. You can see SEN had no idea there that Sadak could see the spike. I mean, it turns red when it's being diffused. Sadak knows exactly where it's being diffused from. Boom. Headshots. And the fact that Loud were given those kills towards the end, and this has been a bit of a stretched out beginning to the half, they're building up to some big ultimates.
Yes, they are.
The Harbor ult is excellent for being able to take more aggressive control of a site. You know, if you're SEN here cooking up a game plan, I think you want to be going for like flash reclears to disrupt this before the big execute comes through. Maybe that's what SEN are planning with both of the flash initiators and Zekken playing A. But at the moment, 2Es heading B for that classic cascade at the start of the round.
The only turret broken. Now Loud regrouping over towards A.
And this is where I'd love to see Zekken posted up on pipes and trying to get some kind of flash aggression going. Because I think if you give space to Loud, this execute is going to be difficult to hold on against.
Drone going to be heard. One tag down to Sassy, backs him away. Top belts seen and spotted. Dash to get himself out of there. Reckoning now will clear the way through for the rest of Loud to follow all the way through. Stuns, not really being respected. I mean, Zekken is just trying to really get the most out of it there, and he is finally punished. So, no command, fast, off the rip, pushing forward. So they're going to expect this QCK. He's already behind the man, already behind him, playing up with the rest of his team. And 3 players fall just like that, dropped to the ground, to your knees. If you are TenZ in this case, and Celsius, poor Celsius. 1v4, last one left. Decision being made for him, really. Has to be the save, just has to do some exit damage, but even economical damage doesn't do that much.
No, it doesn't. I mean, Loud are building up a nice economy. They've got a great game plan, and SEN are not playing disruptively enough. Loud are just getting to play their own tempo, their pace. They could never really get a grapple on that on split. They were always trying to force fights in mid, and SEN were never letting them. That time, the patience and the slow play really rewarded SEN. And on this map, I feel like they need to be getting a little more up in Loud's face, trying to utilize the strengths of this composition, which are the flashes to go for those mid-round reclear timings. But when Loud are given space, you see how difficult it was. Though Zekken tried for him to get a timing around the Harbor ult there. And then when Loud are set up in these aggressive post-plant spots, their players, they can shoot, man. Yeah. They can shoot. goodbye in this round. Very similar to round 15. You know, everyone on pistols apart from one player with a rifle.
So with the money chunked down, in theory, you're expecting Loud again to just keep stringing these rounds together. The danger starts building. Hello. Through the wall just in case, but Dash to respect it. But the trouble is here, I mean, Loud, you got to think, going to be probably able to get themselves a plan.
Only Zeken's seen both times, even though there's a stack here.
There's a flash repeat as well with a Dizzy, but wall in their face as well. It just gives that covering fire for Sadak. Using through, not too sure how that kill was found. Sadak, at least sassy with this reposition. Close now, tries to face it. Again, there's just too many numbers to overcome. The advantage is Loud here. I mean, they've just picked them apart. It's methodical in nature. As I was saying earlier, I mean, it earns them up to a couple of key ultimates. Lockdown now for Sadak to use for the next.
Yeah. And sometimes it can be such flowchart Valorant on this map.
Yeah.
Because if the defenders can't get in a good position to disrupt what you're doing, we saw it from Fnatic when they dominated this map, you know, in times gone by. But the attack side, you have the opportunity to go and take a little bit of space and use big ults like Sadak's Lockdown to really give yourself a free post-plant situation. And that's where you need to see SEN fighting a little more for some space. I think this is another round where the same concept applies. Sentinels are going to take a timeout here, and Zeken's already picked up the operator. Still got, you know, time to get rid of it if it doesn't fit the game plan that they want to go towards. But I think getting Zeken posted up in some aggressive areas would be decent, but it's also kind of difficult to go for any mid-round re-aggression with an operator. It's more that you take a line at the start of the round or something like that. It's certainly possible, but you know, there's two key areas, if you're thinking from Sentinel's perspective here, that Sadak would want to be using the ult. One is over towards B main, and the other is over towards pipes. And so having some setups that could deal with those, yeah, might end up being really crucial.
Just trying to think one step ahead, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and of course, you know, Sadak, he's a good enough IGL that coming out of a timeout like this, he might decide not to use an ult play whatsoever from the strat book, and he might just send it with, like, I don't know, 3 players pushing mid or something, you know, really to just try to mess with what SEN are expecting.
Right here.
So we're going to see Recon deep with the Cascade to try to push away anybody that might be playing aggressive over towards B, and that is where Zeken's got the operator.
Look at how hard this is for Zeken to get value with the operator. I mean, these smokes in his face. QCK, he's already pushed up onto the left-hand approach.
Yeah. Yeah, it's tough.
Yeah, you can't watch everything at once.
The Cascade now over towards A might give Zeken the idea that, you know, only the Lurker is here, so he could be a bit more bold with it. I believe Sadak was just caught by the knife. No, I don't think he was, actually. So he's going to be able to get this lockdown off.
Spike's dropped down in mid. Trying to fake presence here, except with 3 players right behind him, it's going to feel very real. Still Zeken, will he be dislodged from this forward position? He's the one who's going to be trying to gather this information. Does it call the gamble?
Allowed overcooking this a little? Using the lockdown for the fake when they have the full A site?
It's if Zeken, really. It's on him, because the Loud players are now going to be walking and waiting right into that crosshair. Dart forward, misses the shot. Now he has to really just use those smokes to evacuate and escape the ire of Loud. They're already fast onto the approach, but they're back away. Yeah, they're going back to A.
Sadak's like, guys, there's no one here.
Look at this guy. Look at the position. You practically expect him to be a defender with this spot.
30 seconds
Forwards,
left.
though, with the smokes. Elsis can't adjust it. Can't snap to it. QCK drops him. And this is real chaos and pandemonium being strewn into the round. You don't expect this. Patience played all the way through. Thrash out wide. And they're just shooting bullets. It's easy targets all about. Boundless right now for Les. The rest of his crew.
10 seconds left.
The free plants.
Spike planted.
And there's nothing you could do, not with the retake to the operator.
Yeah, not unless Zeken's able to get a freebie in a situation like that. It just looks very difficult from Sentinel's perspective for them to get any kind of foothold in a round like this one. So I certainly don't think the round was game planned like that, right? It looked like it was intended to be an A fake that you end up hitting B. But the audible call does Sadak just realized that he had all the space in the world.
I can't believe it. I mean, how did he get himself up there?
Yeah, I mean, he just wandered in.
Top left rafters.
He wandered in, takes the rope, jumps onto rafters.
Yeah.
He's got a great spot. But also, SEN unaware that a lurker could have taken that positioning, right? Tens walks through, Sassy's using Thrash. They don't think about, are they ending A here because there's a lurker giving them that info?
Just let them try to catch me.
And Loud, they are pulling away. Looking better here on
30
Icebox.
seconds left.
Which is really good to see because Split was unbelievably one-sided.
Oops.
But of course, you've got to look and frame this in context. This is probably the second worst map that SEN have in their pool.
Yeah, they don't have many of them, do they?
No.
Through the cracks here.
So, you know, for them to still be keeping it somewhat competitive, not bad.
It's not bad at all. For Loud, got their sights set though on his next few rounds. Make sure they can lock this map up. Easy peasy. Now for Sentinels, they've had to really be forced into a purchase around the 2 guns that they have saved. So it's just Guardians online, or at least for Zelsis. Presence now towards it. One more earn towards the Reckoning.
This is where Zekken was positioned in the previous round. He's got the operator over on A.
Clear. Just with the Dizzy, there's really nothing else behind it. No flash re-clear. Just the one bit of util, and it was broken almost immediately with the slowed down approach, John.
Yeah, at least they're trying to find the timings to go for that kind of thing, but just throwing the single Dizzy, it doesn't have the same impact. It's worse than a single flash from the KO, honestly. And Louder just keeping all of this presence over towards B, and Zekken is still worried about a lurker on A.
There's that prior conditioning here with 40 seconds left. Plan's gonna have to go down at some point. Drone.
Throwing the nade lineup so that they can still fight with the nade.
Hello, pop flash play, TenZ. He's still alive here, got his one, but 2 years also returned with the fire now. Feeling the heat, feeling the emphasis that he needs to make a play here. That's why he's going wide, dodge. Side there, away from the shutdown. Mosh pit, dissuading it, pushing back this one, but he doesn't expect the player above him. And around the back. Oh! What an adjustment! Flicks to the side, luckily 2 years still there. Now the Reckoning. Drop down with only 12 seconds left. There's no plan online. They're stunned. Here, up and away. Updraft all round. And Sentinels.
Wow.
They grasp it in the midst of all of that.
That's wild. The defense utility, though, was so much better this round than what we've been seeing so far. So TenZ throws a nade lineup as he hears the drone coming through, which allows him to have denial of the plant pressure at the same time as flashing through the wall, which is sick. Those kind of timings, beautiful. It's also then, there's a mosh onto the plant position too.
Let's go! Let's go, boys!
So much utility pressure in that round. A lot better from what we've been seeing. And it's stumped Loud.
Yeah. Sentinel's not wanting to go down quietly here. Dart dealt with.
A little bit of miscommunication there. Zekken wasn't sure that it was going to get broken, that TenZ could see it.
Knife, re-tagged.
This is the first time we've seen someone try to play an aggressive position on pipes.
Should give the indicator. I mean, TenZ has no way to get out of this one. There's too many spots to really account for. And well, forward! It's messy. It's real damn messy. Luckily, Zekken is still here and collects. With 2 on the board now, maybe a chance for Sentinels really setting themselves up in an advanced position. It's been one of the first times, yet SADAK says, not quite. He does something to say about it. Does bring it into a 3v3 now with that util finally respected. SADAK pushed away once more, and it's about bleeding it out. Another tap online this time. In the wingman, Dizzy over the top. Zekken back into the fight. Hello. Just not quite seeing that one over the top below him. Does not anticipate it, but guess what? His teammates did. Swinging at precisely the right moments. So they're not out of it just yet, not by a long shot.
No, these last 2 rounds have been lovely from SEN. If they keep playing like this, there are certainly chances for them here. We'll see this from Zekken's perspective again. They hit 2 great shots there. But also, the defensive utility is lovely. They're throwing great util to stop the plant going down, and then they're finding a timing to then flash and pop back out to re-fight Loud. When Loud don't really have utility available. SADAK anticipated it, fell back, but they didn't win the duels. This is aggressive.
Yeah, time to show some disrespect, and he does get the value from it.
SADAK playing that spot way more aggressively than Zelsis was too, offering himself up as a pick. Kawanzin gets ult online. Can they cook some kind of play based off the Hunter's Fury? I think it's going to be difficult, especially when TenZ is holding knife for anything like that.
And for Loud, I mean, you can feel they're trying to bait out these aggressive re-clears.
Yep.
Just why, you know, the pump fake, waiting, throwing out a high tide, seeing if they flash through the wall and try and fight through it, but...
Yeah, you've got to make the timings as difficult as possible for SEN to find them. 1 second.
So much to watch. I mean, you've seen it. You've seen it. He is exposed, though. You are right. Many chances for him to be Swung from a multitude of angles. It's all about the reactions. Now, yes, he still has a dash, but it's not active. Here he goes. Dart has to cover himself. His own footsteps there away from it. Over the reswing now across. He saws him over the road, but he couldn't adjust the aim in time. Zelsis spamming and spraying and a bit of praying. Let's get the job done there with the removal onto 2 years. Kawazin, though, will not be pushed back and away. And QCK is his time to come alive. Over the top of rafters. Risks necessary in this spot, especially when you're a player down.
The Pit invested in a 3v4 here.
That's dirty.
It does cover the spike.
Yeah, look at that. Stretches all the way over towards it, and he still has 2 snake bites as well. That will put the time pressure now onto Sentinels. This could be the 12th round for Loud. It's about how they navigate it. It's about how they sail through a tap. Forwards now. What is the next wave of things? QCK, trade it. Now sticking, though, already there. That's going to be the wingman, putting that pressure onto a Hunter's Fury, skipping a hop over to the top. And, well, it's just been stuck in the middle of all of it.
That's incredible! Dude, Wingman does not take additional damage from the Pit being there, and they just assumed that it did. They didn't deal with Wingman the entire time. When you're dealing with a player, the combination of Pit and the vulnerable is just devastating. You can do nothing about that. But the Wingman, he doesn't care about it.
Yeah, he is.
Look at him.
He is no man. He does not care.
Bro. Sliggy losing his mind.
Nice!
Oh my goodness.
Keep guns, keep guns. Off back rafter if you can get it. Actually, no, it's last one.
Calm and collected though. We're straight back into things here, but Sen wrestling off the rounds now, really making it almost even here. One step away from the 11 to 11.
And yeah, Sen's ult bank is just huge. They found so much more value out of being able to hide the plant and then getting off a good retake there. Perhaps with a little bit of luck involved too, but they got themselves a player advantage beforehand anyway. Zekan's been spotted. What does that do to Sadak's calling here?
Try and speed it up, or do you want to go in a different direction? It looks like they want to just try and tackle it into A. Now, Zekan didn't use his dash again. Important to note that one, because now as that U2 goes flying, still he's looking for the shot, can't adjust it. Time still just sees the shoulder, but has to finally back away. Doesn't want to get punished for that one, but the count to spam a tap from Sadak. Get himself into the cove, locked down.
Love that. Early timing on the lockdown stops Loud from setting up to break it. And it's also not positioned over towards screens. Yes, it doesn't go as deep, but Zelsis is going to make sure that there aren't people playing these aggressive post-plant positions.
Throws them out and away. They deal with the util, and how do they deal with these players? Zekan just wants to take up the straight-up fight, attack. Baiting it out now. Nade, a bit short and shy off the mark there. Still damage is being done to a multitude of players. Only 3 left standing for Loud, but again, anyone could win it. You just have to just rely on a bit of that RNG. Zek, Tens, pushing with the operator. Sadak still stands. Have on it, they don't have it. Still, John has got to stick it now. And a tap with the rifle, or praise. Praying from 2 years. Sentinels, barely there with 2 seconds just over.
They look in control, though, of these retake situations, which is something that we weren't seeing from them in those spree of 4 rounds between 15 and 18 that Loud got online. The lockdown is so nice from Zelsis. Teams have come up with protocols to be able to deal with the lockdown that's over towards screens. They have a player up aggressive, or they have some kind of, nade combo. Sadak has lineups for it, too. But throwing that out in a different position over towards Heaven, and yeah, it's not optimized, but it's not going to get broken. You know they're not in aggressive positions, so you can start the retake proper. We've seen round 19-20, Sentinels won by dragging the clock down and putting a lot of pressure on the plant itself and put Loud in a tough spot. Now they've also demonstrated in round 21 and 22 that their retakes can look really good as well, especially when it's helped with ultimates. This is now anybody's game. It felt like it was Loud's completely until this streak of 4. Can't count Sen out.
No, you can't. We were singing the praises of Louder there. International experience, adjusted on the big stage. Can't count this team out with how they were looking just initially, but you're right. I mean, Sentinels, they've also been slowly building up a repertoire. Their CV's looking long. Bringing it to a team like Loud, 11-11. Still with the Viper's Pit, still with a Thrash.
And all of this without Zekan really finding too much value from the operator in the last couple of rounds, right? He's trying to take the timings and he's finding good openings, but he's not landing the shots. Here it looks like he wants to try and take this timing instantly underneath the tube, aiming for less.
Drops down, only sees the turret.
Missed the turret, actually.
Yeah. A drone. Utilized by Loud, though. It's going to be pushing up and taking this space with a lockdown. Feels like a B hit. Should be a B hit. Second. Where are you going? Where are you going? With 4 seconds left, is this being held for? Yes. Look at that awareness. Jump spot, jiggle peek. Holy! Updraft dash, but he cannot escape it. Sadek was hot on the heels, set to punish it. Deep dart now. Thrash being used just off the initial tap here, but doesn't really spot anything at all. In fact, no detainments because QCK, again, lurking up through. Spots it out with a nano swarms broken, both of them.
Celsius has a timing to try to disrupt this.
Les gets dropped.
So now it's going to be a 4v4.
Backside gained. Plan for Sadek. Not going to be pushed away this time. Moshpit just a little bit too delayed and late. It's going to be setting themselves up potentially in a favored counter here with the retake of Sentinels. Jump spot, just seeing, but he does back away. So now with the alarm bot, a bit of spam, a bit of spray. It's a pop flash play. Tens, man! He's taking it to him. Damage done, though. Had the knife out. Wasn't expecting that follow-up, especially with 2 years there. But what can he really do in this spot? V3. They have to find one of the fights, and Celsius isn't keen on giving him it. Now Sassy sticking half already. Options dwindling. It's a high-low face. And that is up to 12 now for Sentinels. This is an absolutely incredible resurgence from this team on this map in particular. I mean, they're looking to seal this one up in 2.
I think Loud played a great round there as well, and the Sen retake was too much for them. 3 rounds in a row now. The flash to be able to catch QCK is lovely, and then Sen players playing high-low positions.
I love it. Even if it didn't work, I love that you wanted to.
Yeah, it's great.
Communication, just on point. Every time we get a little sneak peek at the replays.
Yeah, and Sen, 5 rounds in a row to be able to get up to match point and set up a date with Gen G.
Aggressive. Here it is, adjustment not there in time. He just tried to flick to the side. It was actually Tens who was the one who went down there to a bit of random spam, updraft and away, back in. Got to respect now at a reckoning.
It's incredible that Sen are winning these rounds while the early fights are going so terribly for them.
Sadek with the plan. Not going to be pushed back. You got to think now, Loud, again, surely set up for success, but I said that last time. It was Sen who ended up taking it, but this time there's a player disadvantage. Doubled up, shoulder to shoulder, round to the back. 2 years showing presence. A little jiggle and offset there with a movement, but not going to expect Kawazine, and he's still here, alive and kicking. Weaving in and out, dodging, juking, playing with his team, spraying them all the way through overtime on the cards.
Finally, Loud able to get that round that's been eluding them for so long. And we're treated to an overtime. Huge performance from Loud, not allowing their resolve to crumble. A reminder, we've obviously never had that 2-0 between these teams this year. We've had more back and forth occurrences. But that little resurgence from Sen has taken us to a spot where it does look like a possibility, unless Loud can dig deep.
Yeah, revisiting it. Of course, it was Loud, you know, they won that one 2-0 in their initial matchup in 2024. Fought back immediately by Sen in the finals where they took it an absolute barn burn. I mean, it was a map 5 world-class game from both of these teams. Pushed once more.
Revealing area.
Dart. Broken. QCK forwards position as the sides are switched around. We know he's been getting aggressive. The question is, Sen gonna pushed away from this now to Dizzy. Didn't even really connect him. He was so close to the corner, but he doesn't land the shot, so backs away. Showing presence there with the operator. He wants a second go at things. Sassy, not expecting it. The rest allowed, backing him up still. It's sprayed and messy. It's all over the bloody place. 2 left to stand here from Sentinels.
Gonna be a difficult situation for John and Celsius to recover. Do they know that everybody is here? I'm not sure they've seen Sadak. John, though, picking up that ult orb, 1 away from getting a pit online. If there was an ult that could turn this round, it would be that one. They've got to be concerned about the wall. Les can drop it at any point to try to set up the double face.
Doubled up side by side, top rafters, 2 years. Important one to win was Elsis dropping. John QT sends the nade, flying, the molly there. Just can't quite land the kill.
He now has
Slippery.
pit.
He does have the pit, but does he choose to offload it? Of course he does, it's OT. And now drops it down. Evacuating the one angle, but over the top of the ropes. Doesn't expect 2 years.
Good try, nice catch by Tui's. John was thinking about just slipping away.
Match point.
But Loud after getting that recovery in round 24, now put themselves up to map point. QCK going for the force buy. The glass cannon operator ended up getting some of that value. You can see John looks gutted. He wasn't able to pull that one off. So we're going into it. SEN kept at 12. Zekan is going for the same thing, the glass cannon op. They have not found success with this particularly. But they've been winning anyway. A lot of those defensive rounds towards the end.
Lando loud, they set their sights over towards B. Ah, that's no way. The spam.
Very
Nearly
close.
tagging him up, draft over the top. That's QCK. Wonderful punish onto the corner. Even more where that came from. As the rest of his team, this is it. Set up for success. Set up for map 3. And you got to think it. It's inevitable on top of the ropes. How is he accurate there? Running and gunning, but Tens dealt with. Dropped. And a retake with the op. It's a fairy tale moment for Zekan, it will have to be, and he doesn't expect it. The wrap there to 14-12. Loud. We are going all the way.
It deserves a map 3 this series, but for a moment, I thought SEN were going to clean it out in 2. The comeback there was difficult for Loud to deal with, but they found the adjustment in the final moment. Huge from Sadak and the rest of the crew. And I think QCK played a blinder of the game there on Jet, putting the doubters to bed.
Absolutely. I mean,
set
map
up for a
3,
good one.
It is set up for a good one. Sunset will be the decider, and what a map to end on for both of these teams. It's bound to be magical, so do not go anywhere.
Listen up, says my teacher. In front of the class, he says if you're not a believer, off-my-views, that's on you. Better shape up and pay your dues. Off-my-views, that's on you. I'll be on a flight soon to Vienna singing, ooh. Gotta know all this propaganda. How do you do? Better get it with my own medicine for you. Never gonna make them think I'll stand there. For all the things that I've said, pushing me closer to the edge. Hand like John, all let loose. Don't mind if I do. For all the things that I've said, pushing me closer to the edge. Hand like John, all let loose. Don't mind if I do. Free as the wind, and as strong as a piece of amber. Give me a breath, like the fire you'll soon remember. Ooh. I'll be in a fleet soon, Tony, and I'm singing, ooh. Gotta know all this propaganda, how do you do? For all the things that I've said, pushing me closer to the edge. Hand like John, all let loose. Don't mind if I do. For all the things that I've said, pushing me closer to the edge. Hand like John, all let loose. Don't mind if I do.
better response that was from Loud. They take things equal, which means we will go the distance and see map 3. I'm your host, Yingsun. I'm back here with Mimi and HyperX. Did we maybe believe a little bit the comeback was real?
I really did. Sentinels nearly pushed us all the way, but Loud, I mean, they started that first half looking incredibly dominant. Their protocols on this map look incredible.
I mean, to be honest, it looked like two different teams. Obviously, Loud being the headliner here, a massive swing back into Icebox, but there's a couple of concerning rounds there from Sentinels, considering what we've seen them really dial into on Split.
But they started being defined by Loud's retakes on the defense, and that's where this team absolutely thrives. I think, in particular, the way that they're setting up to play these retakes on that B site were really impressive. Here's a few of these rounds to take a look at, right? This team just having, I feel like, really good synergy on when they're bouncing between these pieces of utility, right? It's that first stage coming in with the dart, clearing back sight, and then they're really leveraging this harbor utility to set up cover for the planner and fight deep in these post plants and force Sentinels to lose, even when they have a comp that's built to win these post plants with a ton of mollies.
Yeah, and I think actually this is the example we saw where we got a little bit of a react from Zekken afterwards. But I mean, you say Loud retakes, there were a couple here that Sentinels almost just completely forgot the timings on it. Talking about, you know, some of the mollies to buy time, run down the clock a little bit, but the big difference between these two teams is Loud's ability to demonstrate this on both sides.
Yeah, let's take a look at those post plants in just a moment as well, because I think that's the round you meant, Mike, where I think he was saying something like chill with the molly.
Yeah, chill with the mollies.
A bit too early.
I mean, there were two examples that almost felt a little egregious, criminal, that they lose those post plants.
And remember, in a game this close, those were the rounds that were make or break for Sentinels losing the map.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is the one, I think it was round 3 was the one that Zekken did have a little reaction here, but it just felt like everything gets dumped at the same time when they have everything. Like you said, this is a composition built towards finding clean entries, minimal utility invested on the way in, forcing Loud back into a 5-man retake, which looked fantastic for them, but this one, Sentinels almost just gave this away.
Yeah, and we really build up how good the protocols are, how perfect Sentinels look on a map like Split, but on the other side, I mean, remember, this team has had to play a ton. Kaplan was saying they've had to show everything, and I think we start to see that a little more on this map, like this reaction from Zekken.
Calm the mollies.
Yeah,
We really
I mean,
need to
it's
calm the
exactly.
mollies.
You can watch this back. You see another example as well. I believe here, yeah, round 8 was another one where it's in terms of the plan, the initial plan coming into the round, it's executed to perfection. Loud play into it perfectly. Sentinels are set up for success, and it just seems like, I don't know if people were just jumping the gun a little bit. There's a little bit of misinformation being spread internally within comms, but yeah, a little bizarre to see considering how clean their protocols were on Split.
We went into this hearing that that kind of between map interview from Kaplan, where he said the team is really good at kind of finding the right energy, knowing when to calm down, knowing when to heat up, and I think we saw that on display here, because it went from that, you know, Zekken giving some feedback, some of these post-plant rounds that shouldn't have, falling apart, to in a second half, Sentinels looking absolutely revived and pushing us all the way to overtime with great retakes of their own.
Yeah, you can't help but feel if it was just 1 or 2 of those post plants that went their way, maybe it wouldn't have even gone to overtime. And they won both pistols as well, let's not forget. But let's talk about Les a little bit as we move on to map 3, because again, on that map, he was so impactful, so crucial to keep them in it.
I mean, we said ahead of this coming in, Les is usually the superstar on Icebox, and another one, add this one to the collection, because just individually this time and time again, in the right place, the right time, and he delivers. Back against the wall, it could be a 1v3, he could be solo anchoring sites, he's just constantly delivering for Loud.
Yeah, that's the thing that really stuck with me, right? How good he is at getting a kill as anchor and always getting away.
Yeah.
It's insane how much just survivability the man has, especially when he's holding down towards that B side. He's always getting a frag, falling back, and then using his mollies really tactically to be able to set his teammates up when they're playing into these retake rounds. He's such a star, and he implements into the team perfectly.
Yeah, well, let's talk about Sunset real quick, because these are the agents select for that. What do you make of this, Mike?
I mean, well, back to the default, basically rerun of the grand finals, to be honest. But obviously, you're going to see this is the map where we see the Phoenix come out once again. I have questions still about this composition, but it's the way that they apply it. We did see some better but well, showings of proactivity, but I'm still not completely sold.
I think the strengths of this comp for Loud on defense is fighting for extremity control.
Yes.
Using that breach, using that Omen line control to set the Phoenix up. They also have great ults to cycle through and win out these rounds. But Sentinels, their strength, second half is going to be retakes. This first half, their comp is actually really strong at shutting down that extremity control. Expect a lot of early battles. This map's going to be important. Only one of these American squads get that guaranteed spot in the top 3.
Yeah, Loud, they've done so much already to push it to here. Let's see Bren and Saito if they can get their revenge.
Revenge would be fantastic for this Loud squad. I mean, they could be hunting for it off the back of the regional finals, but it's a hard task ahead of them. Still heading to Sunset, especially with Sentinels making it as difficult as possible for them to get it over that final hurdle. They have to go to OT for Icebox. There's chances we could have seen it just end in a 2-0 for Sentinels themselves.
Absolutely possible, but I got to tell you, Brent, out of all 3 maps that we had in the pool today, the one I'm most excited for is this here, Sunset. Because even though Sen won last time they matched up, I think Loud are a dangerous team to go up against, especially in decider maps like this. So here we go into the pistol. 3 players from Loud grouped up towards mid, and this map might end up playing out a little like Split, where Sen want to be cautious on the attacking side and bait out Loud into making the play.
Really in a util, got to be ready though. Dart doesn't reveal Zekken.
How does that not reveal Zekken? There must be
a bit of geometry maybe?
Yeah, just a little safe pocket in the corner. But that really looks like a preset plan, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
To insert Zekken here behind this segment of the Viper wall for him to be able to maneuver later on.
Thanks to the presence of it, with the door shut down.
There.
And Sadak is watching it.
It's actually 2E's really pushed up over towards A that I've got my eyes on at the moment. Just jiggle in this corner. Like I said, on Split, the Loud compositions require a lot of jiggling without the Sentinel.
Here's the flash being sent flying. Lucky to not die. Sadak running and wading away, backwards, running and gunning with the frenzy. Only had 4 bullets left and he still managed to land that shot.
left.
So play disadvantage here for Sentinels, get themselves the site. Will be the plant on top of it, but what is the call after the fact?
Loud have so much utility on rifle rounds to be able to deny plants from going down. They don't have as much to work with here.
Barely missing. Flash pushing them away there. Paranoia was bad, yet still they face it with the guns. Now Sadak's all the way behind them. Dizzy, tap onto it. It's going to be alerting the attention of these Sentinels players back and around, but they have so much to deal with now. The push and the pull of these Loud players, just too elite.
Well handled there on the pistol for Loud. I was watching the way that they dismantled EDG, and one of the big things they were amazing at was watching for the lurk through mid. And Sentinels on this pistol tried to do something very similar. They insert Zekken deep up mid, create a distraction elsewhere, and try to get value with Zekken creeping through. Sadak is always wary of that kind of stuff. And here, Sen forced to try to fight a bit more aggressive in the post plant. Just couldn't quite find it. Just got squeezed. Having said that though, with the kills that Sen got online, they're looking to try to force into the next.
I feel like the money's good enough.
And they got quite a few kills. I mean, 3 kills plus the plant. It's not a bad buy.
Direction you take it into, looks like mid, the initial goal, slow and steady.
This is a real gamble though. If it doesn't pay off for Sen, they're going to give Loud so much momentum in terms of the economy, the ultimates. You know, QCK might well have the ult online at the end of this. He's gone and picked up the ult orb on A.
Breaking the door with the pistols. Trying to avoid notifying Loud that they have forced up into this. Dizzy wide with the flash. It's all connected together. QCK has to respect that one, just backing for now. Drone doesn't clear
it. Didn't clear Zekken again. This spot is such a blind spot in the way that Loud are playing mid. That's wild.
There's major chances for Zekken to just, again, creep his way in there.
But like I'm saying, Bren, EDG tried this kind of setup where, you know, they cause the distraction and get a lurk. And Sadak or Kawanzi just shut it down every time.
40 seconds, barely. Just drifting away here. Boombot. Use the flash, all in conjunction. Now to Dizzy, all the way through market. Nothing to really stand their ground, but Les is still going to try and do it otherwise. ADS firing them down as well. The bullet tag's just slowing them ever so slightly. Enough for Sadak to get that one, but a plan. Now down here for Sen, no pushback from it, so they can start to play this post plan, but do they really want to do this? Just with the stingers. It's like an awkward one to try and play into, especially when Kawazin has almost all off his util. A few more seconds left, and he will have the fault line, but there it is. Sends out the Aftershock, out wide, forces Celtics, no kill. Paranoia used in response to this one, and a second flash sets them back up with a deep smoke. After really forcing Loud to push forwards into this one, a tap onto it again. Stunned up inside the smoke, damage done. Kawazin still lives on 21 health. Defusing now, Sanak onto half. Has to be dealt with, has to be brought down. Sticking it through, and no damage, not enough. Not with the stingers. That's barely scraping through.
Sadak's on the defuse. He got headshot by a stinger, and he just tanked it.
Yeah, did not care.
He just shrugged it off. And look at this. You see the stars sprinkling up around his head. He's got full confidence in the rest of the team. It is so difficult to cover the diffuser in that situation when there's a flank coming from Market and TenZ throws that smoke. You just kind of get stuck inside of it. But wow, Loud now, having navigated that round and all the danger it posed, are going to be set up quite nicely at the beginning of this.
Doesn't really matter about Divide too much. 2 players spotted from the cam. Fast is the call here for Sentinels. Looking for a couple of kills, but out wide a little bit too much. Celsius and QCK. The target you really want to be prioritizing these kills onto when he gets his ult online, which he already does. I mean,
yeah, he already had it.
For it.
And John's just looking to do what damage he can. But Loud's economy is going to be looking good. Their ults are starting to come online too. So the gamble that SEN went for, it's difficult to assess in hindsight because we're only seeing it having failed, but really there was a lot of danger there in round 2. There were possibilities for them.
Yeah, you think if it works out, listen, SEN get on the other foot when it comes to the ult cycle.
Yeah.
Start building them up ahead of them. They have the economy on their side, but
simply not the reality we live in though, and that's the first time that SEN have gone down early in a half. Remember, they won the pistols every other time across Split and Icebox. So this is a new situation where Loud are the ones able to develop some even footing for themselves. Dizzy just to see whether anybody's trying to contest into mid.
And interestingly enough, I mean, 2 years has opted for the operator. There was a deep dart set up earlier, so he's got this deep line down into A. He's going to be giving a lot of mid-round information again to his team. Does have to worry about 1 or 2 of the angles though, being swung, but they're not going to expect it. Yeah, look at it.
No way.
Walking straight into it.
Leaning on his history as a duelist player there, Tuiz, and he's absolutely finessed that. Does he anticipate TenZ being up top, though, inside the one-way?
Maybe a punish in sight here. 2 players left. Will the smoke fade in time? Still
this
waiting
is bizarre.
for it. It is bizarre. It's a flash. Re-peek now out wide. What is that? Kawazin. He was leaping across. Paranoia. Tap from TenZ with the movement. Not enough bullets in the end. Still, QCK dropped back to 30 health. Now, he looks out back up. Could play into this one with the ult. Might even choose to do so. See if it makes a real difference here. But Sassy does have his ult back online. Picks up from Pryor, and here it is. The second round of things. Thrash. Spawn. Broken to pieces. Clear the close left corner, but still. Jesus, who does want to just try and take a fight there. John QT tucked as well. A lot to clear in this spot. And just walking right over him, QCK. There's that trade with the pop flash now. In and out and through, but still with a util in his hands. Caught lacking and slacking.
But QCK did not go for the ultimate in that spot, right? So Loud still have it available to them into the next. They decided not to invest, thought they weren't favored enough, and have kept that. So the bonus round doing a little bit of damage, not too much. A lot of it coming down to that play from TenZ.
Oh, yeah.
His Omen on this map is so creative and flashy. It's wild. Well, I thought there was a good chance he was going to just pick up everybody there.
Yeah, looked like it. Maybe a few more bullets, he could have done it, but
yeah.
He's just that guy when it comes to this map on the Omen.
So pretty classic defensive setup here for Loud with QCK and Kawazin holding over towards A. They do have 3 or 4 different defensive setups that they like to cycle through. And SEN trying to figure out which one they're going for is important. Loud also love going to the switch and closing the door in mid. It's something that they prioritize all the time, whether it's less or 2, he's doing it. And you can hear it now. It's just gone down. That gives SEN some information.
Fault line.
Yeah, force out the fault line early. Somewhat early in the round.
Yeah. Trouble is with the door being closed down in her face. It does force SEN to just go back, double back, break it. Throw it in like they could be defaulting into a different direction.
This pause in the round
of a crossfire.
This pause in the round is really going to incentivize risks from QCK and Kawanzin.
You can hear it. TenZ lacking the info. He's jump spotting. He's punished for it.
I know exactly.
TenZ has cleared out the whole of Elbow with his ult.
Or Theft as well, give that additional confirmation. Now the smoke's going to be dropped down. Lay it down, will be the plant. Someone's getting themselves into it here with a player advantage. Now's the time to shine. Don't count Loud out too much just yet though. Grouped up together, nade. Ooh, it's a bit of a blunder. Can't swing into that one, it was anticipated for him. Paranoia in front of it, Sadak, he had to be the playmaker there and he was not. Drop down, now a flash of their own. TenZ repositions on top of Jenny. Vulnerable, snake bite. Goodness me.
Everyone on Loud saving.
Yeah.
They just don't even want to get back into this. A blunder from Zelsis, sure, but TenZ then anticipated that they would try to follow up on that, sent the Paranoia through, and was able to isolate the duel onto Sadak. SEN have got enough players who understand the rhythm of the game and can make plays like that to try to turn situations in their favor. And that early economical advantage that Loud had to work with, it's getting chipped away at here.
It is. I mean, this is
really
essentially Eagle Up. I mean, two of the players can't be buying.
Yeah. And look, just seeing that on the replay again, it's such a large punish onto QCK. And it's all due to that freeze that John Cutie calls into the round. They force out the fault line, and then they freeze everybody, group up A main, and look to try to punish the info peak. It's so similar to how they were approaching their split attack side with the real slow, patient game. At some point, Loud need info on defense.
That's when the punishes come through. Different combination with a Util being used. This time Dizzy up in the air, flash through into elbow.
And it's all fake presence. As Sentinels quickly, after going for their default utility, group up on B. They shouldn't be too worried about B main with the door being closed.
Probably looking for an orb on Zelsis. Or online, will be able to go for the B pop. Or not. Just avoiding it.
It's not as important against a Cyclist comp.
Yeah. It's true. Now the nades and flashes do go flying though with a satchel play. Sets up second deep into the angle. Decay damage kicking in, almost getting brought down himself. He's on 60 health. He's going to be a thorn in their side though when this retake starts to come online for Loud.
Yeah, he's very isolated.
Very isolated. Smoke to play in. Wants to try and get in and rule that angle over the top. Now a reflank from mid, but already it's traded equally.
The timing actually here from John looks fairly good.
Yeah, he has to potentially get a move on, but it's up to the rest of his team, I think, to
He might
dissuade
catch
and
the
push them
Phoenix
back.
out.
Yeah, Paranoia's there, and he does catch it. QCK just alive no longer. Deep cam round the back. Loud are left really scrambling, looking for options, and they've decided to take the fight. Force him away. TenZ wins that. Get out of here. Still no tap on Twitter. Pressure's mounting, incredibly so. 2 years facing with all the kills. You're joking, but the pressure too much.
No. What a bonkers round.
What is that?
What an absolutely ludicrous round. Loud did such a good job of putting pressure forwards into B main. That's where most of the post plant on B is going to come from, is this battle about who can dominate B main control. And Loud really did a great job of that. Being able to, I mean, they should have been able to catch TenZ earlier.
Let's go.
But the flank timing coming in from John, and TenZ and John buying so much time, ending that round in such a weird fashion.
Yeah. Bizarre set of circumstances. Be hitting a bit of a repeat here for Sentinels.
Unless is looking to challenge B main early on.
Holding the angle, but actually, Fuel going to be fading. What is that? Just pre-aiming, anticipating it for seconds. So tight to the angle there.
Very confident too.
Necessary kill for him. He's not having a great start to this map, but let's get back onto the board with that one at least.
Kawanzin went and took the ult orb over towards A, so he now has the Rolling Thunder online.
Second. There's an initial tap, but now going to be sticking it for the plant. Does have his ult online now for it. Here's the Rolling Thunder. Back into them. Showstopper to use. There's a bit of a reaction into this one. And second, his whole goal is to really slow this one down. TP dodging out of the way. On top of the box, they're going to expect this one to drone. We'll see it. Tags him up. So eventually, TenZ will be spotted into this one and done spot. And QCK through the wall, favored for it. That's the wallbang angle on top of it now. It's an interesting fight to be taken. John QT turns it into a 2 versus 2. 2 tagged up by the knife, but just a tap Onto the head, spots it now, Zelsis. So much more in this position, Sadak feeling frantic in nature.
Does he have it?
I don't know. I don't know. Did he get onto it in time?
It's so close.
Oh my goodness.
These rounds are coming down to fractions of a second. And despite John's best efforts, Sadak's able to win that one in the 1v1. No way. A little bit more patience from Zelsis would have done it. Oh, gonna be kicking himself. You can't offer Loud opportunities like that. You can see Sadak wasn't even sure.
Oh my. With how tightly contested these rounds have been, I mean, the economy's taken a bit of a tumble. Some weird, dodgy buys across the board.
Kanzin and QCK dominate A main to start this round out. That allows them to build up towards the Phoenix zone. Second and Tens are looking to try to explore mid again. They haven't done this in a while.
Hello, ult to try and fake the presence over towards A, maybe even pincer some of these players. And yeah, they're just barreling all the way through into mid. There's a nade, watched it. Zeltis still here. JoQT though, they're just trying to dominate this one. This one singular position, they do control A main. It's throwing a bit of chaos into the mix. In through the back of the side, just spots the elbow, and Tens looking this way, that way, didn't know where the players are going to be coming from. Sassy, last one left. Could have been granted one extra, gets the one, backs out, 50 seconds in the round.
It always gets me listening to the Brazilian fans chanting against Sassy. It just seems so wrong. He's in a very difficult situation.
9 bullets, didn't opt to reload, didn't want to give away any sound cues.
If he finds a timing to separate individuals, maybe he could get something done. He doesn't have to be anywhere near the plant. Everyone on Loud is so grouped.
They're going to make mistakes. They don't think he's there on the angle in time. He's caught himself into the 1 versus 2. Slow line here for Sadak, but he doesn't really find a time to use it, but the dart reveals all. Sassy has to pull off an absolute miracle. 5 HP drop down, backing away. Now wide and sprayed them through. Sassy, a beastly performance against the former team, silencing the Brazilian crowd.
That clutch is like a dagger to the heart of Loud. Unbelievable. I've seen Sassy get these before when he was playing in Americas. It's all down to him playing the Gecko. The fact he can be so far away from where the plant goes down, his positioning is just immaculate in that situation. Loud are not thinking about it.
Sassy as a player, we needed to see a big step up. He was Norden 6 when it comes to those first kills to first deaths last map. Wasn't having a good game. Pre-fire with a knife, less lucky. Relatively unscathed, all things considered there. Just backing away from the rifle. Being rained down. Massive round up. Still left reeling myself. Flash, clearance, snakebite to respond.
And Loud are going exploring through mid. If SEN back off here, thinking that it's a B stack because of all of that utility in their face, they may end up running into danger. John's watching it, and they do still have a trip there. But in terms of anticipating 4 players, Tens.
Cleared, now crossfire. Set up forward, no roll theft. Everybody scattered to the winds. Loud realise it. Okay, we've been found out. Got to back away now and just try and flood back into this. Do some economic damage. So, util flying forwards here. I'll have to push away the plan though, so still spike down and out. Oh. Hello, QCK. No turn on the fire. He's still alive here. I think there's too much danger.
It shouldn't be dangerous, but when the Loud players hit shots,
just never know. Tap. QCK, hello. It's rattling their heads now. Already 2 taken, stricken off the list. Thrash has to be used. He popped the ult. He popped the ult, man.
He got caught by it, though.
Just trying to time it, yeah. Detained up into the corner here. Potentially winnable, though. Now, man, it's looking more likely. Finally fades away, and he's back into it, but here it is. The follow-up. With all the rifles online.
He doesn't have the time.
My God. It's an effort.
It's unbelievable how close these rounds are getting, though. You know, one team's got an enormous advantage. They've got rifles, they're in a post-plant position, and yet it still feels like any team can take it. We've had some rounds go down to defuses with a fraction of a second left on the clock. We've had a 1v3 played by Sassy.
We got it! Don't care, we got it!
Exactly. That is going to harm the economy, but not in a way that has immediate effect. But it's going to keep a lid on Sen's economy getting out of control and going to allow Loud some opportunities to maybe play some anti-ecos later on. But 5 out of 6 of the most recent rounds have all gone the way of Sentinels after Loud got off to that hot start. And to be honest with you, I'm not mad at all at the way that Loud are playing, because think back to Sassy's 1v3. Okay, in order to get into a 1v3 situation, Loud had to play that really well, and they did. They collected on the mid play. They got themselves into a player advantage. They just lost out because there's beasts on the other side of the stage.
There's no player on either of these rosters that doesn't deserve to be here. Everybody capable of stepping the hell up.
Yeah, speaking about that, when you look at the scoreboard, QCK is the player in position to do the most of that. It's Les actually who we haven't seen as much from. Usually, we're expecting Les to just be hyper consistent, finding his moments to have value even though he's playing the Viper. With this composition, he does end up being pretty stuck over towards B. And Sen have been playing so grouped up, he hasn't really found those opportunities. Different defensive setup, though, again, being run here from Loud as Kawanzin and QCK move their way over the B.
Just calling up at the back of it. Now, 2 years. This time, standing strong, just trying to brave the onslaught as well. Russia players now ready to push him back and away.
Zels is getting the ult online, can counter Sadak. You can see Sadak getting set up to go for the ult. Oh, they just rip it anyway.
Okay. Send it out wide. Smoke's not even propped up yet. Zekken in position, breaking. He's for the dart. Now a plant. What's the next layer of this one? Sentinels, do they have anything cooked up to try and fight this one further?
Normally, Loud are going to throw in a lot of utility early for plant denial.
Hunter's Fury. Molly's going to be used towards the back of the side. Hunter's Fury. There's the connection. Zekken falls. Couple of beams of that one, but still not being dislodged from these positions. Tent up top. Familiar angle. Has the ult now for a classic reposition. Ult into the back of the side. Could be anyone's game on a knife's edge. Every single instance. Tent sticking the plow. Not quite already with the ult into the back, but he has been cleaned up. 2 years there. It's a 1v2. Taps it. Gets Sassy, doesn't give him anything, still bides his time, waits it out, and now it has been fully drawn down to the final moments. All the kills going Loud's way, but not the round.
Same again. Same thing again. The retakes, they are effective, but just not enough to be able to get over the line for Loud. It's Ten's position, I think, here that is the magic. Look at him, the way that he's able to wiggle out and avoid being traded because he's got the pillar to dance around. It looks lovely. The way the center setting up these post plants is dealing with a lot of what Loud are going for. And when you saw Loud demolish EDG here, one of the things they were doing on their AoE takes was throwing in a lot of plant denial, making it uncomfortable for EDG to get into good post plant spots. Well, they can't do that when Zelsis is ulting them.
Shadows traveling.
Possible. Util cut away. All these close rounds just going down straight to the wire. Again, economy. It's not good.
No. And how many times have we said that? It's just been a running theme. Normally, because Sen get out to such a hot start in every half, this time, they actually have to grind their way back into ecoing Loud. And off the back of a 1v3 from Sassy, too.
Ridiculous recovery. Oh, there's danger there, though, with these Loud players. They're opting for a stack over towards B. 2 years again. Same spot he's been playing in time and time again. Really disrespecting them, though. Just holding the angle for some util. Needs to... Is this a paranoia?
Yeah, I mean, what is the timing of this?
I don't know. I mean, he's found, okay, he's found something. Maybe just hearing a footstep, but none of the flash is connecting. Gives up the space, just seeking to delay as long as possible. Sentinels, though, looking likely they're going to have an open sight. 2 years is really trying to make this feel like there's lots of players here. Nades forward, so they just spam the box in the common angles. They do deal with him, and finally the flood defense is here in time, but can Loud do anything about it? Beautiful dart. Everybody lit up here. Even with the stingers, there's danger. Danger in abundance, but still with the rifles. Holy.
It's Tens again, man. You can't get away from him. Playing that post-plant position. Over towards A-Link, swings around, gets 3. And saves the rest of his team.
They needed it.
They were all barreled up in sight. It looked over.
Down, man. Bunker and down. That's a terrible post plan to be playing against.
Yeah.
Or playing in position, at least.
Well, you see how much more difficult it looks for Sentinels when Loud are close by, able to flood defend and throw that utility to put pressure on them before they can get into post-plan positions. And Tens bails them out. Top of the scoreboard. Doing things fantastically, playing from similar spots.
Deep cross-map knife. Be landing over towards market.
And that's going to give them a good idea about what the defensive setup looks like, because often QCK is going to be on A.
So a good indicator now. Just waiting for the right time to strike. Thrash. Regenerated the util. They cut up the side, actually, through the back here. There's a detainment into mid, but won't be any follow-up. At least onto that one. QCK should be alive as well. He's got some backup from the rest of it. Plan now down, and it looks like this might be another funny round.
Yeah, Loud are playing really heavily for backside B control, which is going to allow them to get players in, flooded.
Hit it as well. Just to play for it. QCK does have his own ult now. Run it back. Finally initiated. He was suppressed in time, but just let it loose. Maybe seeing if he can hunt down a few of these kills. And yep, Zeltis caught. Util out in his hands. Wasn't really quite aware of that one. Dizzy tagging away. Zekken spammed. Dart. Here we go. Only 3 players left now. Loud. Fast on the approach. Aftershock there, but a quick TP into the corner. Paranoid order Util layered on top of each other, and they just cannot do anything. Scintillating, sizzling away, spraying them down with the rifles gained. And that is Loud up to a 5 round. 7-5, you can't fault it. Plenty of chances.
It's an awesome half. So many of the rounds could have gone either way and were decided on the tiniest of margins. But I think Loud really figured something out there in that final round. The pit to be able to flood into back B site and the way that they dealt with the aggressive players forwards was lovely. It was anybody's game though. And I think Loud need really another pistol to be able to get back into this.
Yeah. It's hard to say, but so tightly contested. The exception of being our first map, but it has just been back and forth we go between these two teams. Absolutely incredible stuff.
Sou o Cauãzinho, sou iniciador da Loud. Senti muito bem, a EDG é um time que, pra mim, tem um dos melhores players individuais e acredito que o deles não estava no 100% deles. O Kankan é um player, é um star player e acho que ele não performou tão bem, então acho que o principal motivo disso foi a nossa individualidade hoje, que estava muito boa. Então acho que depois que a gente corrigiu os erros contra a Genji, a gente estava bastante confiante já. Acho que a partida contra a FPX deu uma confiança muito boa pra gente, então acho que a gente esperaria que ia ganhar assim deles, mas ninguém esperaria esse stomp, né? Cara, a gente não esperava isso, mas acho que nós tivemos um plano de jogo muito bem executado pela nossa parte.
30 seconds. They have no map control. They are just looking to take it to the elbow, the flash. Perfect. He hasn't killed anyone yet, but QCK, he just slaughtered every member remaining of EDG.
Eu acho que a Sentinels é um dos melhores, ou se não, o melhor time aqui do campeonato de Madrid. Cara, acho que o diferencial deles é que eles jogam muito bem como equipe. Quer dizer, tem o star player que é o Ziken, mas eles jogam muito, muito bem como um time e acredito que todo mundo pode performar muito bem lá e ganhar um clutch ou talvez levar a partida sozinho. Rapaziada, muito obrigado pela torcida. Quero agradecer muito, principalmente a minha família, meus amigos que me mandam mensagem no WhatsApp, que me ligam. Estou muito feliz que a gente conseguiu fazer isso e classificar para o playoff. Só quero pedir vocês, fãs, que continuem confiando na gente. A gente vai dar o nosso melhor e vamos tentar conquistar esse título para casa. É isso, tamo junto.
Strong praise for his opponents. I mean, talking all the talk there about Sentinel's team play, and it goes to show as well. I mean, even praising Zekken as their star player. Now, Zekken's at the bottom of the scoreboard right now for his team.
Yeah.
And yet still, Sentinels are holding a lead 7-5 when they had an absolutely horrific start to the entirety of that half.
Yeah, and actually, I think the story over the last couple of maps has been not so much Sen getting the advantage at the beginning of the round, but just having really strong ways of being able to close things out. Tens has been amazing in those spots. And so we go into a pistol, which is insanely important, especially for Loud, I think, to be able to get online. Complete contacting up. Zelsis picks a mid-round timing. Knife destroyed. Could be anybody there.
Tens back and out. Still open towards his back.
Okay. So close to getting punished there.
Very close. I mean, Les was quick onto the angle. Onto that avenue of opportunity. They want to flood out now, facing with the bodies. Paranoia backing away. QCK!
Oh, that's unreal.
As blind as the fadeaway. damage has been done definitely to Zelsis here. Single shot will do it. Touch close. There it is, straight to the chest, brings him down. John can't do much, so Loud with that pistol round, you got to think. Back in charge.
Yeah, looking good for it. To have not won a pistol round the entire series and then get both of them in the decider map could end up being crucial. No way of knowing yet. But SEN are certainly not going to force into this one again. On the defense side, not as many kills. That's a ridiculous kill, though. That is a ridiculous one. But the fact that QCK was the tip of the spear is going to start building his way up to the Phoenix ult. And Loud started that with such a contacting approach.
Willing to give anything away. The main benefit of it being that Loud, they have tons of util left saved for the big site hit, especially over towards A. Difficult one to try and get through. To clear through elbow, lots of corners.
I think Loud have got the read now that this was not a heavy A setup. They are just charging their way forwards.
Yeah.
As soon as they don't meet people early, they realize that they've essentially got a free plant off.
It's a good post-plant position as well, just for the spike to be dropped down, laid down, snake bite.
It looks like SEN are going to send utility here, rather than trying to save it.
See if they can take an early fight, and you're right. I mean, could get costly. Normally you want to be saving these pieces of util, but clearly Sentinel's thinking, feeling like it could be winnable, but not with the gun disadvantage.
No, I mean, keep an eye on the SEN retakes on A once we have rifles online, but that was very easily cleaned up. I think that's going to put people in positions where they need to go for light armor. Well, it could end up being important against the Bulldog and the Stinger. You know, the fact that they ended up investing there in the utility to go for the retake. But I think SEN are going to be confident in those kind of rounds once guns are online. Their comp can just util dump spots on A. It's very difficult to hold on to post plants. That was most of the metagame, actually, that we saw in the last time that these teams faced on Sunset, was how they approached the A retakes.
The bonus round now to be cooked up for Loud. They've got plenty of danger in it. I mean, that run it back earned. QCK, this guy is frying. I mean, he's 20 and 10 currently. In the top. Another score. At the top here, though. Tap and a face. That contact play style. Finally, punishment in place.
Yeah, but I mean, what a spray from Zelsis.
Yeah.
They're trying to punish the orb pick up there, and they both get sprayed down. Targeted the paranoia onto a spot that Tens is often like into play, but it's second up there this time. In market. The trip not broken, though. They know it's fake market pressure. Yeah, this is a weird one.
No way.
Did they spot a hint of 2Es? Was there that question mark on the minimap?
Maybe.
Yeah, pinged out, I think.
Yep, it is. Leaning this way. Celsius. He is a low player, but he decides to take the fight anyway, not set up onto that angle with any form of util. Sassy now, he's in a one and done. Dart has to be broken, and he's revealed his position now. This is problematic. Full usage. The util now. Ten's right behind them. Sent out the paranoia, and there is that swing, and that's a spike going to be dropped down. Most of his team nowhere near here. Les is the last one standing.
This flank from SEN has worked beautifully, but the Loud players barely reacted. I don't think they knew where that paranoia was coming from. It's left Les in a 1v3, in a much worse position than Sassy was when he was able to get the plant down.
Yeah, I mean, 15 seconds left in the round. It's an impossible scenario.
10 seconds left.
And Les will just be trying to win this one while the rest of the team in silence scratches their head, wondering where it all went wrong here. That pick onto Zelsis puts Sassy in such a difficult position, and the flank from B bailed him out.
This might be Sentinels just getting a bit of a read, I think, in terms of how Loud want to play and set up into this one, of how many risks they were taking on this round against the bonus round, right? You think about it, pushing through into B main,
yeah,
hard flanking through the back,
30 seconds left.
giving them all that information.
But I think going for flank plays like that just plays really nicely into Loud's composition, which lacks the Cypher. Anytime you can get aggressive like that, yeah, go for it. Why not? Loud are not going to have that information, and they're going to find it difficult.
Tens not to be dislodged from this spot. There's a Phoenix flash in his face, though. Won't be punished and dropped down. Paranoia now. TP, phone line, everything. The kitchen sink being tossed and turned and shucked at them. Out through market. Flash over the way. Ring around a Rosie. Zekken can't escape.
So now we get to see Loud in a post plan. We saw a lot of it from SEN. Here it comes.
Paranoia, yeah. Thrash as well. It's all being laid out on top of one another. Fast. Cover play. Shock into the corner was utilised a little bit earlier, but everybody tucked into main. Do have the orb for this one. Actually some mollies as well. We're going to see how the util just reigns supreme into it. Dizzy over the top. Anything to try and latch onto this spike and get the defusal started.
Is there time for the Thrash?
I don't even know. I mean, listen, it's going to be 1 second left. He wants to use it, but again, somebody needs to get onto this one. Already detained. Into the side, into the corner. Where is the time pressure? Hello! Finally, Wingman down, and the rifle's there. Has to be bodyguard duty! Spraying them all down! Wingman! He's been stopped in his tracks! Half tapped, sassy, no more to room, no more to work with.
And this game, more than any that I've seen recently, has featured just everyone dead on both sides kind of post plans, where things are coming down to time so much. I mean, both teams playing this kind of more passive setup over towards B with the post plant, but throwing a couple of people in aggressively to draw out early utility. And so teams are getting stalled in these spots. If Wingman had not gone down there, we could have had a very similar situation to Icebox, where little bro's just sat inside the pit, just tinkering away, cutting the red wire.
Yeah, it's a good heads up from Loud, though. They get the 3-kill spraying down now. I think most teams might just end up stopping the spray. Yeah. Thinking that they got everybody. All the targets are going to be on it, but no, Diligent.
I wonder, does this knife incentivize Sentinels to go for the B push again? Is there going to be some kind of trigger that gets Sen going aggressive on the map? You see that John is moving around his Cypher setups. This time he's got a cam in mid, so they don't have to play that particularly. You can just rely on the camera. A trip for market because Sen were playing B main kind of aggressively to start the round.
Smells like a B retake.
It does.
Deploying drone.
And obviously you don't want to be hard anchoring the site against Kawanzin's Rolling Thunder.
No.
But also Loud would love to save it if they get the info that it's a B retake setup.
Hello, how's that orb going? Straight up into the sky.
Not where it's supposed to.
No, Rolling Thunder now though. You can feel the presence, now they're going to be using it. Tens, P's, and away, back to the corner actually.
Not away!
Even deeper angle, he wants to try and take the fight to them! Flash, forced to set it up, that's Zelsis. The dynamic duo just weaving in and out, and the flood defense this time reigns supreme.
I love it. I think this map is set up so nicely for B flood defending. And the way that Tens just eats the breach ult and still is able to survive and get a kill. Yeah, they just assumed, okay, nobody would be silly enough, nobody would be whimsical enough to take a teleport into the corner while stunned up. You're dealing with Tens.
He goes for it.
He's taken the brain of Angel and Redgar and combined it with the skill and impeccable timing of... Dude, I don't even know.
I mean, himself.
Yeah, yeah. Who's got it like he does?
Yeah. Guy's stylish, man. He's stylish. But on a knife's edge. One of the only rounds, really, that just goes entirely the way of Sen. We see them now just having that lead. Knocking the money back down here for Loud.
Yeah, this is devastating. Once Sen start building up a little bit of momentum like this, you could see them pulling away.
Right here. See you on the other side.
Loud would love a thrifty here.
Seen him do it. Sharp with the Sheriffs. As he dealt with flash to follow up as soon as that knife gets the confirmation. No one peeking off of it though.
Can't use that.
All the noise in the world being made really out towards Alba. Now Zekken should be able to get himself out of there with a satchel. In fact, Molly didn't clear him. Oh,
what a shot.
That's nasty. All up, taking a pause into the round here off that initial kill. Just seeing if they can pull any of the SEN players around the map.
It would be a little difficult to retrieve this rifle. Might not be something that is possible to do. The smoke, though.
It's just Sassy who's holding the corner. And like you said, there's a smoke now.
Yeah, now it is possible to go and get that.
SEN calling for a re-clear potentially of their own. Wingman. Rue gets the acknowledgement.
Yeah, somebody's in elbow and also pushed up close. That gives you a good idea it's going to be a re-hit. Tens takes the fight.
Tens, there's a fault line follow through there. Zelsis close to the corner. Got to get the punish. Through those shots now. They're worried about the TP close to the corner here. Zelsis heard that sound cue, but it's all just feigns and fakes on top of each other. There's only 25 seconds left. What do you go for here? I mean, a pause into the play. Going for a re-hit.
20 seconds.
Going for a re-hit.
Celsius is in a committed position.
Really committed. It's the first phase coming through. It's just the players of the Sheriffs, and they're all going to be falling now. Fully crumbling. Less. One with a rifle makes a decent job, a decent go of it, but now 2 more rounds for the lead here. Sentinels.
Loud look a little lost in that spot though, man. That was a bit of a disappointing round. I wouldn't be surprised to see them take the timeout, and I think they have actually. But they call a pause in the round there, right? On their attack side, but there isn't really a threat that they could be going for the hard rotate, because John's still got up all of his Cypher utility. He's got a cam deep in B main, he's got a trip for market, and the players over in A-Link know that there's nobody lurking mid. So what exactly are SEN going to be afraid of? Especially when the wingman catches contact, right? This is...
Call, we go. Don't be scared. Let's go. Good.
Yeah, and on the other side of things, SEN building up that confidence, making sure that everybody's on the same page.
Vibes Merchant laying it down.
Yeah. So this next rifle round, it's a perfectly timed tactical timeout. Because this next rifle round is going to be extraordinarily important, pivotal in how this map goes. If Loud lose it, after investing ults, which I'm sure they're going to go for, they'll be dropped back down to an eco, and SEN are basically, at that point, just on a coronation march.
Oh, yeah.
Right? They're going straight up.
The upper round 2 of the playoffs.
So this is a must-win for Loud.
Put everything into it. Luckily, a few ults being earned. So that run it back. I mean, it feels like QCK is never without it. Been earning it at such frequency. All the kills he's been getting, the plans, the orbs funneled into him.
But has he been able to find value with it?
Yeah, that's the thing. Seems quite offhanded in terms of the way that they do approach to use it, but every now and then you might see it still. Sassy holding the Dizzy.
Okay, this time they wait out the knife at the start of the round from Celsius. Right, so Loud have to start a little further back, but they don't give away that there's 2 players over towards A. The stun for them to try to take a little bit of space. And look at John's setup again. Cam for the mid lurk, trip for market. Loud have not been breaking these.
And again, acknowledgement there from Dizzy. Stray shots missed him. Fired off the warning shots, and I know that somebody, at least one player lurking out towards A.
But they're not scared of mid, and they're not scared of market, because John's utility is still there.
Right inside the smoke. I mean, they're setting up for a pop flash play here. Yep, they can hear it. The door being broken down. They're going to try and fight Tooth and Nail for control of it. The nade down. How does Second get 2? That is ridiculous. QCK forced to bodyguard his own spot there. Driving.
And it goes down to a 3v3 in a really weird fashion. SEN have committed pretty heavily to the B side of the map. And so Loud have actually managed to find an opening here to go for a post plan.
30 seconds left.
The smoke was in the way at the top section of mid. Second might already be just close with the rocket, but no, has to respect it, wondering if they could be lurking in that potential avenue. So a free plant here, Loud.
And some players in potential positions to play a nice post plan too. You don't have to be worried about the initiator utility from SEN, which is the main part of it. But obviously there's still danger with the paranoia, with the showstopper. Loud get info that there's nobody on the flank.
Yeah, exactly, with that dart. They're around now, and that's a Hunter's Fury to add even more time pressure. Ult committed and stuck. Tens his forwards, he wins his fight. That is ridiculous. Still with a paranoia, now the showstopper. Seeking to commit this one. Where these players might be, but the first tap at least forces out the ult. Rocket flying. Again, clears the 1, but on top of this corner, on top of the box, 2 years, has to reveal his hand, spraying it through, guarding, blocking, all the bullets, Second, sticking, and he's won the round for his team. Despite the heroics of Sadak, not enough, barely enough. Look at that, 0.37.
It's wild how close these rounds are getting.
Oh my God.
But also, how on earth are SEN even in position to do that? Tens sticks the ultimate, gets caught by a player. QCK is shooting for like a third of a second before Tens even realizes where he's positioned, still flicks straight to his head and opens things up. Even when Loud have openings,
Good job, Zach.
SEN are still finding their way through. And I said that was going to be the important round.
Exactly. There's the money. Dire Straits. taking a loan out from the bank if they'll even give you one here. Aftershock at a top cam position used early. That's just a tree. I mean, clear out John QT, who's had that cam at the top section of mid. And Loud have been given control of market, control of mid now.
Yeah, this is a very different flavor to the round. The problem is the weaponry is just so advantage towards Sentinels. Loud have finally got a better macro idea.
Still might be some danger.
Might be too late.
2 players spotted, 1 tagged up here. Shock darts now and the squeeze is online. QCK is wrapping around. Molly there. Oh, hello. Trip. 10's lit up entirely. Let's loose that paranoia, but that one way, less than ideal. That was John's.
Great crunch in B main though from Loud.
Yeah.
Sen couldn't figure out how, which direction to go in, I guess. And Tui's is here ready to pick up Zelsis. All good.
Okay. All good.
And what a recovery. The Mastercard Thrifty coming through could not have been a better timing for it. By all rights, that should have been Sentinels favored to go up to series point. And instead, they're going to take a tactical timeout here to discuss what went wrong. And to me, it's very clear. They finally lost market control. Loud actually went and took that space on the map that otherwise John's just been watching with a trip.
Main control, the pivot from Sen. Yeah, you are right. Losing control of that one. So Sentinel's going to be using this timeout now to discuss precisely what went wrong. Potentially putting more of an emphasis onto mid. But again, Sadak, world-class caller this guy is. No slouch as well with the aiming department, at least for this map. He's going to be potentially even expecting that. There's layers to it.
Yeah. I think from Loud, though, this timeout is also going to serve them. Because they've been struggling to deal with what Sen have been throwing at them. And I think it is possible that that eco round has given them a serious clue of how to adapt in the game. Sadak is normally so good at coming up with those adjustments late on in a map, late in a half, late in a series. He's not one of the guys to run out of ideas. So let's see what he's brought to the table coming out the back of this timeout. Looks like Sen want to try to take the game to them, perhaps. We can see them pinging out the mini-map over towards A. And Zekken set up for an earlier fight, something he hasn't done a ton of.
We're waiting for the acknowledgement of the knife to go for a bit of a flash play to Dizzy, all combined. Dart broken.
One suppressed.
One player tagged there.
And it was Sadak, who does sometimes play alone on the opposite side of the map. Just to make it feel like there's presence where there isn't any. Sassy gets ult online.
It's a big one. Pre-firing, hoping on the shot there onto the market trip, but no dice, still remains up.
So John continues to provide great info to his team.
Hello. Oh, Zekken go for the repick there with the thrash. He's punished.
Yeah. Zekken's been neutralized, to be honest. As much as Kalanzine was bigging him up at the halftime, in the segment talking about Loud's, Sentinel's strengths, they have managed to neutralize the star player of Sen. But they need more. They dodge the knife again. This is going to give Loud the perfect timing to go into Sassy. Can he pull out some magic?
Jumping around. Drone hears it, has to respect it now. It's running away just to get the hell out of there. Doesn't break the drone either, so it clears out the site entirely. No command. Let loose, let rip. Zelsis spreads it wide now. Cross onto the site. Not going to be letting them use that util plant. Stuck here by Kawazin. 10s onto that high ground approach. He has found value with less being removed. That's one of the star players going pound for pound, just removing this one. And a call is made to try and fight this one. Sassy taking it straight to them. Man in tow, and he just caught the backside, clips Sadak out towards the back of the head. Flash through, running gun with a Spectre, ult denied, 2 years, he's miles away. The knife gives them every single bit of information they could want. Skipping a hop, dodging round, surely! No way! Sen up to 12. Oh my!
Another round where every player on Sen hits the deck and they win it anyway. I was looking at the minimap the whole time at Tui's positioning. He lurked his way fully through B main, walked all the way into Boba, going around the world, and he was way out of time.
I believe that straight in catch.
Yeah, it definitely looked like bullets were headed in Ten's direction.
Can't believe it.
But it's better to be lucky than good, and damn if TenZ isn't both.
And this is it, potentially. Precipice of defeat for Loud. QCK, sliver of an angle, just holding it ADS, but he does not get what he was seeking. Now running away, Les. These matters into his own hands.
Yeah.
Look at this deep lurk.
These are the rounds where Les just decides, all right, my team's struggling to come up with an idea. I am going to make the play to win.
It's deep. And goal, Celsius. Wasn't ready for it. Peeking it wide like that, just slowly. Les did manage to vacuum up that space now. There's going to be that repeat. Sassy just trying to tuck himself into the corner here. Needs some help from the rest of his team. Hunter's Fury trying to collect these kills as well. They're trying to face from Spawn. Run it back there. Actually brought him down with the ult, and Sassy in this entire time somehow has stayed alive. Tucked to the corner, got a smoke at his back to try and help him out, and everybody's going to be facing him here. Flash in his face, spraying through. It's all praying. But this time Loud. One's on top here. 5 alive. John QT might not be long for this world either.
Probably just going to save. I mean, look at the economy of SEN. It feels like SEN are in control, and yet you look, because they've died so many times while winning these rounds, they don't have an economic cushion to rely on.
Yeah.
So John keeping this weapon online, it does end up being really important.
He's commenting the entire time. You can see it in the scam.
Yeah, it's like a mini timeout for him, right?
Exactly, yeah.
To discuss what's going on. And really, the big difference that round is that Les just found an opening up through elbow. I'm not sure exactly how he's managed to find that read, that SEN had nobody playing there. Perhaps, even if people were playing there, he was happy to take the fights, just believing in himself. Does John save this?
He needs to rifle. And 2 years, I mean, he's just making a mockery of him. Jumping through, knowing he's low enough.
We are going to be headed into,
oh my God,
the final few rounds here of the match, with Loud favored to bring it to the final round, and maybe even some OT afterwards. It's crazy the adaptations that these teams are willing to make, and even if it isn't a team-based thing, these players are willing to make. Look at this gamble, SEN gambling over towards A, because that's where Les found the success previously. Sadak's already swapped it up. They're headed in the opposite direction, trying to keep it safe, keep everybody together, make sure they can trade out low ecos.
Stampede there, hearing him across the floorboards. Util in the world as well, pointing into that direction, and a fast follow through from SEN. They're going to be chasing the noise cues. Hoping to try and flood in time, but there's nothing to push back this plan. So Kawazin gets into it now. Really online if he chooses to expend it, but probably not even necessary.
I mean, a win here for SEN is forcing out those ults, I think.
Yeah.
I'll say that. They could close it out here.
See? No one to break, no one to deal with it, but it's a flash using running and gunning.
They could close it out here.
Okay, drive by, going wide. One player falls, a tap now forces out the snake bites. Have to be utilized here. Kawazin still has the ult, surely. There's no danger, surely. He doesn't just TP, but he does straight into them, into their faces, tapping and spraying all the way through. Rifles. Save the day. John would potentially like to get away with this one, but it's going to the final round of regular time anyway. Might as well go down with the ship.
I believe for a moment there, when SEN had their weapons, and we're just running into backside, overwhelming people. That's pretty good awareness from Sadak as well. TenZ is difficult to see in that spot. And this time the rifles are able to find their mark, and the spam is good. They use the pit. A timeout taken. A timeout taken. Right before the last round of regulation, Kaplan hits the red button.
Tension could never be high, could it?
Both teams just set to simmer. Kawazin has a huge ultimate online, and Sentinels are wary of that. I'm not sure what kind of adjustment Kaplan wants to make towards the end of this. I would imagine that they want to use that little elbow passage that Les was able to find for them in round 22. But to be honest, a lot of the game plan has still been working here for SEN on defense side. John's been able to find so much value from this Cypher setup. You know, if you hit an Unbreakable, there aren't actually that many tools with Loud's composition to be able to get through it. There's obviously the trips or, the shocks or an after shock, something like that. But Loud have not been meticulous in making sure all of that is eroded away. Tui's has bought the op again.
on the attack side this time.
Yeah, just trying to slow it down, and why not? You have the money, you have the cash. Maybe even just anticipating some kind of adjustment from Sentinels here, but it's everything. Tossed into the mix. One round to decide it. Does the series end? Does it get totaled, or will there be that continuation of play? Loud have a chance to fight back.
Very early dominance with their utility over towards B main. Paranoia used off the rip from 2Es to make it feel like they're taking early B main control. I think trying to prompt out some kind of aggression in A main and see if they could punish it. Maybe even hoping that Zekken or Sassy would play for the ult orb and they could get that. It really feels like they're trying to trap them going for the A ult orb. Zekken and Sassy are not taking a risk like that to throw away their chance of winning the match and going to meet Gen G in the uppers. So no dice on that early trap.
The deep drone not broken. You can feel it palpable in the air. I mean, thick with tension. Tense. Tiniest of angles, tiniest of chances, but he gets it. Ulted up, stunned up, will be brought down in the end, so the trade is online here, and a call is made for SEN to scatter. Backing away, playing for the retake here. Sadak is going to go for the plan, but he's ended up just throwing it to the side. He's going to give it to QCK to get that run it back.
Optimizing, but also giving SEN an opportunity to throw in some util early on. They're not going to go for the flood defend, though.
Yeah, suppression fading. When is the time to strike? Here it is. QCK lets it rip, breaking the util. Dizzy. Oh! This play gets caught into the wall there. Unfortunate with it. Still watching, holding for the flash. Anti-positions played. Spam into the box, but it does buy them critical time. Running their way past this one. Are they going to anticipate? 2 years! Nails them to the back wall of Link. The upper second shot goes flying wide. Smoke and disengaging. Back and away. Celsius seeking to clear this one out, but again, the time running against them. The rifles have to sing true. They have to ring true, but it will not happen. Overtime once more, and Loud. They're desperate for it, man. Crawling.
These late adjustments on Icebox and now on Sunset to be able to get into overtime have just been marvelous. And this, with TenZ being able to get the first kill onto Les to start with. But that punish at the back of the Rolling Thunder was so important. Remember what TenZ was able to do to them over towards B as he teleported into a corner, didn't get away with any shenanigans like that this time. No ops being bought in OT. So no craziness just yet as Loud swapped to the defense side.
That's right.
Remember, SEN were trying to set up these mid lurks quite a lot and threaten it.
Too much threat behind it though. Now that dart's going to be fading away. SEN happy to wait it out for the initial 10 seconds. Smokes are propped up.
Yeah, and going for their defensive setup where 2Es is the player holding aggressive over towards A, so they frequently leave 2Es alone in these spots. This time though, he's got backup from Kawanzin. Dizzy off the cam contact. 2Es trying to find a timing to re-paranoia and take position on the A line. Doesn't catch anybody. It's the same kind of thing again here, Brent. Trying to set up this mid-lurk off A main distraction. Yeah. But I swear, Loud are always super aware of stuff like this.
Deep Smoke did pull Kawazin away. He might be able to react in time though to help 2 years out with a couple of pieces of util. Now time is going to become an issue and a problem. Flash through over the top. 2 years just bumbling into the walls there. Lucky that he didn't pay for it with his life, but he backs away and now the call is being made. Rotations abound here for Loud.
And now they're going to be in position to try to send util to stop this.
Satchel. The pathing over to the top. Plant. Actually going down here, but any sort of util. After shock, breaks it. 12 seconds. Time really against them. Snake bite drop down Loud. This is them with a chance to really gain some ground here. Swinging wide to punish. Kawazin, he understood it as a wing con and just decided to take the risk anyway. 2 years, fake the TP back, and now they want to fight this one into the back of the site. Double face, no util. Sentinels barreling through, finding their own timings. Gifted with it, spamming through. Sadak left in a 1v2.
And second making the wrap around to A-Link.
Sadak sticking this one half onto it, half onto the defuse. He's bought himself a little bit of time, a window potentially, but he just needs a kill, and he's not being given it. He's not being given it. No one will give him an easy one. And face together, it's Sentinels on 13.
They have pulled that one back from the brink. Loud's identification that that was an A hit, and the fact that they got players ready to throw utility to stop and put pressure on the plant, that almost won them the round. You saw Cow and Zine just barreling over the top of the mosh, trying to end the round instantly by denying the plant. But not everybody on the same page, and it gave Sen an opportunity. They're up on match series point.
The tiniest of differences can snowball out of control with these rounds, and you're right. Match point, map point, series point, whatever you want to call it here, it's Sentinels in that driving seat.
This time, John Cutie hasn't put a setup for mid control as well, or mid information, so he's got the cam in market, but he is going to need to rely on other people watching the top of mid. So that's going to weaken potentially the A side of the map. So they're kind of cheating here, going for a very aggressive, strong B hold, but a weak A, playing retake A. We haven't really seen Sen in this match pull off the retake A superbly, but it does exist.
Tense at this angle, man. I mean, a high-low position. You can't account for the two spots that he could be peeked from. The flash in his face was not turned in time.
Doesn't make a footstep, though, so they don't know exactly where he's positioned to punish him.
Moves his way out. Cam broken there from the shutdown, I believe.
They're going into the heavy B setup.
Into it, indeed. Potentially into the jaws of defeat. Zekken, he's found his slice. Sadak removed, and now confusion. It's a frantic play from Loud. Which direction did it go into? The one-way stopping them. Ults, and the util has to be used now to clear it back through, but the spike's been dropped down, and time against them entirely. Pop flash play, watch for two to stand, and two potentially to fall. 2 years and less together now, tapping it out, but there is no chance, there is no hope. Sentinels, inevitable.
Sen look incredible here. Dominating on the first map and squeezing through in overtimes to take their appointment with Gen G in the upper finals. Ooh. Loud pushed them.
Oh, they did.
But Sen were resilient the whole way through with huge performances coming out from multiple players. Sassy's 1v3, absolutely instrumental in getting them into a winning position on this map. John called a great game the entire time and was fragging too. It's not over for Loud, of course. They are no strangers to taking the long road in tournaments like this, but Sen, for the moment, on top in this regional rivalry.
On top. All the recent times, and of course, I mean, you're going to see the respect being showcased on either side. These two teams are now deeply familiar with each other. But the Sentinels who have earned their spot now. Second round of playoffs. Match up against Gen G.
And what an awesome one to look forward to. I think especially, just a head-to-head that I'm instantly thinking of is Tens v Karen.
Oh yeah.
Because both of them with outrageous aim. Tens the more flashy, I guess, mobile version of the Smokes player, but
Karen with the movement.
Yeah.
I mean, that guy is he's just skilled through and through, picked up straight from the rank cues. That is going to be one hell of a head-to-head.
It really is. And Sen, all of that time being able to, you know, get 2 playoffs as the #1 squad after taking a really difficult route through the Swiss system, paid off in this game. You really do need to prep for these regional matchups because the teams know each other so well. And I think what we saw with them being able to capitalize on Split to such a heavy degree, and then on Sunset too, it was really working. And it was different things that were working as well. We didn't really get to see that A retake coming out with all of the flash dizzy combos.
Yeah, these teams are constantly evolving their game plans. They're not going to stay stagnant like you're saying. They're constantly going to be adjusting what to look for here, but so tightly matched between both of these teams. I mean, Sen barely able to get it over the line in that OT. What an absolute world-class series as well. I thought map 1 I mean, we might have just been chalks, man. Yeah. Early finish for the day, but no, wasn't the case as well. And we're just getting the players ready for an interview down on the stage. If you're wondering why we are yapping, professional yappers, but listen, we don't like to do it for too long.
But it's going to be an interview with Sassy, talking about, again, another match against his former team. And I do think we're set up for this to possibly become the preeminent rivalry of...
I agree.
Maybe of the global Valorant circuit, but certainly the Americas circuit as well.
Definitely.
The chances of a matchup happening later on in the tournament are also entirely possible. They don't count Loud out at all.
Yeah.
But both of these teams playing their heart out today. And SEN also showcasing that even on some of their weaker maps like Icebox, they're continuing to add to their playbook, to the strat book.
Yeah, they certainly are. I mean, closely matched on these maps as well. I mean, just fantastic. We're going to be going through all the flowchart points, I think, at this point. Listen, where's Sassy getting down? Has he got mic'd up? It looks like it, maybe, potentially. Chances.
I'm interested to hear what their perspective is, though, because the SEN players are not used to necessarily being tournament favorites, especially for a guy like Sassy. He's experienced last year where it was a little miserable.
Absolutely. Well, that being said, let's send it down to Dry, who's down on the floor with the Verizon post-match interview.
Dos últimos mapas muy intensos entre Sentinels y Loud. Two very last intense maps between Sentinels and Loud, but Sentinels takes the win. And I'm here with Sassy. I want to hear it for Sassy. I was listening to all the fans. They were cheering for you the whole time. Y para mi primera pregunta para Sassy, quiero saber más que nada, recordando que este es un rematch de Américas, ¿cómo se sentía el poder volver a ganar este rematch y qué ha cambiado desde la final de Américas hasta ahora para seguir avanzando y mejorando y viendo la evolución que está teniendo Sentinels? Sassy, I want to ask you here, this is the rematch for Americas, the grand finals, and you still get the win once again. Tell me a little bit about the evolution, the process that has been since that grand final to now guaranteeing that top 3 for Masters.
I'll be honest, this win is all about my coaches. They did a perfect job on adapting, especially on split. And even the Loud didn't play split this tournament, they did an incredible job about like predicting them. So yeah, I feel like this match is for my coaches for sure.
Dice que todo el crédito se va hacia los coaches que trabajaban bastante duro en entenderlos, en incluso las cosas que no se sabían, las cosas que no eran reveladas por el lado del lado, de poder sacar esa información y ganarlo, así que es todo el crédito para ellos. Hablando de ese split, yo quiero preguntarle más que nada, primero, ¿cómo tiene un split tan bueno? Y segundo, ¿por qué los equipos lo siguen dejando abierto? I know you mentioned split, and I have to ask, how is your split so good? And also, why are teams still leaving it open?
I mean, yeah, we knew that Loud has their ban on Lotus, so we were already expecting split. This veto was like pretty obvious, to be honest.
Yeah.
So I don't know. For me, it's John. John is like the big deal on split. He always has like good reads, and every player is like comfortable playing each role. So yeah, our split is like a comfortable map for us.
Dice que la decisión de mapas o la decisión de que iban a jugar a split ya se sabía porque se conocían muy bien el permaban de lo que era el Lotus de Loud, pero que aún así también el crédito se va para el lado de John Curie, que conoce muy bien el mapa, que trabaja con él alrededor de eso y con eso consiguen la victoria del mapa una y otra vez. Ahora, para mi última pregunta, escuchábamos un poco más temprano a Munchkin que decía que se quería enfrentar en contra de lo que es la escuadra de Sentinels. Ahora se va a hacer realidad, se hace posible en esa semifinal del upper bracket. ¿Cómo se sienten en contra de Genji? Munchkin early said he really wanted to face you guys, and you know, it's not the grand finals yet, but that match will guarantee the grand final spot. So how are you feeling for the match against Genji?
I feel the same way as Munchkin. We are pretty excited like to face Genji, honestly. And I've faced Munchkin before in Crazy Raccoons, and I know that he's in a better team right now. So yeah, we'll see who gets better.
I like that. Nos dice que piensa igual que Munchkin, que también está muy emocionado por lo que va a hacer esa partida en contra de Genji, que ya se ha enfrentado él en contra de Munchkin antes, pero que ahora lo ve que está en un mejor equipo, así que vamos a ver qué es lo que va a pasar. Esto es todo lo que tenga de entrevista, Sassy. Thank you so much, and I want to hear it once again for Sassy.
That's amazing.
Oh, massive congratulations to Sentinels. We go from one legend to another. Sassy over here to Zelsus. Thank you very much for joining us. We'll let you have a couple of moments. Yeah.
Everyone buy the Sentinels bundle. Thank you. Okay, I'm done.
Did you buy the Sentinels bundle?
Like I said, I'm going to buy the event winners.
Of this event?
Yeah, which he's already saying is them.
Yeah, me too.
It's already us.
Yeah.
It's already us. Listen, people said they'd buy it if we made playoffs. People said they'd buy it if we made Madrid. We've
I haven't
done it all.
extended yet.
Yeah.
It's always been the event winners, so.
All right, whoever wins champs, you know, I'll buy the
You can't roll that again now.
Whoever wins champs. But yeah, congratulations, Zalsis. I could see from your emotion when you guys eventually won that map. It was kind of, it felt like elation and also just a lot of energy. 2 overtimes. How was that? Was that tough out there?
It was kind of stressful, yeah. Obviously, I think we threw Icebox, so going 3rd map, I mean, it's called Sunset for a reason, but it was kind of stressful. Like, when we won, it was like a relief. It was like, oh my gosh. So I'm just happy we won, yeah.
Well, I found it really interesting earlier. Kaplan was saying there was a couple of timeouts that come through to kind of like, I guess, reset the vibes, get the energy back on track. Today was really the first time we've seen like a few, I guess, player reacts where there's a little bit of frustration as to the plan not being executed. I think it was round 3 on Icebox when Zekken was calling for everybody to kind of chill on the mollies a little bit. That was really interesting because I think it's the first time that we've probably seen that sort of reaction. How was it through Icebox if you feel like it was kind of a throw?
I mean, I wouldn't really say it's the map itself. I would say it's kind of like how we're going into these matches. Like, we're kind of now in like crunch time where it's like, all right, if we make a mistake, like, we're calling it out. Like, we're just nipping it right there and then, which is the frustrations, or like, you know, us saying it so like eager, like you heard Zekken on the round 3. Like, we just want to make sure we don't keep making the same mistakes. So us as a team have talked and we're like, all right, if we make a mistake, someone call it out. And like, we talk, or like, and it's a match. So call it out, we move, we fix, and then we just, you know, keep communicating. That's like the biggest thing for us.
Yeah, let's talk about Sassy real quick, because I swear that he just turns up in every big round. Every single pivotal round that we've ever had in this series today, he's at the scene of the crime. We have a quick round to show you, I think, from Sunset. This 1v3, what was going through your mind?
I figured he was going to win this. And Amin, John even said he was going to win this as well. Like, Gustavo's so clutch in these situations. He's just so calm, as you can see. Like, I mean, he's a champion for a reason, right? So, like, this is just easy for him. It's just light work. And he's very comfortable on Sunset, so I'm happy I have him on my team.
So no backseating whatsoever whilst that was going down, no?
I mean, we're just little things like bullets, like if we hear their footsteps and he's like dialed in on their crosser, you know, when someone's in a clutch. But, I mean, he handles himself pretty well. So.
Yeah, this was played to perfection, yeah.
The crowd as well. I mean, I know Josh and Bren were talking about it. It was kind of weird to hear the crowd go against Sassy. They were like chanting all the Brazilian chants at him.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was a bit. It didn't feel like, it felt kind of weird, like a different kind of timeline we were in.
Yeah, he's kind of a traitor. Yeah, he's kind of a traitor. I mean, you know, I'm glad to have him, but it's like having him against his own team type thing.
They're lost, right?
Yeah, they're lost. Yeah.
I mean, speaking of traitors, me and HyperX, we're both from EMEA. I've heard some very choice words from you, Zalsis. EMEA 0 team region.
Zero team region. I mean, you know, Fnatic not coming here is kind of a big deal. I mean, they ran the same strats as last year, so maybe they can fix that. But no, all seriousness, like, I mean, EMEA is really good. Like, the fact that like they had 2 like really young rookie teams come here and like show out like they did, like it could have went either way. But yeah, 0 team region, EMEA.
He's not wrong.
It's not wrong.
He's actually just not wrong.
One of those situations where we should just keep pretty quiet, to be honest.
Yeah.
Just butt out this conversation.
Yeah, I think so too. Do you know who we should talk about though? The IGL, of all IGLs. The fragging IGL. John today, I know you've always been really impressed with him as well. Mike, what did you think of John?
I mean, today, one of the ones I want to ask back about was the post plant on Split. Like, I think probably one of the cleanest clutches we've seen at this event so far. I'm not sure if you remember the plant on B side.
The 1v2,
yeah, back down into main.
I think we have this round, by the way. Let's just bring it up so we could show
If we could roll it, yeah, I'd love to know what was going on on the comms during this.
Oh, different one. He had too many. He had
too many clutches.
He couldn't pick him.
Yeah, too many clutches. He's just too good. Look at him.
Oh,
that's my IGL.
You stole his ace.
Did I?
Yes, you stole his ace.
As I should. As I should.
So, yeah.
You didn't realize he was on for an ace?
I want to win the round. I don't care. I've stolen his ace twice now. Twice. The one on Split, the ace pistol in Africa, and then this one.
Oh, 2 out of 2. Yeah. I mean, Mike, as an IGL, coming from John especially, how do you think, I mean, I'm going to ask both of you this question because it does feel like fragging IGL meta coming into this tournament. I was
it's
really,
gone.
Yeah, but is it back now? back
no,
now?
wait. What were you about to say? I was going to say
No.
definitely
Is it
the
back
IGL not fragging meta is surely gone because I think John Keith
okay,
is definitely an
John's
example.
changing.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask.
I mean, as well, there's maybe an extension to that question. All 5 of you seem to be able to deliver in individual scenarios. Is there ever, situations where somebody's really stepping up and kind of chomping at the bit to be that person to make the standout play, or is it kind of just a respect amongst all of you?
Like play, right? Not calls?
No,
Play?
Both, to be honest.
Amin is he's our early round caller always. He says what we do early unless someone has a really clear-cut idea, they're seeing something on the map or something. But he really calls the early round and he gets final say, and I think we all respect that. But everyone kind of chips in here and there mid-round, they do a lot of their own calling and stuff like that. But I mean, yeah, I would say he's definitely one of the best IGLs I've played with, individually, calling-wise, everything. He's very calm. He puts in a lot of work, a lot of time. So yeah, I mean, I'm pretty happy with him.
His aim is crisp.
Yeah,
really,
I mean, he's
really
looking
crisp.
absolutely insane this event.
Yeah. Speaking of something absolutely insane, you told us about buying the Sentinels bundle. You've been pushing this out there, but I kind of wanted to base this off of the actual classic. Does the skin give you the buff? Because if you take a look at this leaderboard, I'm sorry to report to you, Zelsis, when it comes to classics kills at this event, you're not number 1.
Those are rookie numbers, man. You gotta
Those are rookie numbers.
You've got
I was number 1 kickoff, and look, PRX is about to be eliminated. So
14's all he gets, right?
Yeah, so 14, he's gonna be stuck at that, and I'm gonna win the event. So I'm going all the way.
Oh wow! Do we then combine you and 10s? Is that how it works? Or
That is how it works. Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
so it's
That
not
is how
like
it
if you
works.
get number 1, we buy it.
No, I have to.
I don't know about that one.
I have to be number 1.
Yeah.
I'm the SEN bundle guy. I'm the SEN bundle guy. We have to be number 1.
You got to stack that commission.
Yeah.
Yeah, stop buying ghosts and stuff. Just rock the
Always
the
pistol.
classic.
Always
rock the
pistol,
classic
yeah,
and see what happens. And speaking of the next matchup, because it sounds like you think Loud are going to beat HyperX. Is that correct?
I do think Loud will beat HyperX. Yeah. I think HyperX are still kind of I respect them because they stick to their playstyle, they do their thing, but I think it only gets you so far. And I think Moniette's doing great player, I'm sure great guy, whatever, but I think they're missing Jing for sure.
Yeah, and just to add on to that, I think the hot topic we've certainly seen particularly the last week or so, is kind of what's the next step, what's the next kind of identity change for HyperX. Do you think that is enough of a hindrance? Because previously they've always just fallen back on when they can frag and they go forward, kind of death balling sort of gameplay, they can succeed at international events. Do you think it's different this time around? Do you think there's, I don't want to say that much of a drop-off, but do you think there is that much of a gap in terms of the HyperX we're seeing here in Madrid?
I think they could definitely clean up. I like how they play. I think it's very Valorant-y. I think it's very good. They're very skilled players, but I think they could have someone be like, all right, guys, we have the advantage. Let's maybe wait a little bit instead of all right, we have the advantage. I'm going to go peek 3 people because I want to. It's I think they could definitely play a little smarter. But only time will tell if they either make a change or want to change how they play, because they're all based off all vibes, right? So it'll only see if they do it.
Let's talk about your next match, because last year it felt like all you did was play against Pacific teams when you came to Locky, and you faced HyperX and DRX, I believe. Now you got to go against Gen G, and I heard that you were really looking forward to meeting Texture. You said a lot of nice things about how he's performing well. How do you think he's going to do, and also how do you think he's going to do up against Zekken?
I'm a big Texture fan. I watched them play their tournament kickoff qualifiers or whatever, and I'm a big Texture fan. I think that whole team is really good. But I mean, these are the big leagues, and they're all rookies here. So I mean, Zekken, Texture. Yeah, I don't really know what to say. Texture's really good. He's really good. I think it'll come down to prep and team play, which I think both of us have really good team play, really good prep. So I think it'll be a really close series. Yeah.
Okay, I guess the follow-up to this head-to-head would be the Karen versus Tens discussion.
Ooh.
Give me some insight on that.
I mean,
thoughts?
King Tens,
yeah,
he's gonna show Karen what it means to play smokes at a big tournament. So I mean.
To be fair, in Karen's own words, when Tens won Masters, he also was not playing Karen yet.
Yeah, fair point.
So he's missed a few of the big titles, I feel like. Hey, maybe Gen.G, they might surprise you. But would you also agree it feels like outside of you guys, Gen.G do seem like the other option that's the strongest team?
I definitely have like us and Gen.G as like, I think this is the final, like for sure. I think like, I mean, Loud, like whoever won today, I think I was gonna call the final, but obviously we pulled through, we won it. So I think it's like us and Gen.G for sure. I think they just look really drilled, really like well like prepped together. Like they're really hungry. Like they're like, you know, Karen, rookie Texture, I think is like really in his element on this team, you know. So yeah, I just think they're really hungry, and like this is gonna be a really good series.
You agree?
I do agree, yeah. I think Gen.G have looked in fantastic form. I'm not sure, obviously, with the Loud Gen.G rematch, whether or not it's going to be enough of a bounce back from Loud. I think today, I don't know if you would agree with this, but it felt like more like facing off versus a familiar opponent, which is why map 2 and 3 were so closely contested, even with coming out with map 1 and having a dominated, well, very one-sided performance. I'm not sure if Loud have got what it takes to bounce back and beat Gen.G again.
This is the thing though, like, when they down
You can never count them out.
They just
That's
do
the
their
thing. They have an asterisk next to the name every single time.
I mean, we're going to find out tomorrow. But before I let you guys go, Hypog, you actually had a question from like...
We're still running this.
Yeah, like a week ago,
Yeah.
you asked the question for our next guest. So this is a question from Hypog, which feels weird that I'm asking him the question that you had, but...
As if I'm not here. Go.
Yeah, you're not here. You're
there
not
you
here.
go.
What's been your favorite moment of this tournament from an individual? Like an individual pop-off, an individual play, what's been your favorite?
I would have to say my favorite is probably our first match, just because like it's been so long since I've played like international, like add-in Masters, I guess I'll call it, and then like doing it against Heretics, it just like felt really nice to pull like a really good win. And like we had a really rough travel coming here, so it was like to get that first win, and like that was probably like my highlight, because I'm like, oh my god, we did it, like, you know. So that was probably my highlight. Yeah.
What's great is you didn't notice the lower third there, and it was like, why did you pick Forsaken?
Yeah.
But I love the fact that you just breezed right past it. Like, I'm not even paying that
oh.
any attention.
Yeah.
I've just said PaperX going to lose the next, so no credit to Forsaken.
Actually, this is a good time.
I respect it.
This is a good time because tomorrow, after the second game, we're going to have another guest here. We don't know who it is. It's going to be a player from the winning team. So you have an opportunity now to look into the camera and instigate a little bit. Ask them any question you want. No restrictions. Go for it.
Forsaken?
Anyone. Well, it's
Anyone?
gonna. We don't know who it's gonna be, so it's gonna be a player from a winning team tomorrow.
Okay, well I have to go with Forsaken then, because I just think, like, I want to play him. He's like quote unquote the best flexible player in the world right now. Like, I kind of want that title, you know, so I want to play Forsaken. He's obviously really good, really nice guy, but...
I don't think you understood my question.
No, probably
not. That was on me. That was on me.
All
right, I'm going to condense it. I'm going to condense it.
I think it's time to sleep.
Yeah, I'm going to take 2 condense it. So we have another post-show tomorrow. We're going to invite another player. We don't know who it is yet. Whoever wins is going to come back on the desk and they're going to answer a question. So we would like you to ask them a question.
Oh.
Any
So
question
you
you
saw PaperX
want.
were going to lose tomorrow's series, so...
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
okay.
I mean, we might have
You're
Zek
guys are
in here
stressing me out. This is more stressful than the match. This is more like I'm trying to think of it. It's like, so I'm asking a question. Okay.
Yes, any question in the world. Feel free to instigate.
I got nothing. I don't know. I want to ask something like how does it feel to play with a lesser raise than Jing?
Wow. Okay.
I like it. A little bit spicy now.
Oh, that's
well,
very spicy. But we're going to take a look at the schedule quickly before we close everything off, because Gen.G will be taking on Sentinels in that upper bracket. And then in the elimination game, Mike, we have PaperX versus Loud. Are you in agreement with us as you think Loud are winning that and Sentinels maybe winning the upper bracket as well?
Yeah, I tend to agree with that. Again, we kind of beat this point to death earlier on. I'm not seeing it from PaperX this time around. And whether or not tomorrow we then see some last-minute comp changes come out, I don't think they pass Loud.
I just hope that PaperX wins so they could come on the desk and answer
that question.
I need my question.
Now, actually, yeah, I'm all in on PaperX.
Now we
I'm all in on PaperX.
Yeah, me too.
Scrap that.
Yeah, it's not like I'm ever not all in on PaperX.
Well.
But thank you very much, Hyper, for joining me today. Thank you very much, Zelsis, as well. Have a good rest, and we'll see you back here tomorrow in that upper bracket. Thank you to you guys at home for watching as well. Make sure to come back and join us, starting with Gen.G versus Sentinels. And don't forget to what, Zelsis? Don't forget to what?
Don't forget to buy the Sentinels bundle.
Hey! We've seen this matchup before, and last time Gen G became the king of Pacifics. But this is a different stage, and a stage that HyperX have conquered over and over again.
Not two damage, but no kills. Oh, this has come back into a winnable scenario. Just need to hit the ball.
Yo, 나를 block that.
Looks like it's gone. An opportunity here at least to shut down the first and the second one. Yet as well, Rockets on point.
One enemy remaining.
Position. It's a blind. Brilliant from Carlos. This would be exceptional. Time. Good luck to you and good night. What a performance for the side of Gen G. Done, and the follow-up, and he's out of the knife out and wins. He brought a knife to a knife fight. Players on the other side, Showstopper, he should be dead. Actually, a very quiet start to this game and a reaction shot. Ah! I want this shit. Form nice means they know where they are. Take out is perfect. Forsaken there to help with this fight. Instead, something has to do it on his own, and again he finds texture. That's a big part of this take. There's no chance. There's no chance whatsoever. He had to stick it underneath his nose, and short of a big misplay, it was never swinging the other way. A consistent showing from the side of Gen G as they take victory over their Pacific comrades. It's on to the upper final.
These are two of the best teams Americas have to offer, but being here is about being the best in the world. And as it stands at this stage, it does feel like both of them have a great chance.
Okay, Zekin right there, vulnerable. Will he be able to get the damage? Of course he will.
Oh my God. Let's go, baby!
Close to the corner, cut to wide. Satchel's through and over the top. Kawazin still anchoring. The shot is elite. Kawazin on for so much more. John QT, balls of steel. Sadak, it's inevitable. Nice, boys! That is one of the most one-sided maps we've seen. Plenty more action where that came from. How about an abuse from Sadak, pushed back and away, and a wide tip-tap and a face there just in time. Our players realise it. They're the ones who have to make the moves forwards. Kawazin! That is just disgusting. But you're up against Kawazin. John QT. Where's he pulled that one from?
One enemy remaining.
And well forwards. It's messy. It's real damn messy. Luckily, Zekin is still here. Zekin it will have to be, and he doesn't expect it. They're up there. So 14-12. Loud.
It deserves a map 3 this series.
Fields or Sassy have to pull up an absolute miracle. King away now, wide and sprayed them through. The follow-up. All the rifles online. You have opportunity. They want to flood out now, facing with the bodies. Paranoia backing away. QCK.
Oh, that's unreal.
Spatial Naked 1, skipping a hop, dodging round. Surely. No way. Put it out, but there is no chance. There is no hope. Sentinels, inevitable.
SEN look incredible here, dominating on the first map and squeezing through in overtimes to take their appointment with Gen G in the upper finals.